Section 16 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Bingo. Why, Bingo. Hey, boy, here. Sir, here. He's gone and off, but he'll be home before us. 'Tis the most wayward cur e'er mumbled bone, or dogged a master's footstep. Bingo loves me better than ever beggar loved his alms. Yet when he takes such humour, you may coax sweet Mistress Fantasy, your worship's mistress, out of her sullen moods as soon as Bingo, the dominie, and his dog. Richard Meniples was as good as his word. 2 or 3 mornings after the young lord had possessed himself of his new lodgings, he appeared before Nigel as he was preparing to dress, having left his pillow at an hour much later than had formerly been his custom. As Nigel looked upon his attendant, he observed there was a gathering gloom upon his solemn features, which expressed either additional importance or superadded discontent, or a portion of both. "How now," he said, "what is the matter this morning, Richie, that you have made your face so like the grotesque mask on one of the spouts yonder?" pointing to the Temple Church, of which Gothic building they had a view from the window. Richie swiveled his head a little to the right, with as little alacrity as if he had the crick in his neck, and instantly resuming his posture, replied, "Mask here, mask there. It were nae such matters that I have to speak anent." "And what matters have you to speak anent, then?" said his master, whom circumstances had inured to tolerate a good deal of freedom from his attendant. "My lord," said Richie, and then stopped to cough and hem, as if what he had to say stuck somewhat in his throat. "I guess the mystery," said Nigel. "You want a little money, Richie? Will 5 pieces serve the present turn?" "My lord," said Richie, "I may, it is like, want a trifle of money, and I am glad at the same time and sorry that it is mair plenty with your lordship than formerly." "Glad and sorry, man?" said Lord Nigel. "Why, you are reading riddles to me, Richie." "My riddle will be briefly read," said Richie. "I come to crave of your lordship your commands for Scotland." "For Scotland? Why, art thou mad, man?" said Nigel. "Canst thou not tarry to go down with me?" "I could be of little service," said Richie, "since you propose to hire another page and groom." "Why, thou jealous ass," said the young lord, "will not thy load of duty lie the lighter? Go take thy breakfast, and drink thy ale double strong, to put such absurdities out of thy head. I could be angry with thee for thy folly, man, but I remember how thou hast stuck to me in adversity." "Adversity, my lord, should never have parted us," said Richie. "Methinks, had the warst come to warst, I could have starved as gallantly as your lordship, or more so, being in some sort used to it, for though I was bred at a flasher's stall, I have not through my life had a constant intimacy with collops." "Now what is the meaning of all this trash?" said Nigel. "Or has it no other end than to provoke my patience? You know well enough that had I 20 serving men, I would hold the faithful follower that stood by me in my distress the most valued of them all. But it is totally out of reason to plague me with your solemn capriccios." "My lord," said Richie, "in declaring your trust in me, you have done what is honourable to yourself, if I may with humility say so much, and in no way undeserved on my side. Nevertheless, we must part." "Body of me, man, why?" said Lord Nigel. "What reason can there be for it, if we are mutually satisfied?" "My lord," said Richie Meniples, "your lordship's occupations are such as I cannot own or countenance by my presence." "How now, sir?" said his master angrily. "Under favour, my lord," replied his domestic. "It is unequal dealing to be equally offended by my speech and by my silence. If you can hear with patience the grounds of my departure, it may be, for aught I know, the better for you here and hereafter. If not, let me have my license of departure in silence, and so no more about it." "Go to, sir," said Nigel. "Speak out your mind, only remember to whom you speak it." "Weel, weel, my lord, I speak it with humility." Never did Richie look with more starched dignity than when he uttered the word. "But do you think this dicing, and card shuffling, and haunting of taverns and playhouses suits your lordship? for I am sure it does not suit me." "Why, you are not turned precisian or Puritan fool," said Lord Glenvarloch, laughing, though betwixt resentment and shame it cost him some trouble to do so. "My lord," replied the follower, "I ken the purport of your query. I am, it may be, a little of a precisian, and I wish to heaven I was mair worthy of the name. But let that be a passover. I have stretched the duties of a serving man as far as my northern conscience will permit. I can give my good word to my master, or to my native country when I'm in a foreign land, even though I should leave downright truth a wee bit behind me. Ay, and I will take or give a slash with ony man that speaks to the derogation of either. But this chambering, dicing, play haunting is not my element. I cannot draw breath in it, and when I hear of your lordship winning the siller that some poor creature may full sairly miss, by my saul, if it wad serve your necessity rather than you gained it from him, I wad take a jump over the hedge with your lordship and cry, 'Stand to the first grazier.' We met that was coming from Smithfield with the price of his Essex calves in his leathern pouch." "You are a simpleton," said Nigel, who felt, however, much conscience struck. "I never play but for small sums." "Ay, my lord," replied the unyielding domestic, and still with reverence, "it is even sae much the waur. If you played with your equals, there might be like sin, but there wad be mair warldly honour in it. Your lordship kens or may ken, by experience of your ain, Wilk is not as yet mony weeks auld, that small sums can ill be missed by those that have nane larger, and I maun e'en be plain with you, that men notice it of your lordship that ye play wi' nane but the misguided creatures that can but afford to lose bare stakes." "No man dare say so," replied Nigel very angrily. "I play with whom I please, but I will only play for what stake I please." "That is just what they say, my lord," said the unmerciful Ritchie, whose natural love of lecturing, as well as his bluntness of feeling, prevented him from having any idea of the pain which he was inflicting on his master. "These are even their own very words. It was but yesterday your lordship was pleased, at that same ordinary, to win from yonder young Halflands gentleman with the crimson velvet doublet and the cock's feather in his beaver, him, I mean, who fought with the ranting captain, a matter of £5 or thereby. I saw him come through the hall, and if he was not cleaned out of cross and pile, I never saw a ruined man in my life." "Impossible," said Lord Glenvarloch. "Why, who is he? He looked like a man of substance." "All is not gold that glistens, my lord," replied Ritchie. "Broidery and bullion buttons make bare pouches, and if you ask who he is, maybe I have a guess, and care not to tell." "At least, if I have done any such fellow an injury," said the Lord Nigel, "let me know how I can repair it." "Never fash your beard about that, my lord. With reference always," said Ritchie. "He shall be suitably cared after. Think on him as an ane while was running post to the devil, and got a shouldering from your lordship to help him on his journey. But I will stop him, if reason can, and so your lordship needs ask nae mair about it, for there is no use in your knowing it, but much the contraire." "Hark you, sir," said his master, "I've borne with you thus far for certain reasons, but abused my good nature no farther, and since you must needs go, why, go a God's name, and here is to pay your journey." So saying, he put gold into his hand, which Ritchie told over piece by piece with the utmost accuracy. "Is it all right, or are they wanting in weight, or what the devil keeps you when your hurry was so great 5 minutes since?" said the young lord, now thoroughly nettled at the presumptuous precision with which Ritchie dealt forth his canons of morality. "The tale of coin is complete," said Ritchie, with the most imperturbable gravity, "and for the weight, though they are sae scrupulous in this town as make mouths of a piece that is a wee bit light, or that has been cracked within the ring, my sooth they will jump at them in Edinburgh like a cock at a grossart. Gold pieces are not so plenty there, the mair the pity." "The more is your folly, then," said Nigel, whose anger was only momentary, "that leave the land where there is enough of them." "My lord," said Ritchie, "to be round with you, the grace of God is better than gold pieces. When Goblin, as you call yonder Monsieur Luton, and you might as well call him Gibbet, since that is what he is like to end in, shall recommend a page to you, ye will hear little such doctrine as ye have heard from me. And if they were my last words," he said, raising his voice, "I would say you are misled, and are forsaking the paths which your honourable father trode in, and what is more, you are going, still under correction, to the devil with a dish-clout, for ye are laughed at by them that lead you into these disordered bypaths. Laughed at, said Nigel, who, like others of his age, was more sensible to ridicule than to reason. Who dares laugh at me? My lord, as sure as I live by bread, nay more, as I am a true man, and I think your lordship never found Ritchie's tongue bearing aught but the truth, unless that your lordship's credit, my country's profit, or it may be some small occasion of my ain, made it unnecessary to promulgate the hail verity. I say then, as I am a true man, when I saw that pure creature come through the hay, at that ordinary Wilk is accursed, heaven forgive me for swearing, of God and man, with his teeth set and his hands clenched and his bonnet drawn over his brows like a desperate man, Goblin said to me, there goes a dunghill chicken that your master has plucked clean enough. It will be long ere his lordship ruffle a feather with the cock of the game. And so, my lord, to speak it out, the lackeys and the gallants, and more especially your sworn brother, Lord Dalgarno, call you the Sparrowhawk. I had some thought to have cracked Luton's pate for the speech, but after all the controversy was not worth it. Do they use such terms of me? Said Lord Nigel. Death and the devil, and the devil's damned, my lord, answered Ritchie. They are all three busy in London, and besides Luton and his master laughed at you, my lord, for letting it be thought that, I shame to speak it, that ye were over well with the wife of the decent honest man whose house you but now left, as not sufficient for your new bravery, whereas they said, the licentious scoffers, that you pretended to such favour when you had not courage enough for so fair a quarrel, and that the Sparrowhawk was too craven-crested to fly at the wife of a cheesemonger. He stopped a moment and looked fixedly in his master's face, which was inflamed with shame and anger, and then proceeded. My lord, I did you justice in my thought, and myself too, for thought I he would have been as deep in that sort of profligacy as in others, if it hadn't have been Ritchie's 4 quarters. What new nonsense have you got to plague me with? Said Lord Nigel. But go on, since it is the last time I am to be tormented with your impertinence. Go on and make the most of your time. In troth, said Ritchie, and so will I even do. And as heaven has bestowed on me a tongue to speak and to advise, which talent you can by no means be accused of suffering to remain idle, said Lord Glenvarloch, interrupting him. True, my lord, said Ritchie, again waving his hand as if to bespeak his master's silence and attention. So I trust you will think some time hereafter, and as I am about to leave your service, it is proper that ye should know the truth, that ye may consider the snares to which your youth and innocence may be exposed, when shoulder-inducer heads are withdrawn from beside you. There has been a lusty, good-looking kimmer of some 40 or by game, making money spearings about you, my lord. Well, sir, what did she want with me? Said Lord Nigel. At first, my lord, replied his sapient follower, as she seemed to be a well-fashioned woman, and to take pleasure in sensible company, I was no way reluctant to admit her to my conversation. I dare say not, said Lord Nigel, nor unwilling to tell her about my private affairs. Not I, truly, my lord, said the attendant, for though she asked me many questions about your fame, your fortune, your business here, and such like, I did not think it proper to tell her altogether the truth there anent. I see no call on you whatever, said Lord Nigel, to tell the woman either truth or lies upon what she had nothing to do with. I thought so too, my lord, replied Ritchie, and so I told her neither. And what did you tell her then, you eternal babbler? Said his master, impatient of his prate, yet curious to know what it was all to end in. I told her, said Ritchie, about your worldly fortune, and save for something Wilk is not truth just at this time, but which hath been truth formerly, should be truth now, and will be truth again, and that was that you were in possession of your fair lands. Wilk ye are but in right of it as yet. Pleasant communing we had on that and other topics, until she showed the cloven foot, beginning to confer with me about some wench that she set at a good will to your lordship, and fain she would have spoken with you in particular anent it. But when I heard of such inklings, I began to suspect she was little better than who. Here he concluded his narrative with a low but very expressive whistle. And what did your wisdom do in these circumstances? Said Lord Nigel, who, notwithstanding his former resentment, could now scarcely forbear laughing. I put on a look, my lord, replied Ritchie, bending his solemn brows, that should give her a heart scald of walking on such errands. I laid her enormities clearly before her, and I threatened her in say mony words that I would have her to the ducking-stool, and she, on the contrary part, miscawed me for a forward northern tyke, and so we parted, never to meet again, as I hope and trust. And so I stood between your lordship and that temptation, which might have been worse than the ordinary, or the playhouse either, since you wot well what Solomon, king of the Jews, saith of the strange woman. For, said I to myself, we have taken to dicing already, and if we take to drabbing next, the Lord kens what we may land in. Your impertinence deserves correction, but it is the last which, for a time at least, I shall have to forgive, and I forgive it, said Lord Glenvarloch. And since we are to part, Richie, I will say no more respecting your precautions on my account, than that I think you might have left me to act according to my own judgment. Mickle better not, answered Richie, mickle better not. We are a frail creatures, and can judge better for ilk ither than in our ain cases, and for me, even myself, saving that case of the sification, which might have happened to any one, I've always observed myself to be much more prudential in what I have done in your lordship's behalf than even in what I have been able to transact for my own interest. Whilk last I have indeed always postponed, as in duty I ought. I do believe thou hast, said Lord Nigel, having ever found thee true and faithful, and since London pleases you so little, I will bid you a short farewell, and you may go down to Edinburgh until I come thither myself, when I trust you will re-enter into my service. Now heaven bless you, my lord, said Richie Monipples with uplifted eyes, for that word sounds more like grace than ony has come out of your mouth this fortnight. I give you Godden, my lord. So saying, he thrusts forth his immense bony hand, seized on that of Lord Glenvarloch, raised it to his lips, then turned short on his heels, and left the room hastily, as if afraid of showing more emotion than was consistent with his ideas of decorum. Lord Nigel, rather surprised at his sudden exit, called after him to know whether he was sufficiently provided with money, but Richie, shaking his head, without making any other answer, ran hastily downstairs, shut the street door heavily behind him, and was presently seen striding along the Strand. His master almost involuntarily watched and distinguished the tall, raw-boned figure of his late follower from the window for some time, until he was lost among the crowd of passengers. Nigel's reflections were not altogether those of self-approval. It was no good sign of his course of life, he could not help acknowledging this much to himself, that so faithful an adherent no longer seemed to feel the same pride in his service or attachment to his person which he had formerly manifested. Neither could he avoid experiencing some twinges of conscience, while he felt in some degree the charges which Richie had preferred against him, and experienced a sense of shame and mortification arising from the colour given by others to that which he himself would have called his caution and moderation in play. He had only the apology that it had never occurred to himself in this light. Then his pride and self-love suggested that, on the other hand, Richie, with all his good intentions, was little better than a conceited, pragmatical domestic, who seemed disposed rather to play the tutor than the lackey, and who, out of sheer love, as he alleged, to his master's person, assumed the privilege of interfering with and controlling his actions, besides rendering him ridiculous in the gay world from the antiquated formality and intrusive presumption of his manners. Nigel's eyes were scarce turned from the window, when his new landlord, entering, presented to him a slip of paper carefully bound round with a string of flax, silk, and sealed. It had been given in, he said, by a woman who did not stop an instant. The contents harped upon the same string which Richie Monipples had already jarred. The epistle was in the following words: For the right honourable hands of Lord Glenvarloch, these from a friend unknown. My lord, you are trusting to an unhonest friend and diminishing an honest reputation. An unknown but real friend of your lordship will speak in one word that you would not learn from flatterers in so many days, as should suffice for your utter ruin. He whom you think most true, I say your friend Lord Dalgarno, is utterly false to you, and doth but seek under pretence of friendship to mar your fortune and diminish the good name by which you might mend it. The kind countenance which he shows to you is more dangerous than the prince's frown, even as to gain at Beaujeu's ordinary is more discreditable than to lose. Beware of both, and this is all from your true but nameless friend, Ignoto. Lord Glenvarloch Locke paused for an instant and crushed the paper together, then again unfolded and read it with attention, bent his brows, mused for a moment, and then, tearing it to fragments, exclaimed, "Begone for a vile calumny! But I will watch, I will observe." Thought after thought rushed on him, but upon the whole Lord Glenvarloch Locke was so little satisfied with the result of his own reflections that he resolved to dissipate them by a walk in the park, and taking his cloak and beaver, went thither accordingly. Chapter 14. Section 17 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. 'Twas when fleet Snowball's head was waxen grey, a luckless leveret met him on his way. Who knows not Snowball, he, whose race renowned is still victorious on each coursing ground. Swaffham, Newmarket, and the Roman camp have seen them victors o'er each meaner stamp. In vain the youngling sought, with doubling wile, the hedge, the hill, the thicket, or the stile. Experience sage the lack of speed supplied, and in the gap he sought, the victim died. So was I once, in thy fair street, St. James, through walking cavaliers and car-borne dames, descried, pursued, turned o'er again and o'er, coursed, coated, mouthed by an unfeeling boor, etc., etc., etc. The park of St. James's, though enlarged, planted with verdant alleys, and otherwise decorated by Charles II, existed in the days of his grandfather as a public and pleasant promenade, and for the sake of exercise or pastime was much frequented by the better classes. Lord Glenvarloch Locke repaired thither to dispel the unpleasant reflections which had been suggested by his parting with his trusty squire, Richie Moniples, in a manner which was agreeable neither to his pride nor to his feelings, and by the corroboration which the hints of his late attendant had received from the anonymous letter mentioned in the end of the last chapter. There was a considerable number of company in the park when he entered it, but his present state of mind inducing him to avoid society, he kept aloof from the more frequented walks towards Westminster and Whitehall, and drew to the north, or, as we should now say, the Piccadilly verge of the enclosure, believing he might there enjoy, or rather combat, his own thoughts unmolested. In this, however, Lord Glenvarloch Locke was mistaken, for as he strolled slowly along, with his arms folded in his cloak, and his hat drawn over his eyes, he was suddenly pounced upon by Sir Mungo Malagrother, who, either shunning or shunned, had retreated, or had been obliged to retreat, to the same less frequented corner of the park. Nigel started when he heard the high, sharp, and querulous tones of the knight's cracked voice, and was no less alarmed when he beheld his tall, thin figure hobbling towards him, wrapped in a threadbare cloak, on whose surface 10,000 varied stains eclipsed the original scarlet, and having his head surmounted with a well-worn beaver, bearing a black velvet band for a chain, and a capon's feather for an ostrich plume. Lord Glenvarloch Locke would fain have made his escape, but as our motto intimates, a leveret had as little chance to free herself of an experienced greyhound. Sir Mungo, to continue the simile, had long ago learned to run cunning and make sure of mouthing his game. Sir Nigel found himself compelled to stand and answer the hackneyed question, "What news to-day?" "Nothing extraordinary, I believe," answered the young nobleman, attempting to pass on. "Oh, ye are ganging to the French ordinary, believe," replied the knight. "But it is early day yet. We will take a turn in the park in the meanwhile. It will sharpen your appetite." So saying, he quietly slipped his arm under Lord Glenvarloch's, in spite of all the decent reluctance which his victim could exhibit by keeping his elbow close to his side, and having fairly grappled the prize, he proceeded to take it in tow. Nigel was sullen and silent, in hopes to shake off his unpleasant companion, but Sir Mungo was determined that if he did not speak he should at least hear. "Ye are bound for the ordinary, my lord," said the cynic. "Weel, ye canna do better. There is choice company there, and peculiarly selected, as I am tauld, being doubtless sick as it is desirable that young noblemen should herd withal, and your noble father wad have been glad to see you keeping such worshipful society." "I believe," said Lord Glenvarloch, thinking himself obliged to say something, "that the society is as good as generally can be found in such places, where the door can scarcely be shut against those who come to spend their money." "Right, my lord, verra right," said his tormentor, bursting out into a chuckling but most discordant laugh. "These citizen chuffs and clowns will press in amongst us when there is but an inch of a door open. And what remedy? Just e'en this, that as their cash gies them confidence, we should strip them of it, flay them, my lord, singe them as the kitchen wench does the rats, and when they winna long to come back again, ay, pluck them, plume them, and then the larded capons will not be for flying so high a wing, my lord, among the goshawks and sparrowhawks and the like." And therewithal Sir Mungo fixed on Nigel his quick, sharp grey eye, watching the effect of his sarcasm as keenly as the surgeon in a delicate operation remarks the progress of his anatomical scalpel. Nigel, however, willing to conceal his sensations, could not avoid gratifying his tormentor by wincing under the operation. He coloured with vexation and anger, but a quarrel with Sir Mungo Mala Grother would, he felt, be unutterably ridiculous, and he only muttered to himself the words "impertinent coxcomb," which on this occasion Sir Mungo's imperfection of organ did not prevent him from hearing and replying to. "Ay, verra true," exclaimed the caustic old courtier. "Impertinent coxcombs they are, that thus intrude themselves on the society of their betters, but your lordship kens how to guard them, as good ye have the trick on't. They had a braw sport in the presence last Friday, how ye should have routed a young shopkeeper, horse and foot, ta'en his spolia o firma, and of the specie he had about him, down to the very silver buttons of his cloak, and sent him to graze with Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. Muckle honour redounded to your lordship thereby. We were told the loon threw his cell into the Thames in a fit of desperation. There's enow of them behind. There was mair tint on Flodden Edge. You have been told a budget of lies, so far as I'm concerned, Sir Mungo," said Nigel, speaking loud and sternly. Very likely," said the unabashed and undismayed Sir Mungo. "Naething but lies are current in the circle. So the chield is not drowned then. The mare's the pity. But I never believed that part of the story. A London dealer has mair wit in his anger, I dare swear the lad has a bonny broom shank in his hand by this time, and is scrubbing the kennels in quest after rusty nails, to help him to begin his pack again. He has 3 bairns, they say. They will help him bravely to grope in the gutters. Your good lordship may have the ruining of him again, my lord, if they have any luck in strand scouring." "This is more than intolerable," said Nigel, uncertain whether to make an angry vindication of his character or to fling the old tormentor from his arm. But an instant's recollection convinced him that to do either would only give an air of truth and consistency to the scandals which he began to see were affecting his character, both in the higher and lower circles. Hastily, therefore, he formed the wiser resolution to endure Sir Mungo's studied impertinence, under the hope of ascertaining, if possible, from what source those reports arose which were so prejudicial to his reputation. Sir Mungo, in the meanwhile, caught up, as usual, Nigel's last words, or rather the sound of them, and amplified and interpreted them in his own way. "Tolerable luck," he repeated. "Yes, truly, my lord. I'm told that you have tolerable luck, and that ye can weel how to use that jilting quean, Dame Fortune, like a canny douce lad, willing to warm yourself in her smiles without exposing yourself to her frowns, and that is what I call having luck in a bag." "Sir Mungo Malagrother," said Lord Glenvarloch, turning towards him seriously, "have the goodness to hear me for a moment." "As weel as I can, my lord, as weel as I can," said Sir Mungo, shaking his head and pointing the finger of his left hand to his ear. "I will try to speak very distinctly," said Nigel, arming himself with patience. "You take me for a noted gamester. I give you my word that you have not been rightly informed. I am none such. You owe me some explanation at least respecting the source from which you have derived such false information." "I never heard ye were a great gamester, never thought or said ye were such, my lord," said Sir Mungo, who found it impossible to avoid hearing what Nigel said with peculiarly deliberate and distinct pronunciation. "I repeat it, I never heard, said, or thought that you were a ruffling gamester, such as they call those of the first head. Look you, my lord, I call him a gamester that plays with equal stakes and equal skill, and stands by the fortune of the game, good or bad. And I call him a ruffling gamester, or ane of the first head, who ventures frankly and deeply upon such a wager. But he, my lord, who has the patience and prudence never to venture beyond small game, such as at most might crack the Christmas box of a grocer's prentice, who vies with those that have little to hazard, and who therefore, having the larger stock, can always rook them by waiting for his good fortune, and by rising from the game when luck leaves him. Such a one as he, my lord, I do not call a great gamester, to whatever other name he may be entitled." "And such a mean-spirited, sordid wretch you would infer that I am," replied Lord Glenvarloch, "one who fears the skilful and preys upon the ignorant, who avoids playing with his equals, that he may make sure of pillaging his inferiors. Is this what I am to understand has been reported of me?" "Nay, my lord, you will gain naught by speaking big with me," said Sir Mungo, who, besides that his sarcastic humour was really supported by a good fund of animal courage, had also full reliance on the immunities which he had derived from the broadsword of Sir Rullion Rattray, and the baton of the satellites employed by the Lady Cockpen. "And for the truth of the matter," he continued, "your lordship best knows whether you ever lost more than 5 pieces at a time since you frequented Beaujeurs, whether you have not most commonly risen a winner, and whether the brave young gallants who frequent the ordinary, I mean those of noble rank and means conforming, are in use to play upon those terms." "My father was right," said Lord Glenvarloch, in the bitterness of his spirit, "and his curse justly followed me when I first entered that place, there is contamination in the air, and he whose fortune avoids ruin shall be blighted in his honour and reputation." Sir Mungo, who watched his victim with the delighted yet wary eye of an experienced angler, became now aware that if he strained the line on him too tightly, there was every risk of his breaking hold. In order to give him room, therefore, to play, he protested that Lord Glenvarloch should not take his free speech in malum partem. "If you were a trifle o'er sicker in your amusement, my lord, it cannot be denied that it is the safest course to prevent farther endangerment of your somewhat dilapidated fortunes. And if you play with your inferiors, ye are relieved of the pain of pouching the siller of your friends and equals, forby that the plebeian knaves have had the advantage, tecum certasse, as Ajax Telamon saith, apud metamorphosios. And for the like of them to have played with ane Scottish nobleman is an honest and honourable consideration to compensate the loss of their stake, whilk I dare say, moreover, maist of the churls can weel afford." "Be that as it may, Sir Mungo," said Nigel, "I would fain know." "Ay, ay," interrupted Sir Mungo, "and as you say, who cares whether the fat bulls of Basham can spare it or no? Gentlemen are not to limit their sport for the like of them." "I wish to know, Sir Mungo," said Lord Glenvarloch, "in what company you have learned these offensive particulars respecting me." Doodless, my lord," said Sir Mungo, "I've ever heard, and have ever reported, that your lordship kept the best of company in a private way. There is the fine Countess of Blackchester, but I think she stirs not much abroad since her affair with his Grace of Buckingham, and there is the good and old-fashioned Scottish nobleman, Lord Huntingdon, an undeniable man of quality. It is pity but he could keep caup and ken fray his head, whilk now and then doth minish his reputation. And there is the gay young Lord Dalgarno, that carries the craft of grey hairs under his curled love-locks. A fair race they are, father, daughter, and son, all of the same honourable family. I think we need not speak of George Heriot, honest man, when we have nobility in question. So that is the company I have heard of your keeping, my lord, outtaken those of the ordinary." "My company has not indeed been much more extended than amongst those you mention," said Lord Glenvarloch, "but in short—" "To court," said Sir Mungo, "that was just what I was going to say. Lord Dalgarno says he cannot prevail on ye to come to court, and that does ye prejudice, my lord. The king hears of you by others, when he should see you in person. I speak in serious friendship, my lord. His Majesty, when you were named in the circle short while since, was heard to say, Jacta est alia. Glenvarlochitis is turned dicer and drinker. My Lord Dalgarno took your part, and he was e'en borne down by the popular voice of the courtiers, who spoke of you as one who had betaken yourself to living a town life, and risking your baron's coronet amongst the flat caps of the city." "And this was publicly spoken of me?" said Nigel, "and in the king's presence?" "Spoken openly," repeated Sir Mungo Malagrother. "Ay, by my troth was it. That is to say, it was whispered privately, whilk is as open promulgation as the thing permitted, for ye may think the court is not like a place where men are as Sib and Simmy and his brethren roar out their minds as if they were at an ordinary." "A curse on the court and the ordinary both," cried Nigel impatiently. "With all my heart," said the knight. "I've got little by a knight's service in the court, and the last time I was at the ordinary I lost 4 angels." "May I pray of you, Sir Mungo, to let me know," said Nigel, "the names of those who thus make free with the character of one who can be but little known to them, and who never injured any of them?" "Have I not told you already," answered Sir Mungo, "that the king said something to that effect? So did the prince too. And such being the case, you may take it on your corporal oath that every man in the circle who was not silent sung the same song as they did." "You said but now," replied Glenvarloch, "that Lord Dalgarno interfered in my behalf." "In good troth did he," answered Sir Mungo, with a sneer, "but the young nobleman was soon borne down. By token, he had something of a catarrh, and spoke as hoarse as a roupit raven. Poor gentleman, if he had had his full extent of voice, he would have been as well listened to, doodless, as in a cause of his ain. Whilk no man kens better how to plead the purpose. And let me ask you, by the way, continued Sir Mungo, whether Lord Dalgarno has ever introduced your lordship to the Prince or the Duke of Buckingham, either of whom might soon carry through your suit. I have no claim on the favour of either the Prince or the Duke of Buckingham, said Lord Glenvarloch, as you seem to have made my affairs your study, Sir Mungo, although perhaps something unnecessarily. You may have heard that I have petitioned my sovereign for payment of a debt due to my family. I cannot doubt the king's desire to do justice, nor can I in decency employ the solicitation of his highness the prince, or his grace the Duke of Buckingham, to obtain from his majesty what either should be granted me as a right, or refused altogether. Sir Mungo twisted his whimsical features into one of his most grotesque sneers, as he replied, "It is a very clear and perspicuous position of the case, my lord, and in relying thereupon, you show an absolute and unimprovable acquaintance with the king, court, and mankind in general. But whom have we got here? Stand up, my lord, and make way. By my word of honour, they are the very men we spoke of. Talk of the devil, and humph! It must be here premised that during the conversation, Lord Glenvarloch, perhaps in the hope of shaking himself free of Sir Mungo, had directed their walk towards the more frequented part of the park, while the good knight had stuck to him, being totally indifferent which way they went, provided he could keep his talons clutched upon his companion. They were still, however, at some distance from the livelier part of the scene, when Sir Mungo's experienced eye noticed the appearances which occasioned the latter part of his speech to Lord Glenvarloch. A low respectful murmur arose among the numerous groups of persons which occupied the lower part of the park. They first clustered together, with their faces turned towards Whitehall, then fell back on either hand to give place to a splendid party of gallants, who, advancing from the palace, came onward through the park, all the other company drawing off the pathway and standing uncovered as they passed. Most of these courtly gallants were dressed in a garb which the pencil of Vandyck has made familiar, even at the distance of nearly 2 centuries, and which was just at this period beginning to supersede the more fluttering and frivolous dress which had been adopted from the French court of Henri IV. The whole train were uncovered excepting the Prince of Wales, afterwards the most unfortunate of British monarchs, who came onward, having his long curled auburn tresses, and his countenance, which even in early youth bore a shade of anticipated melancholy, shaded by the Spanish hat and the single ostrich feather which drooped from it. On his right hand was Buckingham, whose commanding and at the same time graceful deportment threw almost into shade the personal demeanour and majesty of the prince on whom he attended. The eye movements and gestures of the great courtier were so composed, so regularly observant of all etiquette belonging to his situation, as to form a marked and strong contrast with the forward gaiety and frivolity by which he recommended himself to the favour of his dear dad and gossip, King James. A singular fate attended this accomplished courtier, in being at once the reigning favourite of a father and son so very opposite in manners, that to ingratiate himself with the youthful prince, he was obliged to compress within the strictest limits of respectful observance the frolicsome and free humour which captivated his aged father. It is true Buckingham well knew the different dispositions both of James and Charles, and had no difficulty in so conducting himself as to maintain the highest post in the favour of both. It has indeed been supposed, as we before hinted, that the Duke, when he had completely possessed himself of the affections of Charles, retained his hold in those of the father only by the tyranny of custom, and that James, could he have brought himself to form a vigorous resolution, was, in the latter years of his life especially, not unlikely to have discarded Buckingham from his counsels in favour. But if ever the king indeed meditated such a change, He was too timid and too much accustomed to the influence which the Duke had long exercised over him to summon up resolution enough for effecting such a purpose. And, at all events, it is certain that Buckingham, though surviving the master by whom he was raised, had the rare chance to experience no wane of the most splendid court favour during 2 reigns, until it was at once eclipsed in his blood by the dagger of his assassin Felton. To return from this digression, the prince with his train advanced, and were near the place where Lord Glenvarloch and Sir Mungo had stood aside, according to form, in order to give the prince passage and to pay the usual marks of respect. Nigel could now remark that Lord Dalgarno walked close behind the Duke of Buckingham, and, as he thought, whispered something in his ear as they came onward. At any rate, both the prince's and Duke of Buckingham's attention seemed to be directed by such circumstance towards Nigel, for they turned their heads in that direction and looked at him attentively, the prince with a countenance, the grave melancholy expression of which was blended with severity, while Buckingham's looks evinced some degree of scornful triumph. Lord Dalgarno did not seem to observe his friend, perhaps because the sunbeams fell from the side of the walk on which Nigel stood, obliging Malcolm to hold up his hat to screen his eyes. As the prince passed, Lord Glenvarloch and Sir Mungo bowed, as respect required, and the prince, returning their obeisance with that grave ceremony which paid to every rank its due, but not a tittle beyond it, signed to Sir Mungo to come forward, commencing an apology for his lameness as he started, which he had just completed, as his hobbling gait brought him up to the prince. Sir Mungo lent an attentive, and as it seemed an intelligent ear to questions asked in a tone so low that the knight would certainly have been deaf to them had they been put to him by any one under the rank of Prince of Wales. After about a minute's conversation, the prince bestowed on Nigel the embarrassing notice of another fixed look, touched his hat slightly to Sir Mungo, and walked on. "It is even as I suspected, my lord," said Sir Mungo, with an air which he designed to be melancholy and sympathetic, but which, in fact, resembled the grin of an ape when he has mouthed a scalding chestnut. "Ye have back friends, my lord, that is, unfriends, or, to be plain, enemies, about the person of the prince." "I'm sorry to hear it," said Nigel, "but I would I knew what they accuse me of." "Ye shall hear, my lord," said Sir Mungo, the prince's bearer words. "Sir Mungo," said he, "I rejoice to see you, and am glad your rheumatic troubles permit you to come hither for exercise." I bowed, as in duty bound. "Ye might remark, my lord, that I did so." Wilk formed the first branch of our conversation. His Highness then demanded of me if he with whom I stood was the young Lord Glenvarloch. I answered that you were such for his Highness's service. Wilk was the second branch. Thirdly, his Highness, resuming the argument, said that truly he had been told so, meaning that he had been told you were the personage, but that he could not believe that the heir of that noble and decayed house could be leading an idle, scandalous, and precarious life in the eating-houses and taverns of London, while the king's drums were beating and colours flying in Germany in the cause of the Palatine, his son-in-law. I could, your lordship is aware, do nothing but make an obeisance, and a gracious give ye good day. Sir Mungo Malagrother licensed me to fall back to your lordship. And now, my lord, if your business or pleasure calls you to the ordinary, or anywhere in the direction of the city, why, have with you, for doubtless ye will think ye have tarried lang enough in the park, as they will likely turn at the head of the walk and return this way, and you have a broad hint, I think, not to cross the prince's presence in a hurry." "You may stay or go as you please, Sir Mungo," said Nigel, with an expression of calm but deep resentment, "but for my own part my resolution is taken. I will quit this public walk for pleasure of no man, still less will I quit it like one unworthy to be seen in places of public resort. I trust that the prince and his retinue will return this way as you expect, for I will abide Sir Mungo and beard them." "Beard them!" exclaimed Sir Mungo, in the extremity of surprise. "Beard the Prince of Wales, the heir apparent of the kingdoms? By my soul, You shall beard him yourself then." Accordingly, he was about to leave Nigel very hastily, when some unwonted touch of good-natured interest in his youth and experience seemed suddenly to soften his habitual cynicism. "The devil is in me for an old fool," said Sir Mungo, "but I must needs concern mysell. I that owe so little either to fortune or my fellow creatures must, I say, needs concern mysell with this springald, whom I will warrant to be as obstinate as a pig possessed with the devil, for it's the cast of his family, and yet I maun e'en fling away some sound advice on him. My dainty young Lord Locke, understand me distinctly, for this is no baron's play. When the prince said say much to me as I have repeated to you, it was equivalent to a command not to appear in his presence. Wherefore take an old man's advice that wishes you well, and may be a wee thing better than he has reason to wish anybody. Juke and let the jaw gae by like a canny bairn. Gang hame to your lodgings, keep your foot frae taverns, and your fingers frae the dice box. Compound your affairs quietly with some ane that has better favour than yours about court, and you will get a round spell of money to carry you to Germany, or elsewhere to push your fortune. It was a fortunate soldier that made your family 4 or 500 years syne, and if you are brave and fortunate, you may find the way to repair it. But take my word for it, that in this court you will never thrive." When Sir Mungo had completed his exhortation, in which there was more of sincere sympathy with another's situation than he had been heretofore known to express in behalf of any one, Lord Glenvarloch replied, "I am obliged to you, Sir Mungo. You have spoken, I think, with sincerity, and I thank you. But in return for your good advice, I heartily entreat you to leave me. I observe the prince and his train are returning down the walk, and you may prejudice yourself, but cannot help me by remaining with me." "And that is true," said Sir Mungo. "Yet, were I 10 years younger, I would be tempted to stand by you and give them the meeting. But at 60 and upward, men's courage turns cauld rife, and they that canna win a living must not endanger the small sustenance of their age. I wish you weel through, my lord, but it is an unequal fight." So saying, he turned and limped away, often looking back, however, as if his natural spirit, even in its present subdued state, aided by his love of contradiction and of debate, rendered him unwilling to adopt the course necessary for his own security. Thus abandoned by his companion, whose departure he graced with better thoughts of him than those which he bestowed on his appearance, Nigel remained, with his arms folded and reclining against a solitary tree which overhung the path, making up his mind to encounter a moment which he expected to be critical of his fate. But he was mistaken in supposing that the Prince of Wales would either address him or admit him to expostulation in such a public place as the park. He did not remain unnoticed, however, for when he made a respectful but haughty obeisance, intimating in look and manner that he was possessed of and undaunted by the unfavourable opinion which the prince had so lately expressed, Charles returned his reverence with such a frown as is only given by those whose frown is authority and decision. The train passed on, the Duke of Buckingham not even appearing to see Lord Glenvarloch, while Lord Dalgarno, though no longer incommoded by the sunbeams, kept his eyes, which had perhaps been dazzled by their former splendour, bent upon the ground. Lord Glenvarloch had difficulty to restrain an indignation to which, in the circumstances, it would have been madness to have given vent. He started from his reclining posture and followed the prince's train, so as to keep them distinctly in sight, which was very easy as they walked slowly. Nigel observed them keep their road towards the palace, where the prince turned at the gate and bowed to the noblemen in attendance, in token of dismissing them, and entered the palace, accompanied only by the Duke of Buckingham and 1 or 2 of his equerries. The rest of the train having returned in all dutiful humility the farewell of the prince, began to disperse themselves through the park. All this was carefully noticed by Lord Glenvarloch, who, as he adjusted his cloak and drew his sword belt round so as to bring the hilt closer to his hand, muttered, "Dalgarno shall explain all this to me, for it is evident that he is in the secret." End of chapter 15. Section 18 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Give way, I must and will have justice, and tell me not of privilege and place. Where I am injured, there I'll sue redress. Look to it, every one who bars my access. I have a heart to feel the injury, a hand to knight myself, and by my honour that hand shall grasp what greybeard law denies me. The Chamberlain. It was not long ere Nigel discovered Lord Dalgarno advancing towards him in the company of another young man of quality of the prince's train, and as they directed their course towards the southeastern corner of the park, he concluded they were about to go to Lord Huntingdon's. They stopped, however, and turned up another path leading to the north, and Lord Glenvarloch conceived that this change of direction was owing to their having seen him, and their desire to avoid him. Nigel followed them without hesitation by a path which, winding around a thicket of shrubs and trees, once more conducted him to the less frequented part of the park. He observed which side of the thicket was taken by Lord Dalgarno and his companion, and he himself, walking hastily round the other verge, was thus enabled to meet them face to face. "Good morrow, my Lord Dalgarno," said Lord Glenvarloch sternly. "Ha, my friend Nigel," answered Lord Dalgarno in his usual careless and indifferent tone. "My friend Nigel, with business on his brow. But you must wait till we meet at Beaujeu's at noon. Sir Hughes Haldimand and I are at present engaged in the prince's service." "If you were engaged in the king's, my lord," said Lord Glenvarloch, "you must stand and answer me." "Heyday!" said Lord Dalgarno, with an air of great astonishment. "What passion is this? Why, Nigel, this is King Cambyses' vein. You have frequented the theatres too much lately. Away with this folly, man. Go, dine upon soup and salad, drink succory water to cool your blood, go to bed at sundown, and defy those foul fiends, wrath and misconstruction." "I've had misconstruction enough among you," said Glenvarloch, in the same tone of determined displeasure, "and from you, my Lord Dalgarno, in particular, and all under the mask of friendship." "Here is a proper business," said Dalgarno, turning as if to appeal to Sir Hughes Haldimand. "Do you see this angry ruffler, Sir Hughes? A month since he dared not have looked one of yonder sheep in the face, and now he is a prince of roisterers, a plucker of pigeons, a controller of players and poets, and in gratitude for my having shown him the way to the eminent character which he holds upon town, he comes hither to quarrel with his best friend, if not his only one of decent station." "I renounce such hollow friendship, my lord," said Lord Glenvarloch. "I disclaim the character which, even to my very face, you labour to fix upon me, and ere we part I will call you to a reckoning for it." "My lords both," interrupted Sir Hughes Haldimand, "let me remind you that the royal park is no place to quarrel in." "I will make my quarrel good," said Nigel, who did not know, or in his passion might not have recollected, the privileges of the place, "wherever I find my enemy." "You shall find quarrelling enough," replied Lord Dalgarno calmly, "so soon as you assign a sufficient cause for it. Sir Hughes Haldimand, who knows the court, will warrant you that I am not backward on such occasions. But of what is it that you now complain, after having experienced nothing save kindness from me and my family?" "Of your family I complain not," replied Lord Glenvarloch. "They have done for me all they could, more, far more than I could have expected. But you, my lord, have suffered me, while you called me your friend, to be traduced, where a word of your mouth would have placed my character in its true colours, and hence the injurious message which I just now received from the Prince of Wales. To permit the misrepresentation of a friend, my lord, is to share in the slander." "You have been misinformed, my Lord Glenvarloch," said Sir Hughes Haldimand. "I have myself often heard Lord Dalgarno defend your character, and regret that your exclusive attachment to the pleasures of a London life prevented your paying your duty regularly to the king and prince." "Well, he himself," said Lord Glenvarloch, "dissuaded me from presenting myself at court." "I will cut this matter short," said Lord Dalgarno, with haughty coldness. "You seem to have conceived, my lord, that you and I were Pylades and Orestes, a second edition of Damon and Pythias, Theseus and Pirithous. At the least, you are mistaken, and have given the name of friendship to what on my part was mere good nature and compassion for a raw and ignorant countryman, joined to the cumbersome charge which my father gave me respecting you. Your character, my lord, is of no one's drawing, but of your own making. I introduced you where, as in all such places, there was good and indifferent company to be met with. Your habits or taste made you prefer the worse. Your holy horror at the sight of dice and cards degenerated into the cautious resolution to play only at those times and with such persons as might ensure your rising a winner. No man can long do so and continue to be held a gentleman. Such is the reputation you have made for yourself, and you have no right to be angry that I do not contradict in society what you yourself know to be true. Let us pass on, my lord, and if you want further explanation, seek some other time and fitter place." "No time can be better than the present," said Lord Glenvarloch, whose resentment was now excited to the uttermost by the cold-blooded and insulting manner in which Dalgarno vindicated himself. "No place fitter than the place where we now stand. Those of my house have ever avenged insult at the moment and on the spot where it was offered, were it at the foot of the throne. Lord Dalgarno, you are a villain. Draw and defend yourself." At the same moment he unsheathed his rapier. "Are you mad?" said Lord Dalgarno, stepping back. "We are in the precincts of the court." "The better," answered Lord Glenvarloch. "I will cleanse them from a calumniator and a coward." He then pressed on Lord Dalgarno, and struck him with the flat of the sword. The fray had now attracted attention, and the cry went round, "Keep the peace! Keep the peace!" Swords drawn in the park. What ho! Guards, keepers, yeomen, rangers, and a number of people came rushing to the spot from all sides. Lord Dalgarno, who had half drawn his sword on receiving the blow, returned it to his scabbard when he observed the crowd thicken, and taking Sir Hughes Haldeman by the arm, walked hastily away, only saying to Lord Glenvarloch as they left him, "You shall dearly abye this insult. We will meet again." A decent-looking elderly man, who observed that Lord Glenvarloch remained on the spot, taking compassion on his youthful appearance, said to him, "Are you aware that this is a Star Chamber business, young gentleman, and that it may cost you your right hand? Shift for yourself before the keepers or constables come up. Get into Whitefriars or somewhere for sanctuary and concealment till you can make friends or quit the city." The advice was not to be neglected. Lord Glenvarloch made hastily towards the issue from the park by St. James's Palace, then St. James's Hospital. The hubbub increased behind him, and several peace officers of the royal household came up to apprehend the delinquent. Fortunately for Nigel, a popular edition of the cause of the affray had gone abroad. It was said that one of the Duke of Buckingham's companions had insulted a stranger gentleman from the country, and that the stranger had cudgelled him soundly. A favourite, or the companion of a favourite, is always odious to John Bull, who has, besides, a partiality to those disputants who proceed, as lawyers term it, par vi tu fe, and both prejudices were in Nigel's favour. The officers, therefore, who came to apprehend him, could learn from the spectators no particulars of his appearance, or information concerning the road he had taken, so that for the moment he escaped being arrested. What Lord Glenvarloch heard among the crowd as he passed along was sufficient to satisfy him that in his impatient passion he had placed himself in a predicament of considerable danger. He was no stranger to the severe and arbitrary proceedings of the Court of Star Chamber, especially in cases of breach of privilege, which made it the terror of all men. And it was no farther back than the Queen's time that the punishment of mutilation had been actually awarded and executed for some offence of the same kind which he had just committed. He had also the comfortable reflection that by his violent quarrel with Lord Dalgarno he must now forfeit the friendship and good offices of that nobleman's father and sister, almost the only persons of consideration in whom he could claim any interest, while all the evil reports which had been put in circulation concerning his character were certain to weigh heavily against him in a case where much must necessarily depend on the reputation of the accused. To a youthful imagination the idea of such a punishment as mutilation seems more ghastly than death itself, and every word which he overheard among the groups which he met, mingled with or overtook and passed, announced this as the penalty of his offence. He dreaded to increase his pace for fear of attracting suspicion, and more than once saw the ranger's officer so near him that his wrist tingled as if already under the blade of the dismembering knife. At length he got out of the park, and had a little more leisure to consider what he was next to do. Whitefriars, adjacent to the temple, then well known by the cant name of Alsatia, had at this time, and for nearly a century afterwards, the privilege of a sanctuary, unless against the writ of the Lord Chief Justice, or of the Lords of the Privy Council. Indeed, as the place abounded with desperadoes of every description, bankrupt citizens, ruined gamesters, irreclaimable prodigals, desperate duellists, bravos, homicides, and debauched profligates of every description, all leagued together to maintain the immunities of their asylum, it was both difficult and unsafe for the officers of the law to execute warrants emanating even from the highest authority amongst men whose safety was inconsistent with warrants or authority of any kind. This Lord Glenvarloch well knew, and odious as the place of refuge was, it seemed the only one where, for a space at least, he might be concealed and secure from the immediate grasp of the law, until he should have leisure to provide better for his safety, or to get this unpleasant matter in some shape accommodated. Meanwhile, as Nigel walked hastily forward towards the place of sanctuary, he bitterly blamed himself for suffering Lord Dalgarno to lead him into the haunts of dissipation, and no less accused his intemperate heat of passion, which now had driven him for refuge into the purlieus of profane and avowed vice and debauchery. Dalgarno spoke but too truly in that, were his bitter reflections, I've made myself an evil reputation by acting on his insidious counsels, and neglecting the wholesome admonitions which ought to have claimed implicit obedience from me, and which recommended abstinence even from the slightest approach of evil. But if I escape from the perilous labyrinth in which folly and inexperience, as well as violent passions, have involved me, I will find some noble way of redeeming the lustre of a name which was never sullied until I bore it. As Lord Glenvarloch formed these prudent resolutions, he entered the temple walks, whence a gate at that time opened into Whitefriars, by which, as by the more private passage, he proposed to betake himself to the sanctuary. As he approached the entrance to that den of infamy, from which his mind recoiled, even while in the act of taking shelter there, his pace slackened, while the steep and broken stairs reminded him of the facilis descensus averni, and rendered him doubtful whether it were not better to brave the worst which could befall him in the public haunts of honourable men, than to evade punishment by secluding himself in those of avowed vice and profligacy. As Nigel hesitated, a young gentleman of the temple advanced towards him, whom he had often seen and sometimes conversed with at the ordinary, where he was a frequent and welcome guest, being a wild young gallant, indifferently well provided with money, who spent at the theatres and other gay places of public resort the time which his father supposed he was employing in the study of the law. But Reginald Lowestoft, such was the young Templar's name, was of opinion that little law was necessary to enable him to spend the revenues of the paternal acres, which were to devolve upon him at his father's demise, and therefore gave himself no trouble to acquire more of that science than might be imbibed along with the learned air of the region in which he had his chambers. In other respects he was one of the wits of the place, read Ovid and Martial, aimed at quick repartee and pun, often very far-fetched, danced, fenced, played at tennis, performed sundry tunes and the fiddle and French horn, to the great annoyance of old Counsellor Barreter, who lived in the chambers immediately below him. Such was Reginald Lowestoft, shrewd, alert, and well acquainted with the town through all its recesses, but in a sort of disrespectable way. This gallant, now approaching the Lord Glenvarloch, saluted him by name and title, and asked if his lordship designed for the chevaliers this day, observing it was near noon, and the woodcock would be on the board before they could reach the ordinary. I do not go there to-day, answered Lord Glenvarloch. Which way then, my lord? Said the young Templar, who was perhaps not undesirous to parade a part at least of the street in company with a lord, though but a Scottish one. I, said Nigel, desiring to avail himself of this young man's local knowledge, yet unwilling and ashamed to acknowledge his intention to take refuge in so disreputable a quarter, or to describe the situation in which he stood. I have some curiosity to see Whitefriars. What? Your lordship is for a frolic into Alsatia? Said Lowestoft. Have with you, my lord. You cannot have a better guide to the infernal regions than myself. I promise you there are bona robos, to be found there, good wine too, ay, and good fellows to drink it with, though somewhat suffering under the frowns of fortune. But your lordship will pardon me, you are the last of our acquaintance to whom I would have proposed such a voyage of discovery. I am obliged to you, Master Lowestoft, for the good opinion you have expressed in the observation, said Lord Glenvarloch, but my present circumstances may render even a residence of a day or two in the sanctuary a matter of necessity. Indeed, said Lowestoft in a tone of great surprise, I thought your lordship had always taken care not to risk any considerable stake. I beg pardon, but if the bones have proved perfidious, I know just so much law as that a peer's person is sacred from arrest, and for mere impecuniosity, my lord, better shift can be made elsewhere than in Whitefriars, where all are devouring each other for very poverty. My misfortune has no connection with want of money, said Nigel. Why then, I suppose, said Lowestoft, you have been tilting, my lord, and have pinked your man, in which case, and with a purse reasonably furnished, you may lie perdu in Whitefriars for a 12-month. Marry, but you must be entered and received as a member of their worshipful society, my lord, and a frank burgher of Alsatia. So far you must condescend. There will be neither peace nor safety for you else. My fault is not in a degree so deadly, Master Lowestoft, answered Lord Glenvarloch, as you seem to conjecture. I have stricken a gentleman in the park, that is all. By my hand, my lord, and you had better have struck your sword through him at Barnes Elms, said the Templar. Strike within the verge of the court. You will find that a weighty dependence upon your hands, especially if your party be of rank and have favour. I will be plain with you, Master Lowestoft, said Nigel. Since I have gone thus far, the person I struck was Lord Dalgarno, whom you have seen at Beaujeurs, a follower and favourite of the Duke of Buckingham. It is a most unhappy chance, my lord, but my heart was formed in England, and cannot bear to see a young nobleman borne down as you are like to be. We converse here greatly too open for your circumstances. The Templars would suffer no bailiff to execute a writ, and no gentleman to be arrested for a duel within their precincts. But in such a matter between Lord Dalgarno and your lordship, there might be a party on either side. You must away with me instantly to my poor chambers here, hard by, and undergo some little change of dress ere you take sanctuary, for else you will have the whole rascal rout of the friars about you, like crows upon a falcon that strays into their rookery. We must have you arrayed something more like the natives of Alsatia, or there will be no life there for you. While Lowestoft spoke, he pulled Lord Glenvarloch along with him into his chambers, where he had a handsome library filled with all the poems and playbooks which were then in fashion. The Templar then dispatched a boy, who waited upon him, to procure a dish or two from the next cook's shop, and this, he said, must be your lordship's dinner, with a glass of old sack, of which my grandmother, the heavens requite her, sent me a dozen bottles, with charge to use the liquor only with clarified whey, when I felt my breast ache with over-study. Mary, we will drink the good lady's health in it. If it is your lordship's pleasure, you shall see how we poor students eke out our mutton commons in the hall. The outward door of the chambers was barred so soon as the boy had re-entered with the food. The boy was ordered to keep close watch and to admit no one, and Lowestoft, by example and precept, pressed his noble guest to partake of his hospitality. His frank and forward manners, though much differing from the courtly ease of Lord Dalgarno, were calculated to make a favourable impression, and Lord Glenvarloch, though his experience of Dalgarno's perfidy had taught him to be cautious of reposing faith in friendly professions, could not avoid testifying his gratitude to the young Templar, who seemed so anxious for his safety and accommodation. You may spare your gratitude any great sense of obligation, my lord, said the Templar. No doubt I am willing to be of use to any gentleman that has cause to sing for a tune my foe, and particularly proud to serve your lordship's turn, but I have also an old grudge to speak heaven's truth at your opposite, Lord Dalgarno. May I ask on what account, Master Lowestoft? Said Lord Glenvarloch. Oh, my lord, replied the Templar, it was for a hap that chanced after you left the ordinary one evening about 3 weeks since. At least I think you were not by, as your lordship always left us before deep play began. I mean no offence, but such was your lordship's custom, when there were words between Lord Dalgarno and me concerning a certain game at Gleek, and a certain Mournival of aces held by his lordship, which went for 8, Tib which went for 15, 23 in all. Now I held king and queen being 3, a natural towser making 15, and Tiddy 19. We vied the ruff and revide, as your lordship may suppose, till the stake was equal to half my yearly exhibition. 50 as fair yellow canary birds as e'er chirped in the bottom of a green silk purse.
Well, my lord, I gained the cards, and lo you, it pleases his lordship to say that we played without titty. And as the rest stood by and backed him, and especially the sharking Frenchman, why I was obliged to lose more than I shall gain all the season. So judge if I have not a crow to pluck with his lordship. Was it ever heard there was a game at Gleek at the ordinary before, without counting titty? Merry quep upon his lordship. Every man who comes there with his purse in his hand is as free to make new laws as he, I hope, since touch pot, touch penny makes every man equal. As Master Lowestoft ran over this jargon of the gaming table, Lord Glenvarloch was both ashamed and mortified, and felt a severe pang of aristocratic pride when he concluded, in the sweeping clause, that the dice, like the grave, levelled those distinguishing points of society to which Nigel's early prejudices clung perhaps but too fondly. It was impossible, however, to object anything to the learned reasoning of the young Templar, and therefore Nigel was contented to turn the conversation by making some inquiries respecting the present state of Whitefriars. There also his host was at home. You know, my lord, said Master Lowestoft, that we Templars are a power and a dominion within ourselves, and I am proud to say that I hold some rank in our republic, was treasurer to the Lord of Misrule last year, and am at this present moment in nomination for that dignity myself. In such circumstances we are under the necessity of maintaining an amicable intercourse with our neighbours of Alsatia, even as the Christian states find themselves often in mere policy obliged to make alliance with the Grand Turk or the Barbary states. I should have imagined you, gentlemen of the Temple, more independent of your neighbours, said Lord Glenvarloch. You do us something too much honour, my lord, said the Templar. The Alsatians, we have some common enemies, and we have, under the rose, some common friends. We are in the use of blocking all bailiffs out of our bounds, and we are powerfully aided by our neighbours, who tolerate not a rag belonging to them within theirs. Moreover, the Alsatians have, I beg you to understand me, the power of protecting or distressing our friends, male or female, who may be obliged to seek sanctuary within their bounds. In short, the two communities serve each other, though the league is between states of unequal quality, and I may myself say that I have treated of sundry weighty affairs, and have been a negotiator, well approved on both sides. But hark, hark! What is that? The sound by which Master Lowestoft was interrupted was that of a distant horn, winded loud and keenly, and followed by a faint and remote huzzah. There's something doing, said Lowestoft, in the Whitefriars at this moment. That is the signal when their privileges are invaded by tipstaff or bailiff, and at the blast of the horn they all swarm out to the rescue, as bees when their hive is disturbed. Jump, Jim, he said, calling out to the attendant, and see what they are doing in Alsatia. That bastard of a boy, he continued, as the lad, accustomed to the precipitate haste of his master, tumbled rather than ran out of the apartment, and so downstairs, is worth gold in this quarter. He serves 6 masters, 4 of them in distinct numbers, and you would think him present like a fairy at the mere wish of him that for the time most needs his attendance. No scout in Oxford, no gyp in Cambridge ever matched him in speed and intelligence. He knows the step of a dun from that of a client, when it reaches the very bottom of the staircase, can tell the trip of a pretty wench from the step of a bencher, when at the upper end of the court, and it is take him all in all. But I see your lordship is anxious. May I press another cup of my kind grandmother's cordial, or you will allow me to show you my wardrobe, and act as your valet or groom of the chamber? Lord Glenvarloch hesitated, not to acknowledge that he was painfully sensible of his present situation, and anxious to do what must needs be done for his extrication. The good-natured and thoughtless young Templar readily acquiesced, and led the way into his little bedroom, where from bandboxes, portmanteaus, mail trunks, not forgetting an old walnut-tree wardrobe, he began to select the articles which he thought best suited effectually to disguise his guest in venturing into the lawless and turbulent society of Alsatia. End of chapter 16. Section 19 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Come hither, young one. Mark me, thou art now 'mongst men o' the sword, that live by reputation more than by constant income. Single-suited they are, I grant you, yet each single suit maintains on the rough guess 1,000 followers, and they be men who, hazarding their all, needful apparel, necessary income, and human body,
and immortal soul, do in the very deed but hazard nothing. So strictly is that all bound in reversion. Clothes to the broker, income to the usurer, and body to disease, and soul to the foul fiend, who laughs to see soldados and fulados play better than himself his game on earth. The Mohawks. Your lordship, said Reginald Lowestoft, must be content to exchange your decent and court-beseeming rapier, which I will retain in safe keeping, for this broadsword with an 100 weight of rusty iron about the hilt, and to wear these huge pane slops instead of your civil and moderate hose. We allow no cloak, for your ruffian always walks in cuerpo, and the tarnished doublet of bald velvet, with its discoloured embroidery, and, I grieve to speak it, a few stains from the blood of the grape, will best suit the garb of a roaring boy. I will leave you to change your suit for an instant, till I can help to truss you. Lowestoft retired, while slowly and with hesitation Nigel obeyed his instructions. He felt displeasure and disgust at the scoundrelly disguise which he was under the necessity of assuming, but when he considered the bloody consequences which law attached to his rash act of violence, the easy and indifferent temper of James, the prejudices of his son, the overbearing influence of the Duke of Buckingham, which was sure to be thrown into the scale against him, and above all, when he reflected that he must now look upon the active, assiduous, and insinuating Lord Dalgarno as a bitter enemy, reason told him he was in a situation of peril, which authorized all honest means, even the most unseemly in outward appearance, to extricate himself from so dangerous a predicament. While he was changing his dress and musing on these particulars, his friendly host re-entered the sleeping apartment. Zoons, he said, my lord, it was well you went not straight into that same Alsatia of ours at the time you proposed, for the hawks have stooped upon it. Here is Jem come back with tidings that he saw Pursuivant there with a privy council warrant, and half a score of yeoman assistants, armed to the teeth, and the horn which we heard was sounded to call out the posse of the friars. Indeed, when old Duke Hildebrand saw that the quest was after some one of whom he knew nothing, he permitted out of courtesy the man-catcher to search through his dominions, quite certain that they would take little by their motions, for Duke Hildebrand is a most judicious potentate. Go back, you bastard, and bring us word when all is quiet. And who may Duke Hildebrand be? Said Lord Glenvarloch. Noons, my lord, said the Templar. Have you lived so long on the town, and never heard of the valiant and as wise in politic as valiant Duke Hildebrand, Grand Protector of the liberties of Alsatia? I thought the man had never whirled a die, but was familiar with his fame. Yet I have never heard of him, Master Lowestoft, said Lord Glenvarloch, or what is the same thing, I've paid no attention to aught that may have passed in conversation respecting him. Why then, said Lowestoft, but first let me have the honour of trussing you. Now observe, I have left several of the points untied, of set purpose, and if it please you to let a small portion of your shirt be seen betwixt your doublet and the band of your upper stock, it will have so much the more rakish effect, it will attract you respect in Alsatia, where linen is something scarce. Now I tie some of the points carefully asquint, for your ruffianly gallant never appears to accurately trust. So, arrange it as you will, sir, said Nigel, but let me hear at least something of the conditions of the unhappy district into which, with other wretches, I am compelled to retreat. Why, my lord, replied the Templar, our neighbouring state of Alsatia, which the law calls the sanctuary of white friars, has had its mutations and revolutions like greater kingdoms, and being in some sort a lawless arbitrary government, it follows, of course, that these have been more
frequent than our own better regulated commonwealth of the Templars, that of Gray's Inn and other similar associations have had the fortune to witness. Our traditions and records speak of 20 revolutions within the last 12 years, in which the aforesaid state has repeatedly changed from absolute despotism to republicanism, not forgetting the intermediate stages of oligarchy, limited monarchy, and even gynocracy, for I myself remember Alsatia governed for nearly 9 months by an old fishwoman. Hen it fell upon the dominion of a broken attorney who was dethroned by a reformado captain, who, proving tyrannical, was deposed by a hedge parson, who was succeeded upon resignation of his power by Duke Jacob Hildebrand, of that name the first, whom heaven long preserve. "And is this potentate's government," said Lord Glenvarloch, forcing himself to take some interest in the conversation, "of a despotic character?" "Pardon me, my lord," said the Templar. "This said sovereign is too wise to incur, like many of his predecessors, the odium of wielding so important an authority by his own sole will. He has established a council of state, who regularly meet for their morning's draught at 7 o'clock, convene a second time at 11 for their ante-meridian, or wet, and assembling in solemn conclave at the hour of 2 afternoon, for the purpose of consulting for the good of the commonwealth, are so prodigal of their labor in the service of the state, that they seldom separate before midnight. Into this worthy senate, composed partly of Duke Hildebrand's predecessors in his high office, whom he has associated with him to prevent the envy attending sovereign and sole authority, I must presently introduce your lordship, that they may admit you to the amenities of the friars, and assign you a place of residence." "Does their authority extend to such regulation?" said Lord Glenvarloch. "The council account it a main point to their privileges, my lord," answered Lowestoft, "and in fact it is one of the most powerful means by which they support their authority. For when Duke Hildebrand and this senate find a toppling householder in the friars becomes discontented and factious, it is but assigning him for a lodger some fat bankrupt or new Leicester, whose circumstances require refuge and whose purse can pay for it, and the malcontent becomes as tractable as a lamb. As for the poorer refugees, they let them shift as they can, but the registration of their names in the Duke's entry book, and the payment of garnish, conforming to their circumstances, is never dispensed with, and the friars would be a very unsafe residence for the stranger who should dispute these points of jurisdiction." "Well, Master Lowestoft," said Lord Glenvarloch, "I must be controlled by the circumstances which dictate to me this state of concealment. Of course I am desirous not to betray my name and rank." "It will be highly advisable, my lord," said Lowestoft, "and is a case thus provided for in the statutes of the republic, or monarchy, or whatsoever you call it. He who desires that no questions shall be asked him concerning his name, cause of refuge, and the like, may escape the usual interrogations upon payment of double the garnish otherwise belonging to his condition. Complying with this essential stipulation, your lordship may register yourself as King of Bantam, if you will, for not a question will be asked of you. But here comes our scout, with news of peace and tranquillity. Now I will go with your lordship myself, and present you to the Council of Alsatia, with all the influence which I have over them as an office-bearer in the temple, which is not slight, for they have come halting off upon all occasions when we have taken part against them, and that they well know. The time is propitious, for as the council is now met in Alsatia, so the temple walks are quiet. Now, my lord, throw your cloak about you, to hide your present exterior. You shall give it to the boy at the foot of the stairs that go down to the sanctuary, and as the ballad says that Queen Eleanor sunk at Charing Cross, and rose at Queen Hythe, so you shall sink a nobleman in the Temple Gardens, and rise an Alsatian at Whitefriars." They went out accordingly, attended by the little scout, traversed the gardens, descended the stairs, and at the bottom the young Templar exclaimed, "And now let us sing with Ovid, in nova vert animus mutatus dicere formas." "Off, off, ye lendings," he continued in the same vein. "Via the curtain that," shouted Borgia. "But how now, my lord?" he continued, when he observed Lord Glenvarloch was really distressed at the degrading change in his situation. "I trust you are not offended at my rattling folly. I would but reconcile you to your present circumstances and give you the tone of this strange place. Come, cheer up. I trust it will only be your residence for a very few days." Nigel was only able to press his hand and reply in a whisper, "I am sensible of your kindness. I know I must drink the cup which my own folly has filled for me. Pardon me that at the first taste I feel its bitterness." Reginald Lowestoft was bustlingly officious and good-natured, but used to live a scrambling, rakish course of life himself. He had not the least idea of the extent of Lord Glenvarloch's mental sufferings, and thought of his temporary concealment as if it were merely the trick of a wanton boy who plays at hide-and-seek with his tutor. With the appearance of the place, too, he was familiar, but on his companion it produced a deep sensation. The ancient sanctuary at Whitefriars lay considerably lower than the elevated terraces and gardens of the temple, and was therefore generally involved in the damps and fogs arising from the Thames. The brick buildings by which it was occupied crowded closely on each other, for in a place so rarely privileged every foot of ground was valuable, but erected in many cases by persons whose funds were inadequate to their speculations. The houses were generally insufficient, and exhibited the lamentable signs of having become ruinous while they were yet new. The wailing of children, the scolding of their mothers, the miserable exhibition of ragged linens hung from the windows to dry, spoke the wants and distresses of the wretched inhabitants, while the sounds of complaint were mocked and overwhelmed in the riotous shouts, oaths, profane songs, and boisterous laughter that issued from the ale-houses and taverns, which, as the signs indicated, were equal in number to all the other houses, and that the full character of the place might be evident. Several faded, tinselled, and painted females looked boldly at the strangers from their open lattices, or more modestly seemed busied with the cracked flower-pots filled with mignonette and rosemary, which were disposed in front of the windows to the great risk of the passengers. "Send me Reducta, Wenus," said the Templar, pointing to one of these nymphs, who seemed afraid of observation, and partly concealed herself behind the casement, as she chirped to a miserable blackbird, the tenant of a wicker prison, which hung outside on the black brick wall. "I know the face of yonder waistcoateer," continued the guide, "and I could wager a rose noble from the posture she stands in that she has clean headgear and a soiled night rail. But here come two of the male inhabitants, smoking like moving volcanoes. These are roaring blades whom Nicotia and Trinidado serve, I dare swear, in lieu of beef and pudding. For be it known to you, my lord, that the king's counterblast against the Indian weed will no more pass current in Alsatia than will his writ of Capias." As he spoke, the two smokers approached, shaggy, uncombed ruffians, whose enormous moustaches were turned back over their ears, and mingled with the wild elf locks of their hair, much of which was seen under the old beavers which they wore aside upon their heads, while some straggling portion escaped through the rents of the hats aforesaid, their tarnished plush jerkins, large slops or trunk breeches, their broad greasy shoulder belts and discoloured scarfs, and above all the ostentatious manner in which the one wore a broadsword and the other an extravagantly long rapier and poniard, marked the true Alsatian bully, then and for 100 years afterwards a well-known character. "Tour out," said the one ruffian to the other, "tour the bien mort firing at the gentry cove. Look sharp, see how the girl is coquetting with the strange gallants." "I smell a spy," replied the other, looking at Nigel. "Chalk him across the peepers with your cherry. Slash him over the eyes with your dagger." Bing avast," replied his companion. "Yon other is rattling Reginald Lowestoft of the Temple. I know him, he is a good boy, and free of the province." So saying, and enveloping themselves in another thick cloud of smoke, they went on without farther greeting. "Grasso in auri," said the Templar. "You hear what a character the impudent knave gives me, but so it serves your lordship's turn, I care not. And now let me ask your lordship what name you will assume, for we are near the ducal palace of Duke Hildebrand." "I will be called Graham," said Nigel. "It was my mother's name." "Grime," repeated the Templar, "will suit Alsatia well enough, both a grim and grimy place of refuge." "I said Graham, sir, not Grime," said Nigel, something shortly, and laying an emphasis on the vowel, for few Scotsmen understood raillery upon the subject of their names. I beg pardon, my lord, answered the undisconcerted punster, but Graham will suit the circumstance too. It signifies tribulation in the High Dutch, and your lordship must be considered as a man under trouble. Nigel laughed at the pertinacity of the Templar, who, proceeding to point out a sign representing or believed to represent a dog attacking a bull and running at his head, in the true scientific style of onset, there, said he, doth faithful Duke Hildebrand yield forth laws as well as ale and strong waters to his faithful Alsatians. Being a determined champion of Paris garden, he has chosen a sign corresponding to his habits, and he deals in giving drink to the thirsty, that he himself may drink without paying, and receive pay for what is drunken by others. Let us enter the ever-open gate of the second Exilis. As they spoke, they entered the dilapidated tavern, which was nevertheless more ample in dimensions and less ruinous than many houses in the same evil neighborhood. 2 or 3 haggard, ragged drawers ran to and fro, whose looks, like those of owls, seemed only adapted for midnight, when other creatures sleep, and who by day seem bleared, stupid, and only half awake. Guided by one of these blinking Ganymedes, they entered a room where the feeble rays of the sun were almost wholly eclipsed by volumes of tobacco smoke rolled from the tubes of the company, while out of the cloudy sanctuary arose the old chant of Old Sir Simon the King, and old Sir Simon the King, with his malmsey nose and his ale-dropped hose, and sing they ding-a-ding-ding. Duke Hildebrand, who himself condescended to chant this ditty to his loving subjects, was a monstrously fat old man, with only one eye, and a nose which bore evidence to the frequency, strength, and depth of his potations. He wore a murrey-coloured plush jerkin, stained with the overflowings of the tankard, and much the worse for wear, and unbuttoned at bottom for the ease of his enormous paunch. Behind him lay a favourite bulldog, whose round head and single black glancing eye, as well as the creature's great corpulence, gave it a burlesque resemblance to its master. The well-beloved councillors who surrounded the ducal throne, incensed it with tobacco, pledged its occupier in thick clammy ale, and echoed back his choral songs, were satraps worthy of such a soldan. The buff jerkin, broad belt, and long sword of one showed him to be a low country soldier, whose look of scowling importance and drunken impudence were designed to sustain his title to call himself a roving blade. It seemed to Nigel that he had seen this fellow somewhere or other, a hedge parson or buckle beggar, as that order of priesthood has been irreverently termed, sat on the Duke's left, and was easily distinguished by his torn band, flapped hat, and the remnants of a rusty cassock. Beside the parson sat a most wretched and meagre-looking old man, with a threadbare hood of coarse skersey upon his head, and buttoned about his neck, while his pinched features, like those of old Daniel, were illuminated by an eye through the last look of dotage, still cunning and sly. On his left was placed a broken attorney, who for some malpractices had been struck from the roll of practitioners, and who had nothing left of his profession except its roguery. 1 or 2 persons of less figure, amongst whom there was one face which, like that of the soldier, seemed not unknown to Nigel, though he could not recollect where he had seen it, completed the council board of Jacob Duke Hildebrand. The strangers had full time to observe all this, for his grace the Duke, whether irresistibly carried on by the full tide of harmony, or whether to impress the strangers with a proper idea of his consequence, chose to sing his ditty to an end before addressing them, though during the whole time he closely scrutinized them with his single optic. When Duke Hildebrand had ended his song, he informed his peers that a worthy officer of the temple attended them, and commanded the captain and parson to abandon their easy chairs in behalf of the 2 strangers whom he placed on his right and left hand. The worthy representative of the army and the Church of Alsatia went to place themselves on a crazy form at the bottom of the table, which, ill calculated to sustain men of such weight, gave way under them, and the man of the sword and man of the gown were rolled over each other on the floor. Amidst the exulting shouts of the company, they arose in wrath, contending which should vent his displeasure in the loudest and deepest oaths, a strife in which the parson's superior acquaintance with theology enabled him greatly to excel the captain, and were at length with difficulty tranquillized by the arrival of the alarmed waiters with more stable chairs, by a long draught of the cooling tankard. When this commotion was appeased, and the strangers courteously accommodated with flagons, after the fashion of the others present, the Duke drank prosperity to the temple in the most gracious manner, together with a cup of welcome to Master Reginald Lowestoft, and this courtesy having been thankfully accepted, the party honoured prayed permission to call for a gallon of Rhenish, over which he proposed to open his business. The mention of a liquor so superior to their usual potations had an instant and most favourable effect upon the little senate, and its immediate appearance might be said to secure a favourable reception of Master Lowestoft's proposition, which, after a round or two had circulated, he explained to be the admission of his friend Master Nigel Graham to the benefit of the sanctuary and other immunities of Alsatia, in the character of a grand compounder, for so were those termed who paid a double fee at their matriculation, in order to avoid laying before the Senate the peculiar circumstances which compelled them to take refuge there. The worthy Duke heard the proposition with glee, which glittered in his single eye, and no wonder, as it was a rare occurrence, and of peculiar advantage to his private revenue. Accordingly he commanded his ducal register to be brought him, a huge book secured with brass clasp like a merchant's ledger, and whose leaves, stained with wine and slabbered with tobacco juice, bore the names probably of as many rogues as are to be found in the calendar of Newgate. Nigel was then directed to lay down 2 nobles as his ransom, and to claim privilege by reciting the following doggerel verses, which were dictated to him by the Duke. Your suppliant by name, Nigel Graham, in fear of mishap from a shoulder tap, and dreading a claw from the talons of law that are sharper than briars, his freedom to sue and rescue by you, through weapon and wit, from warrant and writ, from bailiff's hand, from tipstaff's wand, is come hither to Whitefriars. As Duke Hildebrand with a tremulous hand began to make the entry, and had already with superfluous generosity spelled Nigel with 2 G's instead of 1, he was interrupted by the parson. This curious register is still in existence, being in possession of that eminent antiquary, Dr. Dry as Dust, who liberally offered the author permission to have the autograph of Duke Hildebrand engraved as an illustration of this passage. Unhappily, being rigorous as Ritson himself in adhering to the very letter of his copy, the worthy doctor clogged his munificence with the condition that we should adopt the Duke's orthography and entitle the work The Fortunes of Nigel, with which stipulation we did not think it necessary to comply. This reverend gentleman had been whispering for a minute or two, not with the captain, but with that other individual who dwelt imperfectly, as we have already mentioned, in Nigel's memory, and being perhaps still something malcontent on account of the late accident, he now requested to be heard before the registration took place. The person, he said, who hath now had the assurance to propose himself as a candidate for the privileges and immunities of this honourable society, is in plain terms a beggarly Scot, and we have enough of these locusts in London already. If we admit such palmer worms and caterpillars to the sanctuary, we shall soon have the whole nation. We are not entitled to inquire, said Duke Hildebrand, whether he be Scot or French or English, seeing he has honourably laid down his garnish. He is entitled to our protection. Word of denial, most sovereign Duke, replied the parson. I ask him no questions. His speech betrayeth him. He is a Galilean, and his garnish is forfeited for his assurance in coming within this our realm, and I call on you, Sir Duke, to put the laws in force against him. The Templar here arose and was about to interrupt the deliberations of the court, when the Duke gravely assured him that he should be heard in behalf of his friends so soon as the council had finished their deliberations. The attorney next rose, and intimating that he was to speak to the point of law, said, it was easy to be seen that this gentleman did not come here in any civil case, and that he believed it to be the story they had already heard of concerning a blow given within the verge of the park, that the sanctuary would not bear out the offender in such case, and that the queer old chief would send down a broom which would sweep the streets of Alsatia from the Strand to the stairs, and it was even policy to think what evil might come to their republic by sheltering an alien in such circumstances. The captain, who had sat impatiently while these opinions were expressed, now sprung on his feet with the vehemence of a cork bouncing from a bottle of brisk beer, and turning up his moustaches with a martial air, cast a glance of contempt on the lawyer and churchman, while he thus expressed his opinion. Most noble Duke Hildebrand, when I hear such base, skeldering, casuistral propositions come from the counsellors of your grace, and when I remember the huffs, the muns, and the titeratus by whom your grace's ancestors and predecessors were advised on such occasions, I begin to think the spirit of action is as dead in Alsatia as in my old Granam. And yet who thinks so thinks a lie, since I will find as many roaring boys in the friars as shall keep the liberties against all the scavengers of Westminster. And if we should be overborne for a turn, death and darkness, have we not time to send the gentleman off by water, either to Paris Garden or to the Bankside? And if he is a gallant of true breed, will he not make us full amends for all the trouble we have? Let other societies exist by the law. I say that we brisk boys of the fleet live in spite of it, and thrive best when we are in right opposition to sign and seal, writ and warrant, sergeant and tipstaff, catchpole and bum bailey. This speech was followed by a murmur of approbation, and Lowestoft, striking in before the favourable sound had subsided, reminded the Duke in his council how much the security of their estate depended upon the amity of the Templars, who, by closing their gates, could at pleasure shut against the Alsatians the communication betwixt the friars and the Temple, and that, as they conducted themselves on this occasion, so would they secure or lose the benefit of his interest with his own body, which they knew not to be inconsiderable. And in respect of my friend being a Scotsman and alien, as has been observed by the reverend divine and learned lawyer, you are to consider, said Lowestoft, for what he is pursued hither. Why, for giving the bastinado, not to an Englishman, but to one of his own countrymen. And for my own simple part, he continued, touching Lord Glenvarloch at the same time to make him understand he spoke but in jest, if all the Scots in London were to fight a Welsh Main, and kill each other to a man, the survivor would, in my humble opinion, be entitled to our gratitude, as having done a most acceptable service to poor old England. A shout of laughter and applause followed this ingenious apology for the client's state of alienage, and the Templar followed up his plea with the following pithy proposition. I know well, he said, it is the custom of the fathers of this old and honourable republic, ripely and well to consider all these proceedings over a proper allowance of liquor, and far be it from me to propose the breach of so laudable a custom, or to pretend that such an affair as the present can be well and constitutionally considered during the discussion of a pitiful gallon of Rhenish. But as it is the same to this honourable conclave whether they drink first and determine afterwards, or whether they determine first and drink afterwards, I propose your grace, with the advice of your wise and potent senators, shall pass your edict granting to mine honourable friend the immunities of the place, and assigning him a lodging, according to your wise forms, to which he will presently retire, being somewhat spent with this day's actions, whereupon I will presently order you a rundlet of Rhenish, with a corresponding quantity of neat's tongues and pickled herrings, to make you all as glorious as Georgia Green. This overture was received with a general shout of applause, which altogether drowned the voice of the dissidents, if any there were amongst the Alsatian Senate who could have resisted a proposal so popular. The words of kind heart, noble gentleman, generous gallant, flew from mouth to mouth. The inscription of the petitioner's name in the great book was hastily completed, and the oath administered to him by the worthy Doge, like the laws of the 12 tables of the ancient Cambro-Britons and other primitive nations, it was couched in poetry, and ran as follows. By spigot and barrel, by Bilbo and Buff, thou art sworn to the quarrel of the blades of the Huff, for Whitefriars and its claims, to be champion or martyr, and to fight for its dames like a knight of the garter. Nigel felt and indeed exhibited some disgust at this mummery, but the Templar reminding him that he was too far advanced to draw back, he repeated the words, or rather assented as they were repeated by Duke Hildebrand, who concluded the ceremony by allowing him the privilege of sanctuary in the following form of prescriptive doggerel. From the touch of the tip, from the blight of the warrant, from the watchman who skipped on the Harman Beck's errand, from the bailiff's cramped speech that makes man a thrall, I charm thee from each, and I charm thee from all. Thy freedom's complete as a blade of the Huff, to be cheated and cheat, to be cuffed and to cuff, to stride, swear and swagger, to drink till you stagger, to stare and to stab and to brandish your dagger in the cause of your drab, to walk woolward in winter, drink brandy and smoke, and go fresco in summer for want of a cloak, to eke out your living by the wag of your elbow, by Fulham and Gord, and by blaring of Bilbo, to live by your shifts and to swear by your honour, are the freedom and gifts of which I am the donor. Of the cant words used in this inauguratory oration, some are obvious in their meaning, others, as Harman Beck, Constable, and the like, derive their source from that ancient piece of lexicography, the Slang Dictionary. This homily being performed, a dispute arose concerning the special residence to be assigned the new brother of the sanctuary, for as the Alsatians held it a maxim in their commonwealth that ass's milk fattens, there was usually a competition among the inhabitants which should have the managing, as it was termed, of a new member of the society. The Hector, who had spoken so warmly and critically in Nigel's behalf, stood out now chivalrously in behalf of a certain Blows-Cylinder or Bond-Strops, who had, it seems, a room to hire, once the occasional residence of Slicing Dick of Paddington, who lately suffered at Tyburn, and whose untimely exit had been hitherto mourned by the damsel in solitary widowhood, after the fashion of the turtle-dove. The captain's interest was, however, overruled in behalf of the old gentleman in the kersey hood, who was believed, even at this extreme age, to understand the plucking of a pigeon as well or better than any man in Alsatia. This venerable personage was an usurer of notoriety, called Trap-Boys, and had very lately done the state considerable service in advancing a subsidy necessary to secure a fresh importation of liquors to the Duke's cellars, the wine merchant at the Vintry being scrupulous to deal with so great a man for anything but ready money. When therefore the old gentleman arose, and with much coughing reminded the Duke that he had a poor apartment to let, the claims of all others were set aside, and Nigel was assigned to Trap-Boys as his guest. No sooner was this arrangement made than Lord Glenvarloch expressed to Lowestoft his impatience to leave this discreditable assembly, and took his leave with a careless haste, which, but for the rundlet of Rhenish wine that had entered just as he left the apartment, might have been taken in bad part. The young Templar accompanied his friend to the house of the old usurer, with a road to which he and some other youngsters about the Temple were even but too well acquainted. On the way he assured Lord Glenvarloch that he was going to the only clean house in Whitefriars, a property which he owed solely to the exertions of the old man's only daughter, an elderly damsel, ugly enough to frighten sin, yet likely to be wealthy enough to tempt a Puritan, as soon as the devil had got her old dad for his due. As Lowestoft spoke thus, they knocked at the door of the house, and the sour, stern countenance of the female by whom it was opened fully confirmed all that the Templar had said of the hostess. She heard with an ungracious and discontented air the young Templar's information that the gentleman, his companion, was to be her father's lodger, muttered something about the trouble it was likely to occasion, but ended by showing the stranger's apartment, which was better than could have been augured by the general appearance of the place, and much larger in extent than that which he occupied at Paul's Wharf, though inferior to it in neatness. Lowestoft, having thus seen his friend fairly installed in his new apartment, and having obtained for him a note of the rate at which he could be accommodated with victuals from a neighbouring cook's shop, now took his leave, offering at the same time to send the whole or any part of Lord Glenvarloch's baggage from his former place of residence to his new lodging. Nigel mentioned so few articles that the Templar could not help observing that his lordship, it would seem, did not intend to enjoy his new privileges long. "They are too little suited to my habits and tastes that I should do so," replied Lord Glenvarloch. "You may change your opinion tomorrow," said Lowestoft, "and so I wish you a good evening. Tomorrow I will visit you betimes." The morning came, but instead of the Templar it brought only a letter from him. The epistle stated that Lowestoft's visit to Alsatia had drawn down the animadversions of some crabbed old pantaloons among the benchers, and that he judged it wise not to come hither at present, for fear of attracting too much attention to Lord Glenvarloch's place of residence. He stated that he had taken measures for the safety of his luggage, and would send him by a safe hand his money casket and what articles he wanted. Then followed some sage advices, dictated by Lowestoft's acquaintance with Alsatia and its manners. He advised him to keep the usurer in the most absolute uncertainty concerning the state of his funds, never to throw a main with the captain, who was in the habit of playing dry-fisted and paying his losses with 3 vowels, and finally to beware of Duke Hildebrand, who was as sharp, he said, as a needle, though he had no more eyes than are possessed by that necessary implement of female industry. End of chapter 17. Section 20 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Mother. What I dazzled by a flash from Cupid's mirror, with which the boy, as mortal urchins wont, flings back the sunbeam in the eye of passengers, then laughs to see them stumble. Daughter. Mother, no, it was a lightning flash which dazzled me, and never shall these eyes see true again. Beef and pudding, an old English comedy. It is necessary that we should leave our hero Nigel for a time. although in a situation neither safe, comfortable, nor creditable, in order to detail some particulars which have immediate connection with his fortunes. It was but the third day after he had been forced to take refuge in the house of old Trap Boys, the noted usurer of Whitefriars, commonly called Golden Trap Boys, when the pretty daughter of old Ramsay the watchmaker, after having piously seen her father finish his breakfast, from the fear that he might in an abstruse fit of thought swallow the salt cellar instead of a crust of the brown loaf, set forth from the house as soon as he was again plunged into the depth of calculation, and accompanied only by that faithful old drudge, Janet the Scots laundress, to whom her whims were laws, made her way to Lombard Street, and disturbed at the unusual hour of 8 in the morning Aunt Judith, the sister of her worthy godfather. The venerable maiden received her young visitor with no great complacency, for naturally enough she had neither the same admiration of her very pretty countenance, nor allowance for her foolish and girlish impatience of temper, which Master George Heriot entertained. Still Mistress Margaret was a favourite of her brother's, whose will was to Aunt Judith the supreme law, and she contented herself with asking her untimely visitor what she made so early with her pale chitty face in the streets of London. "I would speak with the Lady Hermione," answered the almost breathless girl, while the blood ran so fast to her face as totally to remove the objection of paleness which Aunt Judith had made to her complexion. "With the Lady Hermione," said Aunt Judith, "with the Lady Hermione, and at this time in the morning, when she will scarce see any of the family even at seasonable hours? You are crazy, you silly wench, or you abuse the indulgence which my brother and the lady have shown to you." "Indeed, indeed, I have not," repeated Margaret, struggling to retain the unbidden tear, which seemed ready to burst out on the slightest occasion. "Do but say to the lady that your brother's goddaughter desires earnestly to speak to her, and I know she will not refuse to see me." Aunt Judith bent an earnest, suspicious, and inquisitive glance on her young visitor. "You might make me your secretary, my lassie," she said, "as well as the Lady Hermione. I am older and better skilled to advise. I live more in the world than one who shuts herself up within 4 rooms, and I have the better means to assist you." "Oh, no, no, no," said Margaret eagerly, and with more earnest sincerity than complaisance. "There are some things to which you cannot advise me, Aunt Judith. It is a case, pardon me, my dear aunt, a case beyond your counsel." "I am glad, Aunt Maiden," said Aunt Judith somewhat angrily, "for I think the follies of the young people of this generation would drive mad an old brain like mine. Here you come on the veritote through the whole streets of London to talk some nonsense to a lady who scarce sees God's sun but when he shines on a brick wall. But I will tell her you are here." She went away and shortly returned with a dry, "Miss Margaret, the lady will be glad to see you, and that's more, my young madam, than you had a right to count upon." Mistress Margaret hung her head in silence, too much perplexed by the train of her own embarrassed thoughts for attempting either to conciliate Aunt Judith's kindness, or, which on other occasions would have been as congenial to her own humour, to retaliate on her cross-tempered remarks and manner. She followed Aunt Judith, therefore, in silence and dejection to the strong oaken door which divided the Lady Hermione's apartments from the rest of George Heriot's spacious house. At the door of this sanctuary it is necessary to pause in order to correct the reports with which Richie Monipolis had filled his master's ear, respecting the singular appearance of that lady's attendants at prayers, whom we now own to be by name the Lady Hermione. Some part of these exaggerations had been communicated to the worthy Scotsman by Jenkin Vincent, who was well experienced in the species of wit which has been long a favourite in the city under the names of cross-biting, giving the door, bamboozling, cramming, hoaxing, humbugging, and quizzing, for which sport Richie Monipolis, with his solemn gravity totally unapprehensive of a joke, and his natural propensity to the marvellous, formed an admirable subject. Farther ornaments the tale had received from Richie himself, whose tongue, especially when oiled with good liquor, had a considerable tendency to amplification, and who failed not, while he retailed to his master all the wonderful circumstances narrated by Vincent, to add to them many conjectures of his own which his imagination had over hastily converted into facts. Yet the life which the Lady Hermione had led for 2 years, during which he had been the inmate of George Heriot's house, was so singular as almost to sanction many of the wild reports which went abroad. The house which the worthy goldsmith inhabited had in former times belonged to a powerful and wealthy baronial family, which, during the reign of Henry VIII, terminated in a dowager lady, very wealthy, very devout, and most unalienably attached to the Catholic faith. The chosen friend of the Honourable Lady Foljambe was the Abbess of St. Roch's nunnery, like herself a conscientious, rigid, and devoted papist. When the house of St. Roch was despotically dissolved by the fiat of the impetuous monarch, the Lady Foljambe received her friend into her spacious mansion, together with 2 Vestal sisters who, like their abbess, were determined to follow the tenor of their vows instead of embracing the profane liberty which the monarch's will had thrown in their choice. For their residence the Lady Foljambe contrived with all secrecy, for Henry might not have relished her interference, to set apart a suite of 4 rooms, with a little closet fitted up as an oratory or chapel, the whole apartments fenced by a stout oaken door to exclude strangers, and accommodated with a turning wheel to receive necessaries according to the practice of all nunneries. In this retreat the Abbess of St. Roch and her attendants passed many years, communicating only with the Lady Foljambe, who, in virtue of their prayers and of the support she afforded them, accounted herself little less than a saint on earth. The abbess, fortunately for herself, died before her munificent patroness, who lived deep in Queen Elizabeth's time, ere she was summoned by fate. The Lady Foljambe was succeeded in this mansion by a sour, fanatic knight, a distant and collateral relation, who claimed the same merit for expelling the priestess of Baal, which his predecessor had founded on maintaining the votaresses of heaven. Of the 2 unhappy nuns, driven from their ancient refuge, one went beyond sea, the other, unable from old age to undertake such a journey, died under the roof of a faithful Catholic widow of low degree. Sir Paul Crambag, having got rid of the nuns, spoiled the chapel of its ornaments, and had thoughts of altogether destroying the apartments, until checked by the reflection that the operation would be an unnecessary expense, since he only inhabited 3 rooms of the large mansion, and had not therefore the slightest occasion for any addition to its accommodations. His son proved a waster and a prodigal, and from him the house was bought by our friend George Heriot, who, finding, like Sir Paul, the house more than sufficiently ample for his accommodation, left the Foljambe apartments, or St. Roch's rooms as they were called, in the state in which he found them. About 2 years and a half before our history opened, when Heriot was absent upon an expedition to the Continent, he sent special orders to his sister and his cash-keeper, directing that the Foljambe apartments should be fitted up handsomely, though plainly for the reception of a lady who would make them her residence for some time, and who would live more or less with his own family according to her pleasure. He also directed that the necessary repairs should be made with secrecy, and that as little should be said as possible upon the subject of his letter. When the time of his return came nigh, Aunt Judith and the household were on the tenterhooks of impatience. Master George came, as he had intimated, accompanied by a lady so eminently beautiful that had it not been for her extreme and uniform paleness, she might have been reckoned one of the loveliest creatures on earth. She had with her an attendant, or humble companion, whose business seemed only to wait upon her. This person, a reserved woman, and by her dialect a foreigner, aged about 50, was called by the Lady Monna Paula, and by Master Heriot and others, Mademoiselle Pauline. She slept in the same room with her patroness at night, ate in her apartment, and was scarcely ever separated from her during the day. These females took possession of the nunnery of the devout abbess, and without observing the same rigorous seclusion, according to the letter, seemed well nigh to restore the apartments to the use to which they had been originally designed. The new inmates lived and took their meals apart from the rest of the family. With the domestics, Lady Hermione, for so she was termed, held no communication, and Mademoiselle Pauline only such as was indispensable, which she dispatched as briefly as possible. Frequent and liberal largesses reconciled the servants to this conduct, and they were in the habit of observing to each other that to do a service for Mademoiselle Pauline was like finding a fairy treasure. To Aunt Judith, the Lady Hermione was kind and civil, but their intercourse was rare, on which account the elder lady felt some pangs both of curiosity and injured dignity, but she knew her brother so well and loved him so dearly that his will, once expressed, might be truly said to become her own. The worthy citizen was not without a spice of the dogmatism which grows on the best disposition when a word is a law to all around. Master George did not endure to be questioned by his family, and when he had generally expressed his will that the Lady Hermione should live in the way most agreeable to her, and that no inquiries should be made concerning their history or her motives for observing such strict seclusion, his sister well knew that he would have been seriously displeased with any attempt to pry into the secret. But though Harriet's servants were bribed, and his sister awed into silent acquiescence in these arrangements, they were not of a nature to escape the critical observation of the neighbourhood. Some opined that the wealthy goldsmith was about to turn papist and re-establish Lady Foljambe's nunnery, others that he was going mad, others that he was either going to marry or to do worse. Master George's constant appearance at church, and the knowledge that the supposed votaress always attended when the prayers of the English ritual were read in the family, liberated him from the first of these suspicions. Those who had to transact business with him upon 'Change could not doubt the soundness of Master Harriet's mind, and to confute the other rumours, it was credibly reported by such as made the matter their particular interest, that Master George Harriet never visited his guest, but in presence of Mademoiselle Pauline, who sat with her work in a remote part of the same room in which they conversed. It was also ascertained that these visits scarcely ever exceeded an hour in length, and were usually only repeated once a week, an intercourse too brief and too long interrupted to render it probable that love was the bond of their union. The inquirers were therefore at fault, and compelled to relinquish the pursuit of Master Harriet's secret, while 1,000 ridiculous tales were circulated amongst the ignorant and superstitious, with some specimens of which our friend Ritchie Moniples had been crammed, as we have seen, by the malicious apprentice of worthy David Ramsay. There was one person of the world who, it was thought, could, if she would, have said more of the Lady Hermione than any one in London except George Harriet himself, and that was the said David Ramsay's only child, Margaret. This girl was not much past the age of 15 when the Lady Hermione first came to England, and was a very frequent visitor at her godfather's, who was much amused by her childish sallies, and by the wild and natural beauty with which she sung the airs of her native country. Spoiled she was on all hands by the indulgence of her godfather, the absent habits and indifference of her father, and the deference of all around to her caprices as a beauty and as an heiress. But though from these circumstances the city beauty had become as wilful as capricious, and as affected as unlimited indulgence seldom fails to render those to whom it is extended, and although she exhibited upon many occasions that affectation of extreme shyness, silence, and reserve, which misses in their teens are apt to take for an amiable modesty, and upon others a considerable portion of that flippancy which youth sometimes confounds with wit, Mistress Margaret had much real shrewdness and judgment, which wanted only opportunities of observation to refine it. A lively, good-humoured, playful disposition, and an excellent heart. Her acquired follies were much increased by reading plays and romances, to which she devoted a great deal of her time, and from which she adopted ideas as different as possible from those which she might have obtained from the invaluable and affectionate instructions of an excellent mother, and the freaks of which she was sometimes guilty rendered her not unjustly liable to the charge of affectation and coquetry. But the little lass had sense and shrewdness enough to keep her failings out of sight of her godfather, to whom she was sincerely attached, and so high she stood in his favour that at his recommendation she obtained permission to visit the recluse Lady Hermione. The singular mode of life which the lady observed, her great beauty, rendered even more interesting by her extreme paleness, the conscious pride of being admitted farther than the rest of the world into the society of a person who was wrapped in so much mystery, made a deep impression on the mind of Margaret Ramsay, and though their conversations were at no time either long or confidential, yet proud of the trust reposed in her, Margaret was as secret respecting their tenor as if every word repeated had been to cost her life. No inquiry, however artfully backed by flattery and insinuation, whether on the part of Dame Ursula or any other person equally inquisitive, could wring from the little maid one word of what she heard or saw after she entered these mysterious and secluded apartments. The slightest question concerning Master Harriet's ghost was sufficient, at her gayest moment, to check the current of her communicative prattle, and render her silent. We mention this chiefly to illustrate the early strength of Margaret's character, a strength concealed under 100 freakish whims and humours, as an ancient and massive buttress is disguised by its fantastic covering of ivy and wildflowers. In truth, if the damsel had told all she heard or saw within the Foljambe apartment, she would have said but little to gratify the curiosity of inquirers. At the earlier period of their acquaintance, the Lady Hermione was wont to reward the attentions of her little friend with small but elegant presents, and entertain her by a display of foreign rarities and curiosities, many of them of considerable value. Sometimes the time was passed in a way much less agreeable to Margaret by her receiving lessons from Pauline in the use of the needle, but although her preceptress practised these arts with a dexterity then only known in foreign convents, the pupil proved so incorrigibly idle and awkward that the task of needlework was at length given up, and lessons of music substituted in their stead. Here also Pauline was excellently qualified as an instructress, and Margaret, more successful in a science for which nature had gifted her, made proficiency both in vocal and instrumental music. These lessons passed in presence of the Lady Hermione, to whom they seemed to give pleasure. She sometimes added her own voice to the performance, in a pure, clear stream of liquid melody, but this was only when the music was of a devotional cast. As Margaret became older, her communications with the recluse assumed a different character. She was allowed, if not encouraged, to tell whatever she had remarked out of doors, and the Lady Hermione, while she remarked the quick, sharp, and retentive powers of observation possessed by her young friend, often found sufficient reason to caution her against rashness in forming opinions, and giddy petulance in expressing them. The habitual awe with which she regarded this singular personage induced Mistress Margaret, though by no means delighting in contradiction or reproof, to listen with patience to her admonitions, and to make full allowance for the good intentions of the patroness by whom they were bestowed, although in her heart she could hardly conceive how Madame Hermione, who never stirred from the Foljambe apartments, should think of teaching knowledge of the world to one who walked twice a week between Temple Bar and Lombard Street, besides parading in the park every Sunday that proved to be fair weather. Indeed, pretty Mistress Margaret was so little inclined to endure such remonstrances that her intercourse with the inhabitants of the Foljambe apartments would have probably slackened as her circle of acquaintance increased in the external world, had she not on the one hand entertained an habitual reverence for her monitress, of which she could not divest herself, and been flattered on the other by being to a certain degree the depository of a confidence for which others thirsted in vain. Besides, although the conversation of Hermione was uniformly serious, it was not in general either formal or severe, nor was the lady offended by flights of levity which Mistress Margaret sometimes ventured on in her presence, even when they were such as made Monna Paula cast her eyes upwards and sigh with that compassion which a devotee extends towards the votaries of a trivial and profane world. Thus, upon the whole, the little maiden was disposed to submit, though not without some wincing, to the grave admonitions of the Lady Hermione, and the rather that the mystery annexed to the person of her monitress was in her mind early associated with a vague idea of wealth and importance, which had been rather confirmed than lessened by many accidental circumstances which she had noticed since she was more capable of observation. It frequently happens that the counsel which we reckon intrusive, when offered to us unasked, becomes precious in our eyes when the pressure of difficulties renders us more diffident of our own judgment than we are apt to find ourselves in the hours of ease and indifference, and this is more especially the case if we suppose that our adviser may also possess power and inclination to back his counsel with effectual assistance. Mistress Margaret was now in that situation. She was, or believed herself to be, in a condition where both advice and assistance might be necessary, and it was therefore after an anxious and sleepless night that she resolved to have recourse to the Lady Hermione, who she knew would readily afford her the one, and as she hoped might also possess means of giving her the other. The conversation between them will best explain the purport of the visit. End of chapter 18.
Section 21 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. By this good light, a wench of matchless mettle, this were a
leaguer lass to love a soldier, to bind his wounds and kiss his bloody brow, and sing a roundel as she helped to arm him, though the rough foeman's drums were beat so nigh, they seemed to bear the burden. Old play. When Mistress Margaret entered the Foljambe apartment, she found the inmates employed in their usual manner, the lady in reading, and her attendant in embroidering a large piece of tapestry which had occupied her ever since Margaret had been first admitted within these secluded chambers. Hermione nodded kindly to her visitor, but did not speak, and Margaret, accustomed to this reception, and in the present case not sorry for it, as it gave her an interval to collect her thoughts, stooped over Monopola's frame, and observed in a half-whisper, "You are just so far as that rose, Mona, when I first saw you. See, there is the mark where I had the bad luck to spoil the flower in trying to catch the stitch. I was little above 15 then. These flowers make me an old woman, Monopola." "I wish they could make you a wise one, my child," answered Monopola, in whose esteem pretty Mistress Margaret did not stand quite so high as in that of her patroness, partly owing to her natural austerity, which was something intolerant of youth and gaiety, and partly to the jealousy with which a favourite domestic regards any one whom she considers as a sort of rival in the affections of her mistress. "What is it you say to Mona, little one?" asked the lady. "Nothing, madam," replied Mistress Margaret, "but that I've seen the real flowers blossom 3 times over since I first saw Monopola working in her canvas garden, and her violets have not budded yet." "True, Lady Bird," replied Hermione, "but the buds that are longest in blossoming will last the longest in flower. You have seen them in the garden bloom thrice, but you have seen them fade thrice also. Now Monopolas will remain in blow for ever. They will fear neither frost nor tempest." "True, madam," answered Mistress Margaret, "but neither have they life or order." "That, little one," replied the recluse, "is to compare a life agitated by hope and fear, and checkered with success and disappointment, and fevered by the effects of love and hatred, a life of passion and of feeling, saddened and shortened by its exhausting alternations, to a calm and tranquil existence, animated but by a sense of duties, and only employed during its smooth and quiet course in the unwearied discharge of them. Is that the moral of your answer?" "I do not know, madam," answered Mistress Margaret, "but of all birds in the air I would rather be the lark that sings while he is drifting down the summer breeze, than the weathercock that sticks fast yonder upon his iron perch, and just moves so much as to discharge his duty, and tells us which way the wind blows." "Metaphors are no arguments, my pretty maiden," said the Lady Hermione, smiling. "I'm sorry for that, madam," answered Margaret, "for they are such a pretty indirect way of telling one's mind when it differs from one's betters. Besides, on this subject there is no end of them, and they are so civil and becoming withal." "Indeed," replied the lady, "let me hear some of them, I pray you." "It would be, for example, very bold in me," said Margaret, "to say to your ladyship that rather than live a quiet life, I would like a little variety of hope and fear, and liking and disliking, and the other sort of feelings which your ladyship is pleased to speak of. But I may say freely, and without blame, that I like a butterfly better than a beetle, or a trembling aspen better than a grim Scots fir that never wags a leaf, or that of all the wood, brass, and wire that ever my father's fingers put together, I do hate and detest a certain huge old clock of the German fashion that rings hours and half hours and quarters and half quarters, as if it were of such consequence that the world should know it was wound up and going. Now, dearest lady, I wish you would only compare that clumsy, clanging, Dutch-looking piece of lumber with the beautiful timepiece that Master Harriot caused my father to make for your ladyship, which uses to play 100 merry tunes, and turns out, when it strikes the hour, a whole band of Morris dancers to trip the haze to the measure." "And which of these timepieces goes the truest, Margaret?" said the lady. "I must confess the old Dutchman has the advantage in that," said Margaret. "I fancy you are right, madam, and that comparisons are no arguments. At least mine has not brought me through." "Upon my word, Maiden Margaret," said the lady, smiling, "you have been of late thinking very much of these matters." "Perhaps too much, madam," said Margaret, so low as only to be heard by the lady, behind the back of whose chair she had now placed herself. The words were spoken very gravely, and accompanied by a half-sigh, which did not escape the attention of her to whom they were addressed. The Lady Hermione turned immediately round, and looked earnestly at Margaret, then paused for a moment, and finally commanded Monipola to carry her frame and embroidery into the antechamber. When they were left alone, she desired her young friend to come from behind the chair on the back of which she still rested, and sit down beside her upon a stool. "I will remain thus, madam, under your favour," answered Margaret, without changing her posture. "I would rather you heard me without seeing me." "In God's name, maiden," returned her patroness, "what is it you can have to say that may not be uttered face to face to so true a friend as I am?" Without making any direct answer, Margaret only replied, "You were right, dearest lady, when you said I had suffered my feelings too much to engross me of late. I have done very wrong, and you will be angry with me. So will my godfather, but I cannot help it. He must be rescued." "He?" repeated the lady with emphasis. "That brief little word does, indeed, so far explain your mystery. But come from behind the chair, you silly popinjay. I will wager you have suffered yonder gay young apprentice to sit too near your heart. I have not heard you mention young Vincent for many a day. Perhaps he has not been out of mouth and out of mind both. Have you been so foolish as to let him speak to you seriously? I'm told he is a bold youth." "Not bold enough to say anything that could displease me, madam," said Margaret. "Perhaps then you were not displeased," said the lady, "or perhaps he has not spoken, which would be wiser and better. Be open-hearted, my love. Your godfather will soon return, and we will take him into our consultations. If the young man is industrious and come of honest parentage, his poverty may be no such insurmountable obstacle. But you are both of you very young, Margaret. I know your godfather will expect that the youth shall first serve out his apprenticeship." Margaret had hitherto suffered the lady to proceed, under the mistaken impression which she had adopted, simply because she could not tell how to interrupt her. But pure despite at hearing her last words gave her boldness at length to say, "I crave your pardon, madam, but neither the youth you mention nor any apprentice or master within the city of London—" "Margaret," said the lady in reply, "the contemptuous tone with which you mention those of your own class, many hundreds, if not thousands, of whom are in all respects better than yourself, and would greatly honour you by thinking of you, is, methinks, no warrant for the wisdom of your choice. For a choice, it seems, there is. Who is it, maiden, to whom you have thus rashly attached yourself? Rashly, I fear it must be." "It is the young Scottish Lord Glenvarloch, madam," answered Margaret, in a low and modest tone, but sufficiently firm, considering the subject. "The young Lord of Glenvarloch?" repeated the lady, in great surprise. "Maiden, you are distracted in your wits." "I knew you would say so, madam," answered Margaret. "It is what another person has already told me. It is, perhaps, what all the world would tell me. It is what I am sometimes disposed to tell myself. But look at me, madam, for I will now come before you and tell me if there is madness or distraction in my look and word, when I repeat to you again that I have fixed my affections on this young nobleman." "If there is not madness in your look or word, maiden, there is infinite folly in what you say," answered the Lady Hermione, sharply. "When did you ever hear that misplaced love brought anything but wretchedness? Seek a match among your equals, Margaret, and escape the countless kinds of risks and misery that must attend an affection beyond your degree. Why do you smile, maiden? Is there aught to cause scorn in what I say?" "Surely no, madam," answered Margaret. "I only smile to think how it should happen, that while rank made such a wide difference between creatures formed from the same clay, the wit of the vulgar should nevertheless jump so exactly the same length with that of the accomplished and the exalted. It is but the variation of the phrase which divides them. Dame Ursley told me the very same thing which your ladyship has but now uttered. Only you, madam, talked countless misery, and Dame Ursley spoke of the gallows, and Mistress Turner, who was hanged upon it." "Indeed," answered the Lady Hermione, "and who may Dame Ursley be that your wise choice has associated with me in the difficult task of advising a fool?" "The barber's wife at next door, madam," answered Margaret, with feigned simplicity, but far from being sorry at heart that she had found an indirect mode of mortifying her monitress. "She is the wisest woman that I know, next to your ladyship." "A proper confidant," said the lady, "and chosen with the same delicate sense of what is due to yourself and others. But what ails you, maiden? Where are you going?" "Only to ask Dame Ursley's advice," said Margaret, as if about to depart, "for I see your ladyship is too angry to give me any, and the emergency is pressing." "What emergency, thou simple one?" said the lady in a kinder tone. "Sit down, maiden, and tell me your tale. It is true you are a fool, and a pettish fool to boot, but then you are a child, an amiable child with all your self-willed folly, and we must help you if we can. Sit down, I say, as you are desired, and you will find me a safer and wiser counsellor than the barber woman. And tell me how you come to suppose that you have fixed your heart unalterably upon a man whom you have seen, as I think, but once. I have seen him oftener, said the damsel, looking down, but I've only spoken to him once. I should have been able to get that once out of my head, though the impression was so deep that I could even now repeat every trifling word he said, but other things have since riveted it in my bosom for ever. Maiden, replied the lady, for ever is the word which comes most lightly on the lips in such circumstances, but which, not the less, is almost the last that we should use. The fashion of this world, its passions, its joys, and its sorrows, pass away like the winged breeze. There is naught forever but that which belongs to the world beyond the grave. You have corrected me justly, madam, said Margaret calmly. I ought only to have spoken of my present state of mind, as what will last me for my lifetime, which unquestionably may be but short. And what is there in this Scottish lord that can rivet what concerns him so closely in your fancy? Said the lady. I admit him a personable man, for I have seen him, and I will suppose him courteous and agreeable. But what are his accomplishments besides? For these surely are not uncommon attributes. He is unfortunate, madam, most unfortunate, and surrounded by snares of different kinds, ingeniously contrived to ruin his character, to destroy his estate, and perhaps to reach even his life. These schemes have been devised by avarice originally, but they are now followed close by vindictive ambition, animated, I think, by the absolute and concentrated spirit of malice. For the Lord Dalgarno— Here, Monna Paula, exclaimed the Lady Hermione, interrupting her young friend's narrative. She hears me not, she answered, rising and going out. I must seek her. I will return instantly. She returned accordingly, very soon after. You mentioned a name which I thought was familiar to me, she said, but Monna Paula has put me right. I know nothing of your lord. How was it you named him? Lord Dalgarno, said Margaret, the wickedest man who lives. Under pretence of friendship, he introduced the Lord Glenvar Locke to a gambling house with the purpose of engaging him in deep play, but he with whom the perfidious traitor had to deal was too virtuous, moderate, and cautious to be caught in the snare so open. What did they next but turn his own moderation against him, and persuade others that, because he would not become the prey of wolves, he herded with them for a share of their booty, and while this base Lord Dalgarno was thus undermining his unsuspecting countrymen, he took every measure to keep him surrounded by creatures of his own, to prevent him from attending court and mixing with those of his proper rank. Since the gunpowder treason, there never was a conspiracy more deeply laid, more basely, and more deliberately pursued. The lady smiled sadly at Margaret's vehemence, but sighed the next moment, while she told her young friend how little she knew the world she was about to live in, since she testified so much surprised at finding it full of villainy. But by what means, she added, could you, maiden, become possessed of the secret views of a man so cautious as Lord Dalgarno, as villains in general are? Permit me to be silent on that subject, said the maiden. I could not tell you without betraying others. Let it suffice that my tidings are as certain as the means by which I acquired them are secret and sure, but I must not tell them even to you. You are too bold, Margaret, said the lady, to traffic in such matters at your early age. It is not only dangerous, but even unbecoming and unmaidenly. I knew you would say that also, said Margaret, with more meekness and patience than she usually showed in receiving reproof. But God knows my heart acquits me of every other feeling save that of the wish to assist this most innocent and betrayed man. I contrived to send him warning of his friend's falsehood. Alas, my care has only hastened his utter ruin, unless speedy aid be found. He charged his false friend with treachery, and drew him on in the park, and is now liable to the fatal penalty due for breach of privilege of the king's palace. This is indeed an extraordinary tale, said Hermione. Is Lord Glenvar Locke then in prison? No, madam, thank God, but in the sanctuary at Whitefriars. It is a matter of doubt whether it will protect him in such a case. They speak of a warrant from the Lord Chief Justice. A gentleman of the Temple has been arrested, and is in trouble for having assisted him in his flight. Even his taking temporary refuge in that base place, though from extreme necessity, will be used to the further defaming him. All this I know, and yet I cannot rescue him save by your means. By my means, maiden, said the lady. You are beside yourself. What means can I possess in this secluded situation? of assisting this unfortunate nobleman. You have means, said Margaret eagerly. You have those means, unless I mistake greatly, which can do anything, can do everything in this city, in this world. You have wealth, and the command of a small portion of it will enable me to extricate him from his present danger. He will be enabled and directed how to make his escape, and I," she paused, "will accompany him, doubtless, and reap the fruits of your sage exertions in his behalf," said the Lady Hermione, ironically. "May Heaven forgive you the unjust thought, lady," answered Margaret. "I will never see him more, but I shall have saved him, and the thought will make me happy." "A cold conclusion to so bold and warm a flame," said the lady with a smile which seemed to intimate incredulity. "It is, however, the only one which I expect, madam. I could almost say the only one which I wish. I'm sure I will use no efforts to bring about any other. If I am bold in his cause, I am timorous enough in my own. During our only interview, I was unable to speak a word to him. He knows not the sound of my voice, and all that I have risked, and must yet risk, I am doing for one who, were he asked the question, would say he has long since forgotten that he ever saw, spoke to, or sat beside a creature of so little signification as I am. This is a strange and unreasonable indulgence of a passion equally fanciful and dangerous, said Lady Hermione. You will not assist me, then, said Margaret. Have good day, then, madam. My secret, I trust, is safe in such honourable keeping. Tarry yet a little, said the lady, and tell me what resource you have to assist this youth, if you were supplied with money to put it in motion. It is superfluous to ask me the question, madam, answered Margaret, unless you propose to assist me. And if you do so propose, it is still superfluous. You could not understand the means I must use, and time is too brief to explain. But have you in reality such means? Said the lady. I have, with the command of a moderate sum, answered Margaret Ramsay, the power of baffling all his enemies, of eluding the passion of the irritated king, the colder but more determined displeasure of the prince, the vindictive spirit of Buckingham, so hastily directed against whomsoever crosses the path of his ambition, the cold concentrated malice of Lord Dalgarno, all, I can baffle them all. But is this to be done without your own personal risk, Margaret? Replied the lady. For be your purpose what it will, you are not to peril your own reputation or person in the romantic attempt of serving another, and I, maiden, am answerable to your godfather, to your benefactor and my own, not to aid you in any dangerous or unworthy enterprise. Depend upon my word, my oath, dearest lady, replied the supplicant, that I will act by the agency of others, and do not myself design to mingle in any enterprise in which my appearance might be either perilous or unwomanly. I know not what to do, said the Lady Hermione. It is perhaps incautious and inconsiderate in me to aid so wild a project, yet the end seems honourable, if the means be sure. What is the penalty if he fall into their power? Alas, alas, the loss of his right hand, replied Margaret, her voice almost stifled with sobs. Are the laws of England so cruel? Then there is mercy in heaven alone, said the lady, since even in this free land men are wolves to each other. Compose yourself, Margaret, and tell me what money is necessary to secure Lord Glenvarloch's escape. 200 pieces, replied Margaret. I would speak to you of restoring them, and I must one day have the power. Only that I know, that is, I think your ladyship is indifferent on that score. Not a word more of it, said the lady. Call Mana Paula hither. End of chapter 19. Section 22 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Credit me, friend, it hath been ever thus, since the ark rested on Mount Ararat. False man hath sworn, and woman hath believed, repented and reproached, and then believed once more. The New World. By the time that Margaret returned with Mana Paula, the Lady Hermione was rising from the table at which she had been engaged in writing something on a small slip of paper, which she gave to her attendant. Mana Paula, she said, carry this paper to Roberts, the cash-keeper. Let them give you the money mentioned in the note, and bring it hither presently. Mana Paula left the room, and her mistress proceeded. I do not know, she said, Margaret, if I have done and am doing well in this affair. My life has been one of strange seclusion, and I am totally unacquainted with the practical ways of this world, an ignorance which I know cannot be remedied by mere reading. I fear I am doing wrong to you, and perhaps to the laws of the country, which affords me refuge, by thus indulging you, and yet there is something in my heart which cannot resist your entreaties. Oh, listen to it, dear generous lady, said Margaret, throwing herself on her knees and grasping those of her benefactress, and looking in that attitude like a beautiful mortal, in the act of supplicating her tutelary angel. The laws of men are but the injunctions of mortality, but what the heart prompts is the echo of the voice from heaven within us. Rise, rise, maiden, said Hermione. You affect me more than I thought I could have been moved by aught that should approach me. Rise and tell me whence it comes that in so short a time your thoughts, your looks, your speech, and even your slightest actions are changed from those of a capricious and fanciful girl to all this energy and impassioned eloquence of word and action. I am sure I know not, dearest lady, said Margaret, looking down, but I suppose that when I was a trifler I was only thinking of trifles. What I now reflect is deep and serious, and I am thankful if my speech and manner bear reasonable proportion to my thoughts. It must be so, said the lady, yet the change seems a rapid and strange one. It seems to be as if a childish girl had at once shot up into deep thinking and impassioned woman, ready to make exertions alike and sacrifices with all that vain devotion to a favourite object of affection which is often so basely rewarded. The Lady Hermione sighed bitterly, and Mana Paula entered ere the conversation proceeded farther. She spoke to her mistress in the foreign language in which they frequently conversed, but which was unknown to Margaret. We must have patience for a time, said the lady to her visitor. The cash-keeper is abroad on some business, but he is expected home in the course of half an hour. Margaret wrung her hands in vexation and impatience. Minutes are precious, continued the lady, that I am well aware of, and we will at least suffer none of them to escape us. Mana Paula shall remain below, and transact our business the very instant that Roberts returns home. She spoke to her attendant accordingly, who again left the room. You are very kind, madam, very good, said the poor little Margaret, while the anxious trembling of her lip and of her hand showed all that sickening agitation of the heart which arises from hope deferred. Be patient, Margaret, and collect yourself, said the lady. You must have much to do to carry through this your bold purpose. Reserve your spirits, which you may need so much. Be patient, it is the only remedy against the evils of life. Yes, madam, said Margaret, wiping her eyes, and endeavouring in vain to suppress the natural impatience of her temper. I have heard so, very often indeed, and I dare say I have myself, heaven forgive me, said so to people in perplexity and affliction. But it was before I had suffered perplexity and vexation myself, and I am sure I will never preach patience to any human being again, now that I know how much the medicine goes against the stomach. You will think better of it, maiden, said the Lady Hermione. I also, when I first felt distress, thought they did me wrong who spoke to me of patience, but my sorrows have been repeated and continued till I've been taught to cling to it as the best, and religious duties accepted, of which indeed patience forms a part, the only alleviation which life can afford them. Margaret, who neither wanted sense nor feeling, wiped her tears hastily and asked for her patroness's forgiveness for her petulance. I might have thought, she said, I ought to have reflected that even from the manner of your life, madam, it is plain you must have suffered sorrow, and yet God knows the patience which I have ever seen you display well entitles you to recommend your own example to others. The lady was silent for a moment, and then replied, Margaret, I am about to repose a high confidence in you. You are no longer a child, but a thinking and a feeling woman. You have told me as much of your secret as you dared. I will let you know as much of mine as I may venture to tell. You will ask me perhaps why, at a moment when your own mind is agitated, I should force upon you the consideration of my sorrows. And I answer that I cannot withstand the impulse which now induces me to do so, perhaps from having witnessed for the first time these 3 years the natural effects of human passion. My own sorrows have been awakened, and are for the moment too big for my own bosom. Perhaps I may hope that you, who seem driving full sail on the very rock on which I was wrecked forever, will take warning by the tale I have to tell. Enough, if you are willing to listen. I am willing to tell you who the melancholy inhabitant of the Foljambe apartments really is, and why she resides here. It will serve at least to while away the time until Mana Paula shall bring us the reply from Roberts. At any other moment of her life, Margaret Ramsay would have heard with undivided interest a communication so flattering in itself, and referring to a subject upon which the general curiosity had been so strongly excited. and even at this agitating moment, although she ceased not to listen with an anxious ear and throbbing heart for the sound of Monna Paula's returning footsteps, she nevertheless, as gratitude and policy, as well as a portion of curiosity dictated, composed herself, in appearance at least, to the strictest attention to the Lady Hermione, and thanked her with humility for the high confidence she was pleased to repose in her. The Lady Hermione, with the same calmness which always attended her speech and actions, thus recounted her story to her young friend. My father, she said, was a merchant, but he was of a city whose merchants are princes. I am the daughter of a noble house in Genoa, whose name stood as high in honour and in antiquity as any inscribed in the golden register of that famous aristocracy. My mother was a noble Scottish woman. She was descended, do not start, and not remotely descended, of the house of Locke. No wonder that I was easily led to take concern in the misfortunes of this young lord. He is my near relation, and my mother, who was more than sufficiently proud of her descent, early taught me to take an interest in the name. My maternal grandfather, a cadet of the house of Locke, had followed the fortunes of an unhappy fugitive, Francis Earl of Bothwell, who, after showing his miseries in many a foreign court, at length settled in Spain upon a miserable pension, which he earned by conforming to the Catholic faith. Ralph Oliphant, my grandfather, separated from him in disgust, and settled at Barcelona, where by the friendship of the governor, his heresy, as it was termed, was connived at. My father, in the course of his commerce, resided more at Barcelona than in his native country, though at times he visited Genoa. It was at Barcelona that he became acquainted with my mother, loved her and married her. They differed in faith, but they agreed in affection. I was their only child. In public I conformed to the doctrines and ceremonial of the Church of Rome. But my mother, by whom these were regarded with horror, privately trained me up in those of the Reformed religion, and my father, either indifferent in the matter, or unwilling to distress the woman whom he loved, overlooked or connived at my secretly joining in her devotions. But when, unhappily, my father was attacked, while yet in the prime of life, by a slow-wasting disease which he felt to be incurable, he foresaw the hazard to which his widow and orphan might be exposed after he was no more, in a country so bigoted to Catholicism as Spain. He made it his business during the 2 last years of his life to realize and remit to England a large part of his fortune, which, by the faith and honour of his correspondent, the excellent man under whose roof I now reside, was employed to great advantage. Had my father lived to complete his purpose by withdrawing his whole fortune from commerce, he himself would have accompanied us to England, and would have beheld us settled in peace and honour before his death. But heaven had ordained it otherwise. He died, leaving several sums engaged in the hands of his Spanish debtors, and in particular he had made a large and extensive consignment to a certain wealthy society of merchants at Madrid, who showed no willingness after his death to account for the proceeds. Would to God we had left these covetous and wicked men in possession of their booty, for such they seemed to hold the property of their deceased correspondent and friend. We had enough for comfort and even splendour already secured in England, but friends exclaimed upon the folly of permitting these unprincipled men to plunder us of our rightful property. The sum itself was large, and the claim having been made, my mother thought that my father's memory was interested in its being enforced, especially as the defences set up for the mercantile society went in some degree to impeach the fairness of his transactions. We went therefore to Madrid. I was then, my Margaret, about your age, young and thoughtless as you have hitherto been. We went, I say, to Madrid to solicit the protection of the court and of the king, without which we were told it would be in vain to expect justice against an opulent and powerful association. Our residence at the Spanish metropolis drew on from weeks to months. For my part, my natural sorrow for a kind, though not a fond father, having abated, I cared not if the lawsuit had detained us at Madrid for ever. My mother permitted herself and me rather more liberty than we had been accustomed to. She found relations among the Scottish and Irish officers, many of whom held a high rank in the Spanish armies. Their wives and daughters became our friends and companions, and I had perpetual occasion to exercise my mother's native language, which I had learned from my infancy. By degrees, as my mother's spirits were low and her health indifferent, she was induced, by her partial fondness for me, to suffer me to mingle occasionally in society which she herself did not frequent, under the guardianship of such ladies as she imagined she could trust, and particularly under the care of the lady of a general officer whose weakness or falsehood was the original cause of my misfortunes. I was as gay, Margaret, and thoughtless, I again repeated, as you were but lately, and my attention, like yours, became suddenly riveted to one object and to one set of feelings. The person by whom they were excited was a young noble, handsome, accomplished, a soldier, and a Briton. So far our cases are nearly parallel, but may heaven forbid that the parallel should become complete. This man so noble, so fairly formed, so gifted, and so brave, this villain, for that, Margaret, was his fittest name, spoke of love to me, and I listened. Could I suspect his sincerity? If he was wealthy, noble, and long descended, I also was a noble and an opulent heiress. It is true that he neither knew the extent of my father's wealth, nor did I communicate to him. I do not even remember if I myself knew it at the time, the important circumstance that the greater part of that wealth was beyond the grasp of arbitrary power, and not subject to the precarious award of arbitrary judges. My lover might think, perhaps, as my mother was desirous the world at large should believe, that almost our whole fortune depended on the precarious suit which we had come to Madrid to prosecute, a belief which he had countenanced out of policy, being well aware that a knowledge of my father's having remitted such a large part of his fortune to England would in no shape aid the recovery of further sums in the Spanish courts. Yet, with no more extensive views of my fortune than were possessed by the public, I believe that he, of whom I am speaking, was at first sincere in his pretensions. He had himself interest sufficient to have obtained a decision in our favour in the courts, and my fortune, reckoning only what was in Spain, would then have been no inconsiderable sum. To be brief, whatever might be his motives or temptation for so far committing himself, he applied to my mother for my hand, with my consent and approval. My mother's judgment had become weaker, but her passions had become more irritable during her increasing illness. You have heard of the bitterness of the ancient Scottish feuds, of which it may be said in the language of Scripture, that the fathers eat sour grapes and the teeth of their children are set on edge. Unhappily, I should say happily, considering what this man has now shown himself to be, some such strain of bitterness had divided his house from my mother's, and she had succeeded to the inheritance of hatred. When he asked her for my hand, she was no longer able to command her passions. She raked up every injury which the rival families had inflicted upon each other during a bloody feud of 2 centuries, heaped him with epithets of scorn, and rejected his proposal of alliance as if it had come from the basest of mankind. My lover retired in passion, and I remained to weep and murmur against fortune, and, I will confess my fault, against my affectionate parent. I had been educated with different feelings, and the traditions of the feuds and quarrels of my mother's family in Scotland, which were to her monuments and chronicles, seemed to me as insignificant and unmeaning as the actions and fantasies of Don Quixote, and I blamed my mother bitterly for sacrificing my happiness to an empty dream of family dignity. While I was in this humour, my lover sought a renewal of our intercourse. We met repeatedly in the house of the lady whom I have mentioned, and who, in levity or in the spirit of intrigue, countenanced our secret correspondence. At length we were secretly married. So far did my blinded passion hurry me. My lover had secured the assistance of a clergyman of the English Church. Monipola, who had been my attendant from infancy, was one witness of our union. Let me do the faithful creature justice. She conjured me to suspend my purpose till my mother's death should permit us to celebrate our marriage openly. But the entreaties of my lover and my own wayward passion prevailed over her remonstrances. The lady I have spoken of was another witness, but whether she was in full possession of my bridegroom's secret I had never the means to learn, but the shelter of her name and roof afforded us the means of frequently meeting, and the love of my husband seemed as sincere and as unbounded as my own. He was eager, he said, to gratify his pride by introducing me to 1 or 2 of his noble English friends. This could not be done at Lady D.'s, but by his command, which I was now entitled to consider as my law, I contrived twice to visit him at his own hotel, accompanied only by Monipola. There was a very small party of 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. There was music, mirth, and dancing. I had heard of the frankness of the English nation, but I could not help thinking it bordered on license during these entertainments, in the course of the collation which followed. But I imputed my scruples to my inexperience, and would not doubt the propriety of what was approved by my husband. I was soon summoned to other scenes. My poor mother's disease drew to a conclusion. Happy I am that it took place before she discovered what would have cut her to the soul. In Spain you may have heard how the Catholic priests, and particularly the monks, besieged the beds of the dying to obtain bequests for the good of the church. I have said that my mother's temper was irritated by disease, and her judgment impaired in proportion. She gathered spirits and force from the resentment which the priests around her bed excited by their importunity, and the boldness of the stern sect of reformers to which she had secretly adhered seemed to animate her dying tongue. She avowed the religion she had so long concealed, renounced all hope and aid which did not come by and through its dictates rejected with contempt the ceremonial of the Romish Church, loaded the astonished priests with reproaches for their greediness and hypocrisy, and commanded them to leave her house. They went in bitterness and rage, but it was to return with the inquisitorial power, its warrants, and its officers, and they found only the cold corpse left of her on whom hoped to work their vengeance. As I was soon discovered to have shared my mother's heresy, I was dragged from her dead body, imprisoned in a solitary cloister, and treated with severity which the abbess assured me was due to the looseness of my life, as well as my spiritual errors. I avowed my marriage to justify the situation in which I found myself. I implored the assistance of the superior to communicate my situation to my husband. She smiled coldly at the proposal, and told me the church had provided a better spouse for me, advised me to secure myself of divine grace hereafter, and deserve milder treatment here by presently taking the veil. In order to convince me that I had no other resource, she showed me a royal decree by which all my estate was hypothecated to the convent of St. Magdalene, and became their complete property upon my death or taking my vows. As I was, both from religious principle and affectionate attachment to my husband, absolutely immovable in my rejection of the veil, I believe, may heaven forgive me if I wrong her, that the abbess was desirous to make sure of my spoils by hastening the former event. It was a small and a poor convent, and situated among the mountains of Guadarrama. Some of the sisters were the daughters of neighboring hidalgos, as poor as they were proud and ignorant. Others were women immured there on account of their vicious conduct. The superior herself was of a high family to which she owed her situation, but she was said to have disgraced her connections by her conduct during youth, and now, in advanced age, covetousness and the love of power, a spirit, too, of severity and cruelty, had succeeded to the thirst after licentious pleasure. I suffered much under this woman, and still her dark glassy eye, her tall shrouded form, and her rigid features haunt my slumbers. I was not destined to be a mother. I was very ill, and my recovery was long doubtful. The most violent remedies were applied, if remedies they indeed were. My health was restored at length against my own expectation, that of all around me. But when I first again beheld the reflection of my own face, I thought it was the visage of a ghost. I was wont to be flattered by all, but particularly by my husband, for the fineness of my complexion. It was now totally gone, and what is more extraordinary, it has never returned. I have observed that the few who now see me look upon me as a bloodless phantom. Such has been the abiding effect of the treatment to which I was subjected. May God forgive those who were the agents of it. I thank heaven I can say so with as sincere a wish as that with which I pray for forgiveness of my own sins. They now relented somewhat towards me, moved perhaps to compassion by my singular appearance, which bore witness to my sufferings, or afraid that the matter might attract attention during a visitation of the bishop, which was approaching. One day, as I was walking in the convent garden, to which I had been lately admitted, a miserable old Moorish slave who was kept to cultivate the little spot muttered as I passed him, but still keeping his wrinkled face and decrepit form in the same angle with the earth, "There is heart's ease near the postern." I knew something of the symbolical language of flowers, once carried to such perfection among the Moriscos of Spain, but if I had been ignorant of it, the captive would soon have caught at any hint which seemed to promise liberty. With all the haste consistent with the utmost circumspection, for I might be observed by the abbess or some of the sisters from the window, I hastened to the postern. It was closely barred as usual, but when I coughed slightly, I was answered from the other side, and, oh heaven, it was my husband's voice, which said, "Lose not a minute here at present, but be on this spot when the vesper bell has tolled." I retired in an ecstasy of joy. I was not entitled or permitted to assist at vespers, but was accustomed to be confined to my cell while the nuns were in the choir. Since my recovery, they had discontinued locking the door, though the utmost severity was denounced against me if I left these precincts. But let the penalty be what it would, I hastened to dare it. No sooner had the last toll of the vesper bell ceased to sound than I stole from my chamber, reached the garden unobserved, hurried to the postern, beheld it open with rapture, and in the next moment was in my husband's arms. He had with him another cavalier of noble mien. Both were masked and armed. Their horses, with one saddle for my use, stood in a thicket hard by, with two other masked horsemen who seemed to be servants. In less than 2 minutes we were mounted, and rode off as fast as we could through rough and devious roads in which one of the domestics appeared to act as guide. The hurried pace at which we rode and the anxiety of the moment kept me silent, and prevented my expressing my surprise or my joy, save in a few broken words. It also served as an apology for my husband's silence. At length we stopped at a solitary hut. The cavaliers dismounted, and I was assisted from my saddle, not by M., my husband, I would say, who seemed busied about his horse, but by the stranger. "Go into the hut," said my husband. "Change your dress with the speed of lightning. You will find one to assist you. We must forward instantly when you have shifted your apparel." I entered the hut, and was received in the arms of the faithful Monna Paula, who had waited my arrival for many hours, half distracted with fear and anxiety. With her assistance I speedily tore off the detested garments of the convent, and exchanged them for a travelling suit made after the English fashion. I observed that Monna Paula was in a similar dress. I had but just huddled on my change of attire when we were hastily summoned to mount. A horse, I found, was provided for Monna Paula, and we resumed our route. On the way my convert garb, which had been wrapped hastily together around a stone, was thrown into a lake, along the verge of which we were then passing. The two cavaliers rode together in front. My attendant and I followed, and the servants brought up the rear. Monna Paula, as we rode on, repeatedly entreated me to be silent upon the road, as our lives depended on it. I was easily reconciled to be passive, for the first fever of spirits which attended the sense of liberation and of gratified affection having passed away, I felt as if I were dizzy with the rapid motion, and my utmost exertion was necessary to keep my place on the saddle until we suddenly, it was now very dark, saw a strong light before us. My husband reined up his horse and gave a signal by a low whistle twice repeated, which was answered from a distance. The whole party then halted under the boughs of a large cork tree, and my husband, drawing himself close to my side, said, in a voice which I then thought was only embarrassed by fear for my safety, "We must now part. Those to whom I commit you are contrabandists, who only know you as Englishwomen, but who, for a high bribe, have undertaken to escort you through the passes of the Pyrenees as far as Saint-Jean-de-Luz." "And do you not go with us?" I exclaimed with emphasis, though in a whisper. "It is impossible," he said, "and would ruin all. See that you speak in English in these people's hearing, and give not the least sign of understanding what they say in Spanish. Your life depends on it, for though they live in opposition to and evasion of the laws of Spain, they would tremble at the idea of violating those of the Church. I see them coming. Farewell, farewell." The last words were hastily uttered. I endeavoured to detain him yet a moment by my feeble grasp on his cloak. "You will meet me, then, I trust, at Saint-Jean-de-Luz?" "Yes, yes," he answered hastily, "at Saint-Jean-de-Luz. You will meet your protector." He then extricated his cloak from my grasp, and was lost in the darkness. His companion approached, kissed my hand, which in the agony of the moment I was scarce sensible of, and followed my husband, attended by one of the domestics. The tears of Hermione here flowed so fast as to threaten the interruption of her narrative. When she resumed it was with a kind of apology to Margaret. Every circumstance, she said, occurring in those moments when I still enjoyed a delusive idea of happiness, is deeply imprinted in my remembrance, which, respecting all that has since happened, is waste and unvaried as an Arabian desert. But I have no right to inflict on you, Margaret, agitated as you are with your own anxieties, the unavailing details of my useless recollections. Margaret's eyes were full of tears. It was impossible it could be otherwise, considering that the tale was told by her suffering benefactress, and resembled in some respects her own situation. Yet she must not be severely blamed, if while eagerly pressing her patroness to continue her narrative, her eye involuntarily sought the door as if to chide the delay of Monna Paula. The Lady Hermione saw and forgave these conflicting emotions, and she too must be pardoned, if in her turn. The minute detail of her narrative showed that in the discharge of feelings so long blocked in her own bosom, she rather forgot those which were personal to her auditor, and by which it must be supposed Margaret's mind was principally occupied, if not entirely engrossed. "I told you, I think, that one domestic followed the gentleman." Thus the lady continued her story. "The other remained with us for the purpose, as it seemed, of introducing us to two persons whom whom my husband's signal had brought to the spot. A word or two of explanation passed between them and the servant in a sort of patois, which I did not understand, and one of the strangers taking hold of my bridle, the other of Monna Paula's, they led us towards the light, which I have already said was the signal of our halting. I touched Monna Paula, and was sensible that she trembled very much, which surprised me, because I knew her character to be so strong and bold as to border upon the masculine. When we reached the fire, the gipsy figures of those who surrounded it, with their swarthy features, large sombrero hats, girdles stuck full of pistols and poniards, and all the other apparatus of a roving and perilous life, would have terrified me at another moment, But then I only felt the agony of having parted from my husband almost in the very moment of my rescue. The females of the gang, for there were 4 or 5 women amongst these contraband traders, received us with a sort of rude courtesy. They were in dress and manners not extremely different from the men with whom they associated, were almost as hardy and adventurous, carried arms like them, and were, as we learned from passing circumstances, scarce less experienced in the use of them. It was impossible not to fear these wild people, yet they gave us no reason to complain of them, but used us all occasions with a kind of clumsy courtesy, accommodating themselves to our wants and our weakness during the journey, even while we heard them grumbling to each other against our effeminacy, like some rude carrier who, in charge of a package of valuable and fragile ware, takes every precaution for its preservation, while he curses the unwonted trouble which it occasions him. Once or twice, when they were disappointed in their contraband traffic, lost some goods in a rencontre with the Spanish officers of the revenue, and were finally pursued by military police, their murmurs assumed a more alarming tone in the terrified ears of my attendant and myself, when, without daring to seem to understand them, we heard them curse the insular heretics, on whose account God, St. James, and Our Lady of the Pillar had blighted their hopes of profit. These are dreadful recollections, Margaret. Why then, dearest lady, answered Margaret, will you thus dwell on them? It is only, said the Lady Hermione, because I linger like a criminal on the scaffold, and would fain protract the time that must inevitably bring on the final catastrophe. Yes, dearest Margaret, I rest and dwell on the events of that journey, marked as it was by fatigue and danger, though the road lay through the wildest and most desolate deserts and mountains, and though our companions, both men and women, were fierce and lawless themselves, and exposed to the most merciless retaliation from those with whom they were constantly engaged, yet would I rather dwell on these hazardous events than tell that which awaited me at Saint Jean de Luz. But you arrived there in safety? Said Margaret. Yes, maiden, replied Lady Hermione, and were guided by the chief of our outlawed band to the house which had been assigned for reception, with the same punctilious accuracy with which he would have delivered a bale of unaccustomed goods to a correspondent. I was told a gentleman had expected me for 2 days. I rushed into the apartment, and when I expected to embrace my husband, I found myself in the arms of his friend. The villain? Exclaimed Margaret, whose anxiety had, in spite of herself, been a moment suspended by the narrative of the lady. Yes, replied Hermione calmly, though her voice somewhat faltered. It is the name that best, that well befits him. He, Margaret, for whom I had sacrificed all, whose love and whose memory were dearer to me than my freedom, when I was in the convent, than my life, when I was on my perilous journey, had taken his measures to shake me off, and transfer me, as a privileged wanton, to the protection of his libertine friend. At first the stranger laughed at my tears and my agony as the hysterical passion of a deluded and overreached wanton, or the wily affection of a courtesan. My claim of marriage he laughed at, assuring me he knew it was a mere farce required by me, and submitted to by his friend to save some reserve of delicacy, and expressed his surprise that I should consider in any other light a ceremony which could be valid neither in Spain nor England, and insultingly offered to remove my scruples by renewing such a union with me himself. My exclamations brought Monipola to my aid. She was not indeed far distant, for she had expected some such scene. Good heavens, said Margaret, was she a confidant of your base husband? No, answered Hermione. Do her not that injustice. It was her persevering inquiries that discovered the place of my confinement. It was she who gave the information to my husband, and who remarked even then that the news was so much more interesting to his friend than to him, that she suspected from an early period it was the purpose of the villain to shake me off. On the journey her suspicions were confirmed. She had heard him remark to his companion, with a cold sarcastic sneer, the total change which my prison and my illness had made on my complexion, and she had heard the other reply that the defect might be cured by a touch of Spanish red. This and other circumstances having prepared her for such treachery, Monipola now entered completely possessed of herself and prepared to support me. Her calm representations went farther with the stranger than the expressions of my despair. If he did not entirely believe our tale, he at least acted the part of a man of honour, who would not intrude himself on defenceless females, whatever was their character, desisted from persecuting us with his presence, and not only directed Monipola how we should journey to Paris, but furnished her with money for the purpose of our journey. From the capital I wrote to Master Harriot, my father's most trusted correspondent. He came instantly to Paris on receiving the letter, and but here comes Monipola, with more than the sum you desired. Take it, my dearest maiden. Serve this youth if you will, but, oh, Margaret, look for no gratitude in return. The Lady Hermione took the bag of gold from her attendant and gave it to her young friend, who threw herself into her arms, kissed her on both the pale cheeks, over which the sorrow so nearly awakened by her narrative had drawn many tears, then sprung up, wiped her own overflowing eyes, and left the Foljambe apartments with a hasty and resolved step. End of chapter 20.
Section 23 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Rove not from pole to pole, the man lives here whose razor's only equalled by his beer, and where, in either sense, the cockney put may, if he pleases, get confounded cut on the sign of an ale-house kept by a barber. We are under the necessity of transporting our readers to the habitation of Benjamin Suttlechopp, the husband of the active and deficient Dame Ursula, and who also in his own person discharged more offices than one. For besides trimming locks and beards, and turning whiskers upward into the martial and swaggering curl, or downward into the drooping form which became moustaches of civil policy, besides also occasionally letting blood, either by cupping or by the lancet, extracting a stump, and performing other actions of petty pharmacy, very nearly as well as his neighbour Rare Drench, the apothecary, he could on occasion draw a cup of beer as well as a tooth, tap a hogshead as well as a vein, and wash, with a draught of good ale, the moustaches which his art had just trimmed. But he carried on these trades apart from each other. His barber's shop projected its long and mysterious pole into Fleet Street, painted party-coloured wise to represent the ribbons with which, in elder times, that ensign was garnished. In the window were seen rows of teeth displayed upon strings like rosaries, cups with a red rag at the bottom to resemble blood, an intimation that patients might be bled, cupped or blistered with the assistance of sufficient device, while the more profitable but less honourable operations upon the hair of the head and beard were briefly and gravely announced. Within was the well-worn leather chair for customers, the guitar, then called a gittern or cittern, with which a customer might amuse himself till his predecessor was dismissed from under Benjamin's hands, and which therefore often flayed the ears of the patient metaphorically, while his chin sustained from the razor literal scarification. All, therefore, in this department spoke the chirurgeon barber, or the barber chirurgeon. But there was a little back room, used as a private tap room, which had a separate entrance by a dark and crooked alley, which communicated with Fleet Street after a circuitous passage through several by-lanes and courts. This retired temple of Bacchus had also a connection with Benjamin's more public shop by a long and narrow entrance, conducting to the secret premises in which a few old topers used to take their morning draught, and a few gill sippers their modicum of strong waters, in a bashful way, after having entered the barber's shop under pretence of being shaved. Besides, this obscure tap-room gave a separate admission to the apartments of Dame Ursula, which she was believed to make use of in the course of her multifarious practice, both to let herself secretly out, and to admit clients and employers who cared not to be seen to visit her in public. Accordingly, after the hour of noon, by which time the modest and timid wetters, who were Benjamin's best customers, had each had his draught or his thimbleful, the business of the tap was in a manner ended, and the charge of attending the back door passed from one of the barber's apprentices to the little mulatto girl, the dingy iris of Dame Suttlechopp. Then came mystery thick upon mystery. Muffled gallants and masked females in disguises of different fashions were seen to glide through the intricate mazes of the alley, and even the low tap on the door, which frequently demanded the attention of the little Creole, had in it something that expressed secrecy and fear of discovery. It was the evening of the same day when Margaret had held the long conference with Lady Hermione that Dame
Subtle-Chop had directed her little portress to keep the door fast as a miser's purse-strings, and as she valued her saffron skin, to let in none but him. The name she added in a whisper, and accompanied it with a nod. The little domestic blinked intelligence, went to her post, and in brief time thereafter admitted and ushered into the presence of the dame that very city gallant whose clothes sat awkwardly upon him, and who had behaved so doughtily in the fray which befell at Nigel's first visit to Beaujeu's Ordinary. The mulatto introduced him. "This fine young gentleman, all over golden velvet," then muttered to herself as she shut the door, "Fine young gentleman he, apprentice to him who makes the tick-tick." He was indeed. We are sorry to say it, and trust our readers will sympathize with the interest we take in the matter. He was indeed honest Jin Vin, who had been so far left to his own devices, and abandoned by his better angel, as occasionally to travesty himself in this fashion, and to visit in the dress of a gallant of the day those places of pleasure and dissipation in which it would have been everlasting discredit to him to have been seen in his real character and condition, that is, had it been possible for him in his proper shape to have gained admission. There was now a deep gloom on his brow. His rich habit was hastily put on and buttoned awry, his belt buckled in a most disorderly fashion, so that his sword stuck outwards from his side instead of hanging by it with graceful negligence, while his poniard, though fairly hatched and gilded, stuck in his girdle like a butcher's steel in the fold of his blue apron. Persons of fashion had, by the way, the advantage formerly of being better distinguished from the vulgar than at present, for what the ancient farthingale and more modern hoop were to court ladies, the sword was to the gentleman, an article of dress which only rendered those ridiculous who assumed it for the nonce, without being in the habit of wearing it. Vincent's rapier got between his legs, and as he stumbled over it, he exclaimed, "Zounds! 'Tis the second time it has served me thus. I believe the damned trinket knows I am no true gentleman, and does it of set purpose." "Come, come, mine honest Jin Vin, come, my good boy," said the dame in a soothing tone. "Never mind these trankums. A frank and hearty London prentice is worth all the gallants of the Inns of Court." "I was a frank and hearty London prentice before I knew you, Dame Subtle-Chop," said Vincent. "What your advice has made me, you may find a name for, since, 'fore George, I'm ashamed to think about it myself." "A well a day," quoth the dame. "And is it even so with thee? Nay, then, I know but one cure." And with that, going to a little corner cupboard of carved wainscot, she opened it by the assistance of a key, which with half a dozen besides hung in a silver chain at her girdle, and produced a long flask of thin glass cased with wicker, bringing forth at the same time 2 Flemish rummer glasses with long stalks and capacious wombs. She filled the one brimful for a guest, and the other more modestly to about 2/3 of its capacity for her own use, repeating, as the rich cordial trickled forth in a smooth oily stream, "Right Rosa Solis, as ever washed mulligrubs out of a moody brain." But though Jin Vin tossed off his glass without scruple, while the lady sipped hers more moderately, it did not appear to produce the expected amendment upon his humour. On the contrary, as he threw himself into the great leathern chair in which Dame Ursley was wont to solace herself of an evening, he declared himself the most miserable dog within the sound of Bow Bell. "And why should you be so idle as to think yourself so, silly boy?" said Dame Subtle-Chop. "But 'tis always thus. Fools and children never know when they are well. Why, there's not one that walks in St. Paul's, whether in flat cap or hat and feather, that has so many kind glances from the wenches as you, when ye swagger along Fleet Street with your bat under your arm, and your cap set aside upon your head. Thou knowest well, that from Mrs. Deputy's self down to the waistcoateers in the alley, all of them are twiring and peeping betwixt their fingers when you pass. And yet you call yourself a miserable dog, and I must tell you all this over and over again, as if I were whistling the chimes of London to a pettish child, in order to bring the pretty baby into good humour." The flattery of Dame Ursula seemed to have the fate of her cordial. It was swallowed indeed by the party to whom she presented it, and that with some degree of relish, but it did not operate as a sedative on the disturbed state of the youth's mind. He laughed for an instant, half in scorn and half in gratified vanity, but cast a sullen look on Dame Ursly as he replied to her last words. "You do treat me like a child indeed, when you sing over and over to me a cuckoo song that I care not a copper filing for." "Aha! said Dame Ursley, that is to say, you care not if you please all, unless you please one. You are a true lover, I warrant, and care not for all the city from here to Whitechapel, so you could write yourself first in your pretty Pegah Ramsay's good will. Well, well, take patience, man, and be guided by me, for I will be the hoop will bind you together at last. It is time you were so, said Jenkin, for hitherto you have rather been the wedge to separate us. Dame Subtle Chop had by this time finished her cordial. It was not the first she had taken that day, and though a woman of strong brain, and cautious at least, if not abstemious, in her potations, it may nevertheless be supposed that her patience was not improved by the regimen which she observed. Why, thou ungracious and ingrate knave, said Dame Ursley, have not I done everything to put thee in thy mistress's good graces? She loves gentry, the proud Scottish minx, as a Welshman loves cheese, and as her father's descent from that Duke of Dowdevil, or whatsoever she calls him, as close in her heart as gold in a miser's chest, though she as seldom shows it, and none she will think of or have but a gentleman, and a gentleman I have made of thee, Jinvin, the devil cannot deny that. You have made a fool of me, said poor Jinkin, looking at the sleeve of his jacket. Never the worse gentleman for that, said Dame Ursley, laughing. And what is worse, said he, turning his back to her suddenly, and writhing in his chair, you have made a rogue of me. Never the worse gentleman for that, neither, said Dame Ursley, in the same tone. Let a man bear his folly gaily, and his knavery stoutly, and let me see if gravity or honesty will look him in the face nowadays. Tut, man, it was only in the time of King Arthur, or King Lud, that a gentleman was held to blemish his scutcheon by a leap over the line of reason or honesty. It is the bold look, the ready hand, the fine clothes, the brisk oath, and the wild brain that makes the gallant nowadays. I know what you have made me, said Jinvin, since I have given up skittles and trap ball for tennis and bowls, good English ale for thin Bordeaux and sour Rhenish, roast beef and pudding for woodcocks and kickshaws, my bat for a sword, my cap for a beaver, my forsooth for a modish oath, my Christmas box for a dice box, my religion for the devil's matins, and mine honest name for woman. I could brain thee, when I think whose advice has guided me in all this. Whose advice then? Whose advice then? Speak out, thou poor pretty cloak brusher, and say who advised thee, retorted Dame Ursley, flushed and indignant. Marry, come up, my paltry companion. Say by whose advice you have made a gamester of yourself, and a thief besides, as your words would bear. The Lord deliver us from evil. And here Dame Ursley devoutly crossed herself. Hark ye, Dame Ursley, subtle chop, said Jenkins, starting up, his dark eyes flashing with anger. Remember, I am none of your husband, and if I were, you would do well not to forget whose threshold was swept when they last rode the Skimmington upon such another scolding jade as yourself. I hope to see you ride up Holborn next, said Dame Ursley, provoked out of all her holiday and sugar plum expressions, with a nosegay at your breast and a parson at your elbow. That may well be, answered Jinvin bitterly, if I walk by your counsels as I have begun by them. But before that day comes you shall know that Jinvin has the brisk boys of Fleet Street still at his wink. Yes, you jade, you shall be carted for bawd and conjurer, double dyed in grain, and being off to Bridewell, with every brass basin betwixt the bar and Paul's beating before you, as if the devil were banging them with his beef-hook. Dame Ursley coloured like scarlet, seized upon the half-emptied flask of cordial, and seemed by her first gesture about to hurl it at the head of her adversary, but suddenly, as if by a strong internal effort, she checked her outrageous resentment, and putting the bottle to its more legitimate use, filled with wonderful composure the two glasses, and taking up one of them, said with a smile which better became her comely and jovial countenance than the fury by which it was animated the moment before, Here is to thee, Jinvin, my lad, in all loving kindness, whatever spite thou bearest to me that have always been a mother to thee. Jenkins' English good nature could not resist this forcible appeal. He took up the other glass, and lovingly pledged the dame in her cup of reconciliation, and proceeded to make a kind of grumbling apology for his own violence. For you know, he said, it was you persuaded me to get these fine things, and go to that godless ordinary, and ruffle it with the best, and bring you home all the news. And you said I, that was the cock of the ward, would soon be the cock of the ordinary, and would win 10 times as much at Gleek and Primero as I used to do at Put and beggar my neighbour. and turn up doublets with the dice as busily as I was wont to troll down the ninepins in the skittle ground. And then you said I should bring you such news out of the ordinary as should make us all, when used as you knew how to use it, and now you see what is to come of it all. 'Tis all true thou sayest, lad, said the dame, but thou must have patience. Rome was not built in a day. You cannot become used to your court suit in a month's time, any more than when you changed your long coat for a doublet and hose. And in gaming you must expect to lose as well as gain. 'Tis the sitting gamester sweeps the board. The board has swept me, I know, replied Jinvin, and that pretty clean out. I would that were the worst, but I owe for all this finery, and settling day is coming on, and my master will find my accompt worse than it should be by a score of pieces. My old father will be called in to make them good, and I may save the hangman a labor, and do the job myself, or go the Virginia voyage. Do not speak so loud, my dear boy, said Dame Ursley, but tell me why you borrow not from a friend to make up your arrear. You could lend him as much when his settling day came round. No, no, I have had enough of that work, said Vincent. Tunstall would lend me the money, poor fellow, and he had it, but his gentle beggarly kindred plunder him of all, and keep him as bare as a birch at Christmas. No, my fortune may be spelt in 4 letters, and these read RUIN, ruin. Now hush, you simple craven, said the dame. Did you never hear that when the need is highest, the help is nighest? We may find aid for you yet, and sooner than you are aware of. I am sure I would never have advised you to such a course, but only you had set heart and eye on pretty Mistress Margaret, and less would not serve you. And what could I do but advise you to cast your city's slough, and try your luck where folks find fortune? I remember your counsel well, said Jenkin. I was to be introduced to her by you when I was perfect in my gallantries, and as rich as the king, and then she was to be surprised to find I was poor Jinvin, that used to watch from matin to curfew for one glance of her eye, and now instead of that she has set her soul on this Scottish sparrowhawk of a lord that won my last tester, and be cursed to him, and so I am bankrupt in love, fortune, and character, before I am out of my time, and all along of you, Mother Midnight. Do not call me out of my own name, my dear boy, Jinvin, answered Ursula, in a tone betwixt rage and coaxing. Do not, because I am no saint, but a poor sinful woman, with no more patience than she needs to carry her through 1,000 crosses, and if I have done you wrong by evil counsel, I must mend it, and put you right by good advice. And for the score of pieces that must be made up at settling day, why here is in a good green purse as much as will make that matter good, and we will get old Crosspatch the tailor to take a long day for your clothes. And, mother, are you serious? Said Jinvin, unable to trust either his eyes or his ears. In troth am I, said the dame. And will you call me Mother Midnight now, Jinvin? Mother Midnight, exclaimed Jenkin, hugging the dame in his transport, and bestowing on her still comely cheek a hearty and not unacceptable smack that sounded like the report of a pistol. Mother Midday, rather, that has risen to light me out of my troubles, a mother more dear than she who bore me, for she, poor soul, only brought me into the world of sin and sorrow, and your timely aid has helped me out of the one and the other. And the good-natured fellow threw himself back in his chair, and fairly drew his hand across his eyes. You would not have me be made to ride the skimmington, then, said the dame, or parade me in a cart, with all the brass basins of the ward beating the march to Bridewell before me? I would sooner be carted to Tyburn myself, replied the penitent. Why then sit up like a man, and wipe thine eyes, and if thou art pleased with what I have done, I will show thee how thou mayest requite me in the highest degree. How? Said Jenkin Vincent, sitting straight up in his chair. You would have me, then, do you some service for this friendship of yours? Ay, marry would I, said Dame Ursley, for you are to know that though I am right glad to stead you with it, this gold is not mine, but was placed in my hands in order to find a trusty agent for a certain purpose. And so, but what's the matter with you? Are you fool enough to be angry because you cannot get a purse of gold for nothing? I would I knew where such were to come by. I never could find them lying in my road, I promise you. No, no, dame, said poor Jenkin, it is not for that. For look you, I would rather work these 10 bones to the knuckles, and live by my labour. But, and here he paused. But what, man? Said Dame Ursa, you are willing to work for what you want, and yet when I offer you gold for the winning, you look on me as the devil looks over Lincoln. It is ill talking of the devil, mother, said Jenkin. I had him even now in my head. For look you, I am at that pass when they say he will appear to wretched ruined creatures, and proffer them gold for the fee simple of their salvation. But I have been trying these 2 days to bring my mind strongly up to the thought that I would rather sit down in shame and sin and sorrow, as I am like to do, than hold on in ill courses to get rid of my present straits. And so take care, Dame Ursula, how you tempt me to break such a good resolution. I tempt you to nothing, young man, answered Ursula, and as I perceive you are too wilful to be wise, I will e'en put my purse in my pocket, and look out for some one that will work my turn with better will and more thankfulness, and you may go your own course, break your indenture, ruin your father, lose your character, and bid pretty Mistress Margaret farewell for ever and a day. Stay, stay, said Jenkin. The woman is in as great a hurry as a brown baker when his oven is overheated. First let me hear that which you have to propose to me. Why, after all, it is but to get a gentleman of rank and fortune, who is in trouble, carried in secret down the river as far as the Isle of Dogs, or somewhere thereabout, where he may lie concealed until he can escape abroad. I know thou knowest every place by the river's side as well as the devil knows an usurer, or the beggar knows his dish. A plague of your similes, dame, replied the apprentice, for the devil gave me that knowledge, and beggary may be the end on't. But what has this gentleman done, that he should need to be under hiding? No papist, I hope, no Catesby and Piercy business, no gunpowder plot. Fie, fie, what do you take me for? Said Dame Ursula. I am as good a churchwoman as the parson's wife, save that necessary business will not allow me to go there oftener than on Christmas Day. Heaven help me! No, no, this is no popish matter. The gentleman hath but struck another in the park. Ha! What? Said Vincent, interrupting her with a start. Ay, ay, I see you guess whom I mean. It is even he we have spoken of so often, just Lord Glenvarloch, and no one else. Vincent sprung from his seat and traversed the room with rapid and disorderly steps. There, there, it is now. You are always ice or gunpowder. You sit in the great leathern armchair as quiet as a rocket hangs upon the frame in a rejoicing night till the match be fired, and then whiz, you are in the third heaven, beyond the reach of the human voice, eye, or brain. When you have wearied yourself with padding to and fro across the room, will you tell me your determination? For time presses. Will you aid me in this matter or not? No, 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 1,000 times no, replied Jenkin. Have you not confessed to me that Margaret loves him? Ay, answered the dame, that she thinks she does, but that will not last long. And have I not told you but this instant, replied Jenkin, that it was this same Glenvarloch that rooked me at the ordinary of every penny I had, and made a knave of me to boot, by gaining more than was my own? Oh, that cursed gold, which Shortyard the mercer paid me that morning on accompt, for mending the clock of St. Stephen's. If I had not, by ill chance, had that about me, I could but have beggared my purse, without blemishing my honesty, and after I had been rooked of all the rest amongst them, I must needs risk the last 5 pieces with that shark among the minnows. Granted, said Dame Ursula, all this I know, and I own that as Lord Glenvarloch was the last you played with, you have a right to charge your ruin on his head. Moreover, I admit, as already said, that Margaret has made him your rival. Yet surely, now he is in danger to lose his hand, it is not a time to remember all this. By my faith, but it is, though, said the young citizen. Lose his hand, indeed. They may take his head for what I care. Head in hand, and have made me a miserable wretch. Now, were it not better, my prince of flatcaps, said Dame Ursula, that matters were squared between you, and that, through means of the same Scottish lord who has, as you say, deprived you of your money and your mistress, you should in a short time recover both. And how can your wisdom come to that conclusion, dame? Said the apprentice. My money, indeed, I can conceive, that is, if I comply with your proposal, but my pretty Margaret, how serving this lord, whom she has set her nonsensical head upon, can do me good with her, is far beyond my conception. That is because, in simple phrase, said Dame Ursula, thou knowest no more of a woman's heart than doth a Norfolk gosling. Look you, man, were I to report to Mistress Margaret that the young lord has miscarried through thy lack of courtesy in refusing to help him, why then thou wert odious to her for ever. She will loathe thee as she will loathe the very cook who is to strike off Glenvarloch's hand with his cleaver, and then she will be yet more fixed in her affections towards this lord. London will hear of nothing but him, speak of nothing but him, think of nothing but him, for 3 weeks at least, and all that outcry will serve to keep him uppermost in her mind, for nothing pleases a girl so much as to bear relation to any one who is the talk of the whole world around her. Then if he suffer this sentence of the law, it is a chance if she ever forgets him. I saw that handsome, proper young gentleman Babington suffer in the Queen's time myself, and though I was then but a girl, he was in my head for a year after he was hanged. But above all, pardoned or punished, Glenvar Locke will probably remain in London, and his presence will keep up the silly girl's nonsensical fancy about him, whereas if he escapes— "Ay, show me how that is to avail me," said Jenkin. "If he escapes," said the dame, resuming her argument, "he must resign the court for years, if not for life, and you know the old saying, out of sight and out of mind." "True, most true," said Jenkin. "Spoken like an oracle, most wise Ursula." "Ay, ay, I knew you would hear reason at last," said the wily dame. "And then, when this same lord is off and away for once and for ever, who, I pray you, is to be pretty pet's confidential person, and who is to fill up the void in her affections? Why, who but thou pearl of prentices? And then you will have overcome your own inclinations to comply with hers, and every woman is sensible of that, and you will have run some risk, too, in carrying her desires into effect. And what is it that woman likes better than bravery and devotion to her will? Then you have her secret, and she must treat you with favour and observance, and repose confidence in you, and hold private intercourse with you, till she weeps with one eye for the absent lover, whom she is never to see again, and blinks with the other blithely upon him who is in presence. And then, if you know not how to improve the relation in which you stand with her, you are not the brisk, lively lad that all the world takes you for. Said I well?" "You have spoken like an empress, most mighty Ursula," said Jenkin Vincent, "and your will shall be obeyed." "You know Alsatia well?" continued his tutoress. "Well enough, well enough," replied he with a nod. "I've heard the dice rattled there in my day, before I must set up for gentlemen, and go among the gallants of the Chevalier Bojos, as they call him. The worst rookery of the two, though the feathers are the gayest. And they will have a respect for thee yonder, I warrant." "Ay, ay," replied Vin, "when I am got into my fustian doublet again, with my bit of a trunnion under my arm, I can walk Alsatia at midnight, as I could do that there Fleet Street at midday. They will not one of them swagger with the Prince of Prentices and the King of Clubs. They know I could bring every tall boy in the ward down upon them. And you know all the watermen and so forth. Can converse with every sculler in his own language, from Richmond to Gravesend, and know all the watercocks, from John Taylor the poet to little Grig the grinner, who never pulls, but he shows all his teeth from ear to ear, as if he were grimacing through a horse collar. And you can take any dress or character upon you well, such as a waterman's, a butcher's, a foot soldier's," continued Ursula, "or the like." "Not such a mummer as I am within the walls, and thou knowest that well enough, dame," replied the apprentice. "I can touch the players themselves at the ball and at the fortune for presenting anything except a gentleman. Take but this damned skin of frippery off me, which I think the devil stuck me into, and you shall put me into nothing else that I will not become as if I were born to it." "Well, we will talk of your transmutation by and by," said the dame, "and fine clothes withal, and money besides, for it will take a good deal to carry the thing handsomely through." "But where is that money to come from, dame?" said Jenkin. "There is a question I would fain have answered before I touch it." "Why, what a fool art thou to ask such a question! Suppose I am content to advance it to please young madam, what is the harm then?" "I will suppose no such thing," said Jenkin hastily. "I know that you, dame, have no gold to spare, and maybe would not spare it if you had, so that cock will not crow. It must be from Margaret herself." "Well, thou suspicious animal, and what if it were?" said Ursula. "Only this," replied Jenkin, "that I will presently to her, and learn if she has come fairly by so much ready money. For sooner than connive at her getting it by any indirection, I would hang myself at once. It is enough what I have done myself. No need to engage Margaret in such villainy. I'll to her, and tell her of the danger. I will, by heaven." "You are mad to think of it," said Dame Subtlechop, considerably alarmed. "Hear me but a moment. I know not precisely from whom she got the money, but sure I am that she obtained it at her godfather's." "Why, Master George Harriot is not returned from France," said Jenkin. "No," replied Ursula, "but Dame Judith is at home, and the strange lady whom they call Master Harriot's ghost, she never goes abroad." "It is very true, Dame Subtlechop," said Jenkin, "and I believe you have guessed right. They say that lady has coin at will, and if Margaret can get a handful of fairy gold, why, she is free to throw it away at will." "Ah, Jin Vin," said the dame, reducing her voice almost to a whisper, "we should not want gold at will neither could we but read the riddle of that lady. They may read it, that list, said Jenkins. I'll never pry into what concerns me not. Master George Heriot is a worthy and brave citizen, and an honour to London, and has a right to manage his own household as he likes best. There was once a talk of rabbling him the 5th of November before the last, because they said he kept a nunnery in his house like old Lady Foljambe. But Master George is well loved among the prentices, and we got so many brisk boys of us together as should have rabbled the rabble, had they had but the heart to rise. Well, let that pass, said Ursula. And now tell me how you will manage to be absent from shop a day or two, for you must think that this matter will not be ended sooner. Why, as to that I can say nothing, said Jenkins. I've always served duly and truly. I have no heart to play truant, and cheat my master of his time as well as his money. Nay, but the point is to get back his money for him, said Ursula, which he is not likely to see on other conditions. Could you not ask leave to go down to your uncle in Essex for 2 or 3 days? He may be ill, you know. Why, if I must, I must, said Jenkins with a heavy sigh, but I will not be lightly caught treading these dark and crooked paths again. Hush thee, then, said the dame, and get leave for this very evening, and come back hither, and I will introduce you to another implement who must be employed in the matter. Stay, stay, the lad is mazed. You would not go into your master's shop in that guise, surely? Your trunk is in the matted chamber with your prentice things. Go and put them on as fast as you can. I think I am bewitched, said Jenkins, giving a glance towards his dress, or that these fools' trappings have made a great ass of me, as of many I have seen wear them. But let me once be rid of the harness, and if you catch me putting it on again, I will give you leave to sell me to a gypsy, to carry pots, pans, and beggars' bantlings all the rest of my life. So saying, he retired to change his apparel. End of chapter 21.
Section 24 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Chance will not do the work. Chance sends the breeze. But if the pilot slumber at the helm, the very wind that wafts us towards the port may dash us on the shelves. The steersman's part is vigilance, blow it or rough or smooth. Old play. We left Nigel, whose fortunes we are bound to trace by the engagement contracted in our title page, sad and solitary in the mansion of Trap Boys, the usurer having just received a letter instead of a visit from his friend the Templar, stating reasons why he could not at that time come to see him in Alsatia, so that it appeared that his intercourse with the better and more respectable class of society was for the present entirely cut off. This was a melancholy, and to a proud mind like that of Nigel, a degrading reflection. He went to the window of his apartment, and found the street enveloped in one of those thick, dingy, yellow-coloured fogs which often invest the lower part of London and Westminster. Amid the darkness, dense and palpable, were seen to wander, like phantoms, a reveller or two, whom the morning had surprised where the evening left them, and who now, with tottering steps, and by an instinct which intoxication could not wholly overcome, were groping their way to their own homes, to convert day into night, for the purpose of sleeping off the debauch which had turned night into day. Although it was broad day in the other parts of the city, it was scarce dawn yet in Alsatia, and none of the sounds of industry or occupation were there heard, which had long before aroused the slumberers in any other quarter. The prospect was too tiresome and disagreeable to detain Lord Glenvarloch at his station, so turning from the window, he examined with more interest the furniture and appearance of the apartment which he tenanted. Much of it had been, in its time, rich and curious. There was a huge 4-post bed, with as much carved oak about it as would have made the head of a man of war, and tapestry hangings ample enough to have been her sails. There was a huge mirror with a massive frame of gilt brass work, which was of Venetian manufacture,
and must have been worth a considerable sum before it received the tremendous crack which, traversing it from one corner to the other, bore the same proportion to the surface that the Nile bears to the map of Egypt. The chairs were of different forms and shapes. Some had been carved, some gilded, some covered with damasked leather, some with embroidered work, but all were damaged and worm-eaten. There was a picture of Susanna and the elders over the chimney-piece, which might have been accounted a choice piece, had not the rats made free with the chaste fair one's nose, and with the beard of one of her reverend admirers. In a word, all that Lord Glenvarloch saw seemed to have been articles carried off by appraisement or distress, or bought as pennyworths at some obscure broker's, and huddled together in the apartment as in a sale-room, without regard to taste or congruity. The place appeared to Nigel to resemble the houses near the sea-coast, which are too often furnished with the spoils of wrecked vessels, as this was probably fitted up with the relics of ruined profligates. My own skiff is among the breakers, thought Lord Glenvarloch, though my wreck will add little to the profits of the spoiler. He was chiefly interested in the state of the grate, a huge assembly of rusted iron bars, which stood in the chimney, unequally supported by 3 brazen feet, moulded into the form of lions' claws, while the fourth, which had been bent by an accident, seemed proudly uplifted as if to paw the ground, or as if the whole article had nourished the ambitious purpose of pacing forth into the middle of the apartment, and had one foot ready raised for the journey. A smile passed over Nigel's face as this fantastic idea presented itself to his fancy. I must stop its march, however, he thought, for this morning is chill and raw enough to demand some fire. He called accordingly from the top of a large staircase, with a heavy oaken balustrade, which gave access to his own and other apartments, for the house was old and of considerable size, but receiving no answer to his repeated summons, he was compelled to go in search of some one who might accommodate him with what he wanted. Nigel had, according to the fashion of the old world, in Scotland, received an education which might in most particulars be termed simple, hearty, and unostentatious, but he had nevertheless been accustomed to much personal deference, and to the constant attendance and ministry of one or more domestics. This was the universal custom in Scotland, where wages were next to nothing, and where indeed a man of title or influence might have as many attendants as he pleased for the mere expense of food, clothes, and countenance. Nigel was therefore mortified and displeased when he found himself without notice or attendance, and the more dissatisfied because he was at the same time angry with himself for suffering such a trifle to trouble him at all, amongst matters of more deep concernment. There must surely be some servants in so large a house as this, said he, as he wandered over the place, through which he was conducted by a passage which branched off from the gallery. As he went on, he tried the entrance to several apartments, some of which he found were locked, and others unfurnished, all apparently unoccupied, so that at length he returned to the staircase and resolved to make his way down to the lower part of the house, where he supposed he must at least find the old gentleman and his ill-favoured daughter. With this purpose he first made his entrance into a little, low, dark parlour, containing a well-worn leathern easy-chair, before which stood a pair of slippers, while on the left side rested a crutch-handled staff. An oaken table stood before it, and supported a huge desk clamped with iron, and a massive pewter inkstand. Around the apartment were shelves, cabinets, and other places convenient for depositing papers. A sword, musketoon, and a pair of pistols hung over the chimney in ostentatious display, as if to intimate that the proprietor would be prompt in the defence of his premises. This must be the usurer's den, thought Nigel, and he was about to call aloud, when the old man, awakened even by the slightest noise, for avarice seldom sleeps sound, soon was heard from the inner room, speaking in a voice of irritability, rendered more tremulous by his morning cough. Ugh, 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 who is there? I say, ugh, ugh, who is there? Why, Martha, ugh, ugh, Martha, trap boys, here be thieves in the house, and they will not speak to me. Why, Martha, thieves, thieves, ugh, ugh, ugh. Nigel endeavoured to explain, but the idea of thieves had taken possession of the old man's pineal gland, and he kept coughing and screaming and coughing, until the gracious Martha entered the apartment, and having first outscreamed her father, in order to convince him that there was no danger, and to assure him that the intruder was their new lodger, and having as often heard her sire ejaculate, "Hold him fast, Agag, hold him fast till I come," she at length succeeded in silencing his fears and his clamour, and then coldly and dryly asked Lord Glenvarloch what he wanted in her father's apartment. Her lodger had in the meantime leisure to contemplate her appearance, which did not by any means improve the idea he had formed of it by candlelight on the preceding evening. She was dressed in what was called a Queen Mary's ruff and farthingale, not the falling ruff with which the unfortunate Mary of Scotland is usually painted, but that which with more than Spanish stiffness surrounded the throat and set off the morose head of her fierce namesake of Smithfield memory. This antiquated dress assorted well with the faded complexion, grey eyes, thin lips, and austere visage of the antiquated maiden, which was moreover enhanced by a black hood, worn as her headgear, carefully disposed so as to prevent any of her hair from escaping to view, probably because the simplicity of the period knew no art of disguising the colour with which time had begun to grizzle her tresses. Her figure was tall, thin, and flat, with skinny arms and hands and feet of the larger size, cased in huge high-heeled shoes, which added height to a stature already ungainly. Apparently some art had been used by the tailor to conceal a slight defect of shape, occasioned by the accidental elevation of one shoulder above the other, but the praiseworthy efforts of the ingenious mechanic had only succeeded in calling the attention of the observer to his benevolent purpose, without demonstrating that he had been able to achieve it. Such was Mrs. Martha Trapboyce, whose dry "What were you seeking here, sir?" fell again, and with reiterated sharpness, on the ear of Nigel, as he gazed upon her presence and compared it internally to one of the faded and grim figures in the old tapestry which adorned his bedstead. It was, however, necessary to reply, and he answered that he came in search of the servants, as he desired to have a fire kindled in his apartment on account of the rawness of the morning. "The woman who does our char work," answered Mistress Martha, "comes at 8 o'clock. If you want fire sooner, there are faggots and a bucket of sea-coal in the stone closet at the head of the stair, and there is a flint and steel on the upper shelf. You can light fire for yourself, if you will." "No, no, no, Martha," ejaculated her father, who, having donned his rustic tunic, with his hose all agirt, and his feet slipshod hastily, came out of the inner apartment with his mind probably full of robbers, for he had a naked rapier in his hand, which still looked formidable, though rust had somewhat marred its shine. What he had heard at entrance about lighting a fire had changed, however, the current of his ideas. "No, no, no," he cried, and each negative was more emphatic than its predecessor. "The gentleman shall not have the trouble to put on a fire. Ugug, I'll put it on myself, for a consideration." The last word was a favourite expression with the old gentleman, which he pronounced in a peculiar manner, gasping it out syllable by syllable, and laying a strong emphasis upon the last. It was indeed a sort of protecting clause, by which he guarded himself against all inconveniences attendant on the rash habit of offering service or civility of any kind, the which, when hastily snapped at by those to whom they are uttered, give the profferer sometimes room to repent his promptitude. "For shame, father," said Martha, "that must not be. Master Graham will kindle his own fire, or wait till the charwoman comes to do it for him, just as likes him best." "No, child, no, child. Child Martha, no," reiterated the old miser. "No charwoman shall ever touch a grate in my house. They put the faggot uppermost, and so the coal kindles not, and the flame goes up the chimney, and wood and heat are both thrown away. Now I will lay it properly for the gentleman for a consideration, so that it shall last the whole day." Here his vehemence increased his cough so violently that Nigel could only, from a scattered word here and there, comprehend that it was a recommendation to his daughter to remove the poker and tongs from the stranger's fireside, with an assurance that when necessary his landlord would be in attendance to adjust it himself for a consideration. Martha paid as little attention to the old man's injunctions as a predominant dame gives to those of a henpecked husband. She only repeated in a deeper and more emphatic tone of censure, "For shame, father, for shame!" Then turning to her guest, said, with her usual ungraciousness of manner, "Master Graham, it is best to be plain with you at first. My father's a very old man, and his wits, as you may see, are somewhat weakened, though I would not advise you to make a bargain with him, else you may find them too sharp for your own. For myself, I am a lone woman, and to say truth care little to see or converse with any one. If you can be satisfied with house room, shelter, and safety, it will be your own fault if you have them not, and they are not always to be found in this unhappy quarter. But if you seek deferential observance and attendance, I tell you at once you will not find them here." "I'm not wont either to trust myself upon acquaintance, madam, or to give trouble," said the guest. "Nevertheless, I shall need the assistance of a domestic to assist me to dress. Perhaps you could recommend me to such?" "Yes, to 20," answered Mistress Martha, "who will pick your purse while they tie your points, and cut your throat while they smooth your pillow." "I will be his servant myself," said the old man, whose intellect, for a moment distanced, had again in some measure got up with the conversation. "I will brush his cloak, agug, and tie his points, agug, and clean his shoes, agug, and run on his errands with speed and safety, agug, agug, for a consideration." "Good morrow to you, sir," said Martha to Nigel, in a tone of direct and positive dismissal. "It cannot be agreeable to a daughter that a stranger should hear her father speak thus. If you be really a gentleman, you will retire to your own apartment." "I will not delay a moment," said Nigel respectfully, for he was sensible that circumstances palliated the woman's rudeness. "I would but ask you if seriously there can be danger in procuring the assistance of a serving man in this place?" "Young gentleman," said Martha, "you must know little of Whitefriars to ask the question. We live alone in this house, and seldom has a stranger entered it, nor should you, to be plain, had my will been consulted. Look at the door, see if that of a castle can be better secured. The windows of the first floor are grated on the outside, and within look to these shutters." She pulled one of them aside, and showed a ponderous apparatus of bolts and chains for securing the window shutters, while her father, pressing to her side, seized her gown with a trembling hand, and said in a low whisper, "Show not the trick of locking and undoing them. Show him not the trick on't, Martha, agug, on no consideration." Martha went on without paying him any attention. "And yet, young gentleman, we have been more than once like to find all these defences too weak to protect our lives. Such an evil effect on the wicked generation around us hath been made by the unhappy report of my poor father's wealth." "Say nothing of that, housewife," said the miser, his irritability increased by the very supposition of his being wealthy. "Say nothing of that, or I will beat thee, housewife, beat thee with my staff for fetching and carrying lies that will procure our throats to be cut at last. Ugug, I am but a poor man," he continued, turning to Nigel, "a very poor man, that am willing to do any honest turn upon earth for a modest consideration." "I therefore warn you of the life you must lead, young gentleman," said Martha. "The poor woman who does the charwork will assist you so far as in her power, but the wise man is his own best servant and assistant. It is a lesson you have taught me, madam, and I thank you for it. I will assuredly study it at leisure." "You will do well," said Martha, "and as you seem thankful for advice, I, though I am no professed counsellor of others, will give you more. Make no intimacy with any one in Whitefriars. Borrow no money on any score, especially from my father, for dotard as he seems, he will make an ass of you. Last and best of all, stay here not an instant longer than you can help it. Farewell, sir. A gnarled tree may bear good fruit, and a harsh nature may give good counsel, thought the Lord of Glenvarloch, as he retreated to his own apartment, where the same reflection occurred to him again and again, while unable as yet to reconcile himself to the thoughts of becoming his own fire-maker. He walked up and down his bedroom to warm himself by exercise. At length his meditations arranged themselves in the following soliloquy, by which expression I beg leave to observe, once for all, that I do not mean that Nigel literally said aloud with his bodily organs the words which follow in inverted commas, while pacing the room by himself, but that I myself choose to present to my dearest reader the picture of my hero's mind. his reflections and resolutions in the form of a speech, rather than in that of a narrative. In other words, I have put his thoughts into language, and this I conceive to be the purpose of the soliloquy upon the stage as well as in the closet, being at once the most natural, and perhaps the only way of communicating to the spectator what is supposed to be passing in the bosom of the scenic personage. There are no such soliloquies in nature, it is true, but unless they were received as a conventional medium of communication betwixt the poet and the audience, we should reduce dramatic authors to the recipe of Master Puff, who makes Lord Burleigh intimate a long train of political reasoning to the audience by one comprehensive shake of his noddle. In narrative, no doubt, the writer has the alternative of telling that his personage has thought so and so, inferred thus and thus, and arrived at such and such a conclusion, but the soliloquy is a more concise and spirited mode of communicating the same information, and therefore thus communed, or thus might have communed, the Lord of Glenvarloch with his own mind. She is right, and has taught me a lesson I will profit by. I have been, through my whole life, one who leant upon others for that assistance, which it is more truly noble to derive from my own exertions. I am ashamed of feeling the paltry inconvenience which long habit had led me to annex to the want of a servant's assistance. I am ashamed of that, but far, far more am I ashamed to have suffered the same habit of throwing my own burden on others, to render me, since I came to this city, a mere victim of those events which I have never even attempted to influence, a thing never acting, but perpetually acted upon, protected by one friend, deceived by another, but in the advantage which I receive from the one, and the evil I have sustained from the other, as passive and helpless as a boat that drifts without oar or rudder at the mercy of the winds and waves. I became a courtier because Harriet so advised it, a gamester because Dalgarno so contrived it, an Alsatian because Lowestoft so ruled it. Whatever of good or bad has befallen me has arisen out of the agency of others, not from my own. My father's son must no longer hold this facile and puerile course. Live or die, sink or swim, Nigel Oliphant, from this moment, shall owe his safety, success, and honour to his own exertions, or shall fall with the credit of having, at least, exerted his own free agency. I will write it down in my tablets in her very words. The wise man is his own best assistant. He had just put his tablets in his pocket when the old charwoman, who, to add to her efficiency, was sadly crippled by rheumatism, hobbled into the room to try if she could gain a small gratification by waiting on the stranger. She readily undertook to get Lord Glenvarloch's breakfast, and as there was an eating-house at the next door, she succeeded in a shorter time than Nigel had augured. As his solitary meal was finished, one of the Temple porters or inferior officers was announced as seeking Master Graham on the part of his friend Master Lowestoft, and being admitted by the old woman to his apartment, he delivered to Nigel a small mail trunk with the clothes he had desired should be sent to him, and then with more mystery put into his hand a casket or strong boy, which he carefully concealed beneath his cloak. "I am glad to be rid on't," said the fellow as he placed it on the table. "Why, it is surely not so very heavy," answered Nigel, "and you are a stout young man." "Ay, sir," replied the fellow, "but Samson himself would not have carried such a matter safely through Alsatia, had the lads of the Huff known what it was. Please to look into it, sir, and see all is right. I'm an honest fellow, and it comes safe out of my hands. How long it may remain so afterwards will depend on your own care. I would not my good name were to suffer by any afterclap." To satisfy the scruples of the messenger, Lord Glenvarloch opened the casket in his presence, and saw that his small stock of money, with 2 or 3 valuable papers which it contained, and particularly the original sign manual which the king had granted in his favour, were in the same order in which he had left them. At the man's further instance, he availed himself of the writing materials which were in the casket, in order to send a line to Master Lowestoft, declaring that his property had reached him in safety. He added some grateful acknowledgments for Lowestoft's services, and just as he was sealing and delivering his billet to the messenger, his aged landlord entered the apartment. His threadbare suit of black clothes was now somewhat better arranged than they had been in the deshabille of his first appearance, and his nerves and intellect seemed to be less fluttered, for without much coughing or hesitation he invited Nigel to partake of a morning draught of wholesome single ale, which he brought in a large leathern tankard or black jack carried in the one hand, while the other stirred it round with a sprig of rosemary to give it, as the old man said, a flavour. Nigel declined the courteous proffer, and intimated by his manner, while he did so, that he desired no intrusion on the privacy of his own apartment, which indeed he was the more entitled to maintain, considering the cold reception he had that morning met with when straying from its precincts into those of his landlord. But the open casket contained matter, or rather metal, so attractive to old trap boys that he remained fixed like a setting dog at a dead point, his nose advanced, and one hand expanded like the lifted forepaw by which that sagacious quadruped sometimes indicates that it is a hare which he has in the wind. Nigel was about to break the charm which had thus arrested old trap boys by shutting the lid of the casket, when his attention was withdrawn from him by the question of the messenger, who, holding out the letter, asked whether he was to leave it at Mr. Lowestoft's chambers in the Temple, or carry it to the Marshalsea. "The Marshalsea?" repeated Lord Glenvarloch. "What of the Marshalsea?" "Why, sir," said the man, "the poor gentleman is laid up there in lavender, because they say his own kind heart led him to scald his fingers with another man's broth." Nigel hastily snatched back the letter, broke the seal, joined to the contents his earnest entreaty that he might be instantly acquainted with the cause of his confinement, and added, that if it arose out of his own unhappy affair, it would be of a brief duration, since he had, even before hearing of a reason which so peremptorily demanded that he should surrender himself, adopted the resolution to do so, as the manliest and most proper course which his ill fortune and imprudence had left in his own power. He therefore conjured Mr. Lowestoft to have no delicacy upon this score, but since his surrender was what he had determined upon, as a sacrifice due to his own character, that he would have the frankness to mention in what manner it could be best arranged, so as to extricate him. Lowestoft, from the restraint to which the writer could not but fear his friend had been subjected, on account of the generous interest which he had taken in his concerns. The letter concluded that the writer would suffer 24 hours to elapse in expectation of hearing from him, and at the end of that period was determined to put his purpose in execution. He delivered the billet to the messenger, and enforcing his request with a piece of money, urged him, without a moment's delay, to convey it to the hands of Master Lowestoft. "I will carry it to him myself," said the old usurer, "for half the consideration." The man who heard this attempt to take his duty and perquisites over his head, lost no time in pocketing the money, and departed on his errand as fast as he could. "Master Trapboys," said Nigel, addressing the old man somewhat impatiently, "had you any particular commands for me?" I came to see if you rested well," answered the old man, "and if I could do anything to serve you on any consideration." "Sir, I thank you," said Lord Glenvarloch, "I thank you," and ere he could say more, a heavy footstep was heard on the stair. "My God!" exclaimed the old man, starting up. "Why, Dorothy, charwoman, why, daughter, draw bolt, I say, housewives, the door hath been left a latch." The door of the chamber opened wide, and in strutted the portly bulk of the military hero whom Nigel had, on the preceding evening, in vain endeavoured to recognise. End of chapter 22.
Section 25 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Swashbuckler. Bilbo's the word. Pierrot. It hath been spoke too often, the spell hath lost its charm. I tell thee, friend, the meanest cur that trots the street will turn and snarl against your proffered bastinado. Swashbuckler, 'tis art shall do it then. I will dose the mongrels, or in plain terms, I'll use the private knife 'stead of the brandished falchion. Old play. The noble Captain Culpepper, or Peppercall, for he was known by both these names, and some others besides, had a martial and a swashing exterior, which on the present occasion was rendered yet more peculiar by a patch covering his left eye and a part of the cheek. The sleeves of his thick-set velvet jerkin were polished and shone with grease. His buff gloves had huge tops, which reached almost to the elbow. His sword belt, of the same materials, extended its breadth from his haunch bone to his small ribs, and supported on the one side his large black-hilted back sword, on the other a dagger of like proportions. He paid his compliments to Nigel with that air of predetermined effrontery which announces that it will not be repelled by any coldness of reception. Ask Trap boys how he did by the familiar title of Old Peter Pillory, and then, seizing upon the black jack, emptied it off at a draught to the health of the last and youngest freeman of Alsatia, the noble and loving Master Nigel Graham. When he had set down the empty pitcher and drawn his breath, he began to criticize the liquor which it had lately contained. Sufficient single beer, Old Pillory, and as I take it, brewed at the rate of a nutshell of malt to a butt of Tim's. As dead as a corpse, too, and yet it went hissing down my throat, bubbling, by Jove, like water upon hot iron. You left us early, noble Master Graham, but good faith we had a carouse to your honour. We heard butt ring hollow ere we parted. We were as loving as inkle weavers. We fought too to finish off the gaudy. I bear some marks of the parson about me, you see, a note of the sermon or so, which should have been addressed to my ear, but missed its mark and reached my left eye. The man of God bears my sign manual too, but the Duke made us friends again, and it cost me more sack than I could carry, and all the Rhenish to boot to pledge the seer in the way of love and reconciliation. But Carroccio, 'tis a vile old canting slave for all that, whom I will one day beat out of his devil's livery into all the colours of the rainbow. Basta, said I. Well, old Trap boys, where is thy daughter, man? What says she to my suit? 'Tis an honest one. Wilt have a soldier for thy son-in-law, Old Pillory, to mingle the soul of martial honour with thy thieving, mitching, petty larceny blood, as men put bold brandy into muddy ale. My daughter receives not company so early, noble captain, said the usurer, and concluded his speech with a dry, emphatical ugh, ugh. What, upon no consideration, said the captain, and wherefore not, old Truepenny? She has not much time to lose in driving her bargain, methinks. Captain, said Trapboys, I was upon some little business with our noble friend here, Master Nigel Green. Ugh, 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 and you would have me gone, I warrant you, answered the bully. But patience, old Pillory, thine hour is not yet come, man. You see, he said, pointing to the casket, that noble Master Graham, whom you call Green, has got the decuses and the smelt, which you would willingly rid him of. Ha, ha, ugh, ugh, answered the usurer, if you knew how. But lack-a-day, thou art one of those that come out for wool, and art sure to go home shorn. Why, now, but that I am sworn against laying of wagers, I would risk some consideration that this honest guest of mine sends thee home penniless, if thou darest venture with him, ugh, ugh, at any game which gentlemen play at. Marry, thou hast me on the hip there, thou old miserly coney-catcher, answered the captain, taking a bale of dice from the sleeve of his coat. I must always keep company with these damnable doctors, and they have made me every baby's cully, and purged my purse into an atrophy, but never mind, it passes the time as well as aught else.
How say you, Master Graham?" The fellow paused, but even the extremity of his impudence could hardly withstand the cold look of utter contempt with which Nigel received his proposal, returning it with a simple, "I only play where I know my company, and never in the morning." "Cards may be more agreeable," said Captain Culpepper, "and for knowing your company, here is honest old Pillory. We'll tell you Jack Culpepper plays as truly on the square as e'er a man that trolled a die. Men talk of high and low dice, Fulhams and bristles, topping, napping, slurring, stabbing, and 100 ways of rooking besides. But broil me like a rasher of bacon if I could ever learn the trick on them." "You have got the vocabulary perfect, sir, at the least," said Nigel in the same cold tone. "Yes, by mine honour have I," returned the Hector. "They are phrases that a gentleman learns about town. But perhaps you would like a set at tennis, or a game at balloon. We have an indifferent good court hard by here, and a set of as gentlemanlike blades as ever banged leather against brick and mortar." "I beg to be excused at present," said Lord Glenvarloch, "and to be plain, among the valuable privileges your society has conferred on me, I hope I may reckon that of being private in my own apartment when I have a mind." "Your humble servant, sir," said the captain, "and I thank you for your civility. Jack Culpepper can have enough of company, and thrusts himself on no one. But perhaps you will like to make a match at skittles." "I am by no means that way disposed," replied the young nobleman. "Or to leap a flea, run a snail, match a wherry, eh?" "No, I will do none of these," answered Nigel. Here the old man, who had been watching with his little peery eyes, pulled the bulky Hector by the skirt, and whispered, "Do not vapour him the huff. It will not pass. Let the trout play. He will rise to the hook presently." But the bully, confiding in his own strength, and probably mistaking for timidity the patient scorn with which Nigel received his proposals, incited also by the open casket, began to assume a louder and more threatening tone. He drew himself up, bent his brows, assumed a look of professional ferocity, and continued, "In Alsatia, look ye, a man must be neighbourly and companionable. Zoons, sir, we would slit any nose that was turned up at us honest fellows. Ay, sir, we would slit it up to the gristle, though it had smelt nothing all its life but musk, ambergris, and court-scented water. Rabbit me, I'm a soldier, and care no more for a lord than a lamplighter." "Are you seeking a quarrel, sir?" said Nigel calmly, having in truth no desire to engage himself in a discreditable broil in such a place and with such a character. "Quarrel, sir?" said the captain. "I'm not seeking a quarrel, though I care not how soon I find one. Only I wish you to understand you must be neighbourly, that's all. What if we should go over the water to the garden, and see a bull hanged this fine morning? 'Sdeath, will you do nothing?" "Something I'm strangely tempted to do at this moment," said Nigel. "Videlicet," said Culpepper with a swaggering air. "Let us hear the temptation." "I'm tempted to throw you headlong from the window, unless you presently make the best of your way downstairs." "Throw me from the window? Hell and furies!" exclaimed the captain. "I've confronted 20 crooked sabres at Buda with my single rapier, and shall a chitty-faced, beggarly Scots lordling speak of me and a window in the same breath? Stand off, old Pillory, let me make Scotch collops of him. He dies the death." "For the love of heaven, gentlemen," exclaimed the old miser, throwing himself between them, "do not break the peace on any consideration. Noble guest, forbear the captain. He is a very Hector of Troy. Trusty Hector, forbear my guest. He is like to prove a very Achilles, Agag." Here he was interrupted by his asthma.
but nevertheless continued to interpose his person between Culpeper, who had unsheathed his whinyard and was making vain passes at his antagonist, and Nigel, who had stepped back to take his sword and now held it undrawn in his left hand. "Make an end of this foolery, you scoundrel," said Nigel. "Do you come hither to vent your noisy oaths and your bottled-up valour on me? You seem to know me, and I'm half ashamed to say I have at length been able to recollect you. Remember the garden, behind the ordinary, you dastardly ruffian, and the speed with which 50 men saw you run from a drawn sword. Get you gone, sir, and do not put me to the vile labour of cudgelling such a cowardly rascal downstairs." The bully's countenance grew dark as night at this unexpected recognition, for he had undoubtedly thought himself secure in his change of dress and his black patch from being discovered by a person who had seen him but once. He set his teeth, clenched his hands, and it seemed as if he was seeking for a moment's courage to fly upon his antagonist, but his heart failed. He sheathed his sword, turned his back in gloomy silence, and spoke not until he reached the door, when, turning round, he said with a deep oath, "If I be not avenged of you for this insolence ere many days go by, I would the gallows had my body, and the devil my spirit." So saying, and with a look where determined spite and malice made his features savagely fierce, though they could not overcome his fear, he turned and left the house. Nigel followed him as far as the gallery at the head of the staircase, with the purpose of seeing him depart, and ere he returned was met by Mistress Martha Trapboys, whom the noise of the quarrel had summoned from her own apartment. He could not resist saying to her, in his natural displeasure, "I would, madam, you could teach your father and his friends the lesson which you had the goodness to bestow on me this morning, and prevail on them to leave me the unmolested privacy of my own apartment." "If you came hither for quiet or retirement, young man," answered she, "you have been advised to an evil retreat. You might seek mercy in the Star Chamber, or holiness in hell, with better success than quiet in Alsatia, but my father shall trouble you no longer." So saying, she entered the apartment, and fixing her eyes on the casket, she said with emphasis, "If you display such a lodestone, it will draw many a steel knife to your throat." While Nigel hastily shut the casket, she addressed her father, upbraiding him with small reverence for keeping company with the cowardly, hectoring, murdering villain, John Culpeper. "Ay, ay, child," said the old man, with a cunning leer which intimated perfect satisfaction with his own superior address. I know, ugh, but I'll cross-bite him. I know them all, and I can manage them. Ay, I have the trick on't, ugh." "You manage, father?" said the austere damsel. "You will manage to have your throat cut, and that ere long. You cannot hide from them your gains and your gold, as formerly." "My gains, wench, my gold," said the usurer. "Alack-a-day, few of these and hard got, few and hard got." "This will not serve you, father, any longer," said she, "and had not served you thus long, but that bully Culpeper had contrived a cheaper way of plundering your house, even by means of my miserable self. But why do I speak to him of all this?" she said, checking herself and shrugging her shoulders with an expression of pity which did not fall much short of scorn. "He hears me not, he thinks not of me. Is it not strange that the love of gathering gold should survive the care to preserve both property and life?" "Your father," said Lord Glenvarloch, who could not help respecting the strong sense and feelings shown by this poor woman, even amidst all her rudeness and severity, "your father seems to have his faculties sufficiently alert when he is in the exercise of his ordinary pursuits and functions. I wonder he is not sensible of the weight of your arguments. Nature made him a man senseless of danger, and that insensibility is the best thing I have derived from him," said she, Age has left him shrewdness enough to tread his old beaten paths, but not to seek new courses. The old blind horse will long continue to go its rounds in the mill when it would stumble in the open meadow. Daughter? Why, wench? Why, housewife? Said the old man, awakening out of some dream in which he had been sneering and chuckling in imagination, probably over a successful piece of roguery. Go to chamber, wench, go to chamber, draw bolts and chain, look sharp to door, let none in or out. But, worshipful Master Graham, I must take my cloak and go to Duke Hildebrand. Ay, time has been, my own warrant was enough, but the lower we lie, the more are we under the wind. And with his wonted chorus of muttering and coughing, the old man left the apartment. His daughter stood for a moment looking after him with her usual expression of discontent and sorrow. You ought to persuade your father, said Nigel, to leave this evil neighborhood if you are in reality apprehensive for his safety. He would be safe in no other quarter, said the daughter. I would rather the old man were dead than publicly dishonored. In other quarters he would be pelted and pursued like an owl which ventures into sunshine. Here he was safe, while his comrades could avail themselves of his talents. He is now squeezed and fleeced by them on every pretense. They consider him as a vessel on the strand from which each may snatch a prey, and the very jealousy which they entertain respecting him as a common property may perhaps induce them to guard him from more private and daring assaults. Still, methinks you ought to leave this place, answered Nigel, since you might find a safe retreat in some distant country. In Scotland, doubtless, said she, looking at him with a sharp and suspicious eye, and enrich strangers with our rescued wealth. Ha, young man? Madam, if you knew me, said Lord Glenvarloch, you would spare the suspicion implied in your words. Who shall assure me of that? Said Martha sharply. They say you are a brawler and a gamester, and I know how far these are to be trusted by the unhappy. They do me wrong, by heaven, said Lord Glenvarloch. It may be so, said Martha. I'm a little interested in the degree of your vice or your folly, but it is plain that the one or the other has conducted you hither, and that your best hope of peace, safety, and happiness is to be gone, with the least possible delay, from a place which is always a sty for swine, and often a shambles. So saying, she left the apartment. There was something in the ungracious manner of this female, amounting almost to contempt of him she spoke to, an indignity to which Glenvarloch, notwithstanding his poverty, had not as yet been personally exposed, and which therefore gave him a transitory feeling of painful surprise. Neither did the dark hints which Martha threw out concerning the danger of his place of refuge sound by any means agreeable to his ears. The bravest man, placed in a situation in which he is surrounded by suspicious persons and removed from all counsel and assistance, except those afforded by a valiant heart and a strong arm, experiences a sinking of the spirit, a consciousness of abandonment which for a moment chills his blood and depresses his natural gallantry of disposition. But if sad reflections arose in Nigel's mind, he had not time to indulge them, and if he saw little prospect of finding friends in Alsatia, he found that he was not likely to be solitary for lack of visitors. He had scarcely paced his apartment for 10 minutes, endeavoring to arrange his ideas on the course which he was to pursue on quitting Alsatia, when he was interrupted by the sovereign of the quarter, the great Duke Hildebrand himself, before whose approach the bolts and chains of the miser's dwelling fell, or withdrew, as of their own accord, and both the folding leaves of the door were opened, that he might roll himself into the house, like a huge butt of liquor, a vessel to which he bore a considerable outward resemblance, both in size, shape, complexion, and contents. Good morrow to your lordship, said the greasy puncheon, cocking his single eye, and rolling it upon Nigel with a singular expression of familiar impudence,
whilst his grim bulldog, which was close at his heels, made a kind of gurgling in his throat, as if saluting, in similar fashion, a starved cat, the only living thing in Trapboy's house, which we have not yet enumerated, and which had flown up to the top of the tester, where she stood clutching and grinning at the mastiff, whose greeting she accepted with as much goodwill as Nigel bestowed on that of the dog's master. "Peace, Belsy, damn thee peace," said Duke Hildebrand. "Beasts and fools will be meddling, my lord." "I thought, sir," answered Nigel, with as much haughtiness as was consistent with the cool distance which he desired to preserve, "I thought I had told you my name at present was Nigel Graham." His Eminence of Whitefriars on this burst out into a loud, chuckling, impudent laugh, repeating the word till his voice was almost inarticulate. "Niggle green, niggle green, niggle green. Why, my lord, you would be queered in the drinking of a penny pot of Malmsey if you cry before you are touched. Why, you have told me the secret even now, had I not had a shrewd guess of it before. Why, Master Nigel, since that is the word, I only called you my lord because we made you a peer of Alsatia last night, when the sack was predominant. How you look now! Ha, ha, ha!" Nigel, indeed, conscious that he had unnecessarily betrayed himself, replied hastily he was much obliged to him for the honours conferred, but did not propose to remain in the sanctuary long enough to enjoy them. "Why, that may be as you will, and you will walk by wise counsel," answered the ducal porpoise. And although Nigel remained standing in hopes to accelerate his guest's departure, he threw himself into one of the old tapestry-backed easy-chairs which cracked under his weight, and began to call for old trap-boys. The crone of all work appearing instead of her master, the Duke cursed her for a careless jade, to let a strange gentleman and a brave guest go without his morning's draught. "I never take one, sir," said Glenvar Locke. "Time to begin, answered the Duke. "Here, you old refuse of Sathan, go to our palace and fetch Lord Green's morning draught. Let us see, what shall it be, my lord? A humming double pot of ale, with a roasted crab dancing in it like a weary above bridge, or hum, aye, young men are sweet-toothed, a quart of burnt sack with sugar and spice, good against the fogs, or what say you to sipping a gill of right distilled waters? Come, we will have them all, and you shall take your choice. Here, you Jezebel, let Tip send the ale, and the sack and the nipperkin of double distilled, with a bit of diet loaf, or some such drink it and score it to the newcomer." Glenvar Locke, bethinking himself that it might be as well to endure this fellow's insolence for a brief season as to get into farther discreditable quarrels, suffered him to take his own way without interruption, only observing, "You make yourself at home, sir, in my apartment, but for the time you may use your pleasure. Meanwhile, I would fain know what has procured me the honour of this unexpected visit." "You shall know that, when old Deb has brought the liquor. I never speak of business dry-lipped. Why, how she drumbles! I warrant she stops to take a sip on the road, and then you will think you have had unchristian measure. In the meanwhile, look at that dog there. Look Beelzebub in the face, and tell me if you ever saw a sweeter beast, never flew but at head in his life." And after this congenial panegyric, he was proceeding with a tale of a dog and a bull, which threatened to be somewhat of the longest, when he was interrupted by the return of the old crone and two of his own tapsters, bearing the various kinds of drinkables which he had demanded, and which probably was the only species of interruption he would have endured with equanimity. When the cups and cans were duly arranged upon the table, and when Deborah, whom the ducal generosity honoured with a penny farthing in the way of gratuity, had withdrawn with her satellites, the worthy potentate having first slightly invited Lord Glenvar Locke to partake of the liquor which he was to pay for, and after having observed that, excepting 3 poached eggs, a pint of bastard, and a cup of clary, he was fasting from everything but sin, set himself seriously to reinforce the radical moisture. Glenvar Locke had seen Scottish lairds and Dutch burgomasters at their potations, but their exploits, though each might be termed a thirsty generation, were nothing to those of Duke Hildebrand, who seemed an absolute sandbed capable of absorbing any given quantity of liquid without being either vivified or overflowed. He drank off the ale to quench a thirst which, as he said, kept him in a fever from morning to night and night to morning, tippled off the sack to correct the crudity of the ale, sent the spirits after the sack to keep all quiet, and then declared that probably he should not taste liquor till post-meridian, unless it was in compliment to some especial friend. Finally, he intimated that he was ready to proceed on the business which brought him from home so early, a proposition which Nigel readily received, though he could not help suspecting that the most important purpose of Duke Hildebrod's visit was already transacted. In this, however, Lord Glenvarloch proved to be mistaken. Hildebrand, before opening what he had to say, made an accurate survey of the apartment, laying from time to time his finger on his nose and winking on Nigel with his single eye while he opened and shut the doors, lifted the tapestry which concealed in one or two places the dilapidation of time upon the wainscoted walls, peeped into closets, and finally looked under the bed to assure himself that the coast was clear of listeners and interlopers. He then resumed his seat and beckoned confidentially to Nigel to draw his chair close to him. "I'm well as I am, Master Hildebrand," replied the young lord, little disposed to encourage the familiarity which the man endeavoured to fix on him, but the undismayed Duke proceeded as follows. "You shall pardon me, my lord, and I now give you the title right seriously, if I remind you that our waters may be watched. For though old Trapboy's be as deaf as St. Paul's, yet his daughter has sharp ears and sharp eyes enough, and it is of them that it is my business to speak." "Say away then, sir," said Nigel, edging his chair somewhat closer to the quicksand, "although I cannot conceive what business I have either with mine host or his daughter." "We will see that in the twinkling of a quart pot," answered the gracious Duke. "And first, my lord, you must not think to dance in a net before old Jack Hildebrand, that has thrice your years o'er his head, and was born like King Richard, with all his eye-teeth ready cut." "Well, sir, go on," said Nigel. "Why then, my lord, I presume to say that if you are, as I believe you are, that Lord Glenvarloch, whom all the world talk of, the Scotch gallant that has spent all to a thin cloak and a light purse, be not moved, my lord. It is so noised of you. Men call you the sparrowhawk, who will fly at all. Ay, were it in the very park. Be not moved, my lord." "I'm ashamed, sir," replied Glenvarloch, "that you should have power to move me by your insolence, but beware, and if you indeed guess who I am, consider how long I may be able to endure your tone of insolent familiarity." "I crave pardon, my lord," said Hildebrand, with a sullen yet apologetic look. "I meant no harm in speaking my poor mind. I know not what honour there may be in being familiar with your lordship, but I judge there is little safety, for Lowestoft is laid up in lavender only for having shown you the way into Alsatia, and so what is to come of those who maintain you when you are here, or whether they will get most honour or most trouble by doing so, I leave with your lordship's better judgment." "I will bring no one into trouble on my account," said Lord Glenvarloch. "I will leave Whitefriars tomorrow. Nay, by heaven, I will leave it this day." "You will have more wit in your anger, I trust," said Duke Hildebrand. "Listen first to what I have to say to you, and if honest Jack Hildebrand put you not in the way of nicking them all, may he never cast doublets or dull a greenhorn again. And so, my lord, in plain words, you must whop and win." "Your words must be still plainer before I can understand them," said Nigel. "What the devil, a gamester, one who deals with the devil's bones and the doctors, and not understand pedlar's French? Nay, then, I must speak plain English, and that's the simpleton's tongue." "Speak then, sir," said Nigel, "and I pray you be brief, for I have little more time to bestow on you." "Well then, my lord, to be brief, as you and the lawyers call it, I understand you have an estate in the north, which changes masters for want of the redeeming ready. Ay, you start, but you cannot dance in a net before me, as I said before, and so the king runs the frowning humour on you, and the court vapours you the go-by, and the prince scowls at you from under his cap, and the favourite serves you out the puckered brow and the cold shoulder, and the favourite's favourite. To go no further, sir, interrupted Nigel, suppose all this true, and what follows? What follows, returned Duke Hildebrand, marry, this follows, that you will owe good deed as well as good will to him who shall put you in the way to walk with your beaver cocked in the presence, and ye were Earl of Kildare, bully the courtiers, meet the prince's blighting look with a bold brow, confront the favourite, baffle his deputy, and this is all well, said Nigel, but how is it to be accomplished? By making thee a prince of Peru, my lord of the northern latitudes, propping thine old castle with ingots, fertilizing thy failing fortunes with gold dust. It shall but cost thee to put thy baron's coronet for a day or so on the brows of an old Cadusa here, the man's daughter of the house, and thou art master of a mass of treasure. Thou shalt do all I have said for thee. And what, you would have me marry this old gentlewoman here, the daughter of mine host, said Nigel, surprised and angry, yet unable to suppress some desire to laugh. Nay, my lord, I would have you marry 50,000 good sterling pounds. For that and better hath old Trapboys hoarded, and thou shalt do a deed of mercy in it to the old man who will lose his golden smelts in some worse way. For now that he is well nigh past his day of work, his day of payment is like to follow. Truly this is a most courteous offer, said Lord Glenvarloch, but may I pray of your candour, most noble Duke, to tell me why you dispose of a ward of so much wealth on a stranger like me, who may leave you tomorrow? In sooth, my lord, said the Duke, that question smacks more of the wit of Beaujeu's ordinary than any word I have yet heard your lordship speak, and reason it is you should be answered. Touching my peers, it is but necessary to say that Mistress Martha Trapboys will none of them, whether clerical or laic. The captain hath asked her, so hath the parson, but she will none of them. She looks higher than either, and is, to say truth, a woman of sense, and so forth, too profound, and of spirit something too high, to put up with greasy Buff or rusty Prunella. For ourselves, we need but hint that we have a consort in the land of the living, and what is more to purpose, Mrs. Martha knows it, so as she will not lace her kersey hood save with a quality binding. You, my lord, must be the man, and must carry off 50,000 decuses, the spoils of 5,000 bullies, cutters, and spendthrifts, always deducting from the main sum some 5,000 pounds for our princely advice and countenance, without which, as matters stand in Alsatia, you would find it hard to win the plate. But as your wisdom considered, sir, replied Glenvarloch, how this wedlock can serve me in my present emergence. As for that, my lord, said Duke Hildebrand, if with 40 or 50,000 pounds in your pouch you cannot save yourself, you will deserve to lose your head for your folly, and your hand for being close-fisted. But since your goodness has taken my matters into such serious consideration, continued Nigel, who conceived there was no prudence in breaking with a man who in his way meant him favour rather than offence, perhaps you may be able to tell me how my kindred would be likely to receive such a bride as you recommend to me. Touching that matter, my lord, I've always heard your countrymen knew, as well as other folks, on which side their bread was buttered, and truly, speaking from report, I know no place where 50,000 pounds, I say, will make a woman more welcome than it is likely to do in your ancient kingdom. And truly, saving the slight twist in her shoulder, Mrs. Martha Trapboys is a person of very awful and majestic appearance, and may, for aught I know, become of better blood than any one wots of, for old Trapboys looks not over like to be her father, and her mother was a generous, liberal sort of a woman. I'm afraid, answered Nigel, that chance is rather too vague to assure her a gracious reception into an honourable house. Why then, my lord, replied Hildebrand, I think it like she will be even with them, for I will venture to say she has as much ill nature as will make her a match for your whole clan. That may inconvenience me a little, replied Nigel. Not a whit, said the Duke, fertile in expedients. If she should become rather intolerable, which is not unlikely, your honourable house, which I presume to be a castle, hath doubtless both turrets and dungeons, and ye may bestow your bonny bride in either the one or the other, and then you know you will be out of hearing of her tongue, and she will be either above or below the contempt of your friends. It is sagely counselled, most equitable sir, replied Nigel, and such restraint would be a fit meed for her folly that gave me any power over her. You entertain the project then, my lord? said Duke Hildebrand. I must turn it in my mind for 24 hours, said Nigel, and I will pray you so to order matters that I be not further interrupted by any visitors. We will utter an edict to secure your privacy, said the Duke, and you do not think, he added, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper, that 10,000 is too much to pay to the sovereign in name of wardship. 10,000, said Lord Glenvarloch. Why, you said 5,000 but now. Aha, art avised of that, said the Duke, touching the side of his nose with his finger. Nay, if you have marked me so closely, you are thinking on the case more nearly than I believed till you trapped me. Well, we will not quarrel about the consideration, as old trap boys would call it. Do you win and wear the Dane? It would be no hard matter with your face and figure, and I will take care that no one interrupts you. I will have an edict from the Senate as soon as they meet for their meridium. So saying, Duke Hildebrand took his leave. End of chapter 23. Section 26 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. This is the time heaven's maiden sentinel hath quitted her high watch. The lesser spangles are paling, one by one. Give me the latter, and the short lever bid Anthony keep with his carabine the wicket gate, and do thou bear thy knife and follow me, for we will in and do it. Darkness like this is dawning of our fortunes. Old play. When Duke Hildebrand had withdrawn, Nigel's first impulse was an irresistible feeling to laugh at the sage adviser who would have thus connected him with age, ugliness, and ill temper. But his next thought was pity for the unfortunate father and daughter, who, being the only persons possessed of wealth in this unhappy district, seemed like a wreck on the seashore of a barbarous country, only secured from plunder for the moment by the jealousy of the tribes among whom it had been cast. Neither could he help being conscious that his own residence here was upon conditions equally precarious, and that he was considered by the Alsatians in the same light of a godsend to the Cornish coast, or a sickly but wealthy caravan travelling through the wilds of Africa, and emphatically termed by the nations of despoilers through whose regions it passes, Damalafang, which signifies a thing given to be devoured, a common prey to all men. Nigel had already formed his own plan to extricate himself, at whatever risk, from his perilous and degrading situation, and in order that he might carry it into instant execution, he only awaited the return of Lowestoft's messenger. He expected him, however, in vain, and could only amuse himself by looking through such parts of his baggage as had been sent to him from his former lodgings, in order to select a small packet of the most necessary articles to take with him in the event of his quitting his lodgings secretly and suddenly, as speed and privacy would, he foresaw, be particularly necessary if he meant to obtain an interview with the king, which was the course his spirit and his interest alike determined him to pursue. While he was thus engaged, he found greatly to his satisfaction that Master Lowestoft had transmitted not only his rapier and poniard, but a pair of pistols which he had used in travelling, of a smaller and more convenient size than the large patronels or horse pistols which were then in common use, as being made for wearing at the girdle or in the pockets. Next to having stout and friendly comrades, a man is chiefly emboldened by finding himself well armed in case of need, and Nigel, who had thought with some anxiety on the hazard of trusting his life, if attacked, to the protection of the clumsy weapon with which Lowestoft had equipped him in order to complete his disguise, felt an emotion of confidence approaching to triumph, as drawing his own good and well-tried rapier, he wiped it with his handkerchief, examined its point, bent it once or twice against the ground to prove its well-known metal, and finally replaced it in the scabbard, the more hastily that he heard a tap at the door of his chamber, and had no mind to be found vaporing in the apartment with his sword drawn. It was his old host who entered to tell him, with many cringes, that the price of his apartment was to be a crown per diem, and that according to the custom of Whitefriars, the rent was always payable per advance, although he never scrupled to let the money lie till a week or a fortnight, or even a month in the hands of any honourable guest like Master Graham, always upon some reasonable consideration for the use. Nigel got rid of the old dotar's intrusion by throwing down 2 pieces of gold, and requesting the accommodation of his present apartment for 8 days, adding, however, he did not think he should tarry so long. The miser, with a sparkling eye and a trembling hand, clutched fast the proffered coin, and having balanced the pieces with exquisite pleasure on the extremity of his withered finger, began almost instantly to show that not even the possession of gold can gratify for more than an instant the very heart that is most eager in the pursuit of it. First, the pieces might be light. With hasty hand he drew a small pair of scales from his bosom, and weighed them, first together, then separately, and smiled with glee as he saw them attain the due depression in the balance, a circumstance which might add to his profits if it were true, as was currently reported, that little of the gold coinage was current in Alsatia in a perfect state, and that none ever left the sanctuary in that condition. Another fear then occurred to trouble the old miser's pleasure. He had been just able to comprehend that Nigel intended to leave the friars sooner than the arrival of the term for which he had deposited the rent. This might imply an expectation of refunding, which, as a Scotch wag said, of all species of funding, jumped least with the old gentleman's humour. He was beginning to enter a hypothetical caveat on this subject, and to quote several reasons why no part of the money, once consigned as room rent, could be repaid back on any pretence without great hardship to the landlord, when Nigel, growing impatient, told him that the money was his absolutely, and without any intention on his part of resuming any of it. All he asked in return was the liberty of enjoying in private the apartment he had paid for. Old trap-boys, who had still at his tongue's end much of the smooth language by which in his time he had hastened the ruin of many a young spendthrift, began to launch out upon the noble and generous disposition of his new guest, until Nigel, growing impatient, took the old gentleman by the hand, and gently, yet irresistibly, leading him to the door of the chamber, put him out, but with such decent and moderate exertion of his superior strength as to render the action in no shape indecorous, and fastening the door began to do that for his pistols which he had done for his favourite sword, examining with care the flints and locks, and reviewing the state of his small provision of ammunition. In this operation he was a second time interrupted by a knocking at the door. He called upon the person to enter, having no doubt that it was Lowestoft's messenger at length arrived. It was, however, the ungracious daughter of old trap-boys, who, muttering something about her father's mistake, laid down upon the table one of the pieces of gold which Nigel had just given to him, saying that what she retained was the full rent for the term he had specified. Nigel replied he had paid the money, and had no desire to receive it again. "Do as you will with it then," replied his hostess, "for there it lies, and shall lie for me. If you are fool enough to pay more than is reason, my father shall not be knave enough to take it." "But your father, mistress," said Nigel, "your father told me—" "Oh, my father," said she, interrupting him. "My father managed these affairs while he was able. I manage them now, and that may in the long run be as well for both of us." She then looked on the table and observed the weapons. "You have arms, I see," she said. "Do you know how to use them?" "I should do so, mistress," replied Nigel, "for it has been my occupation." "You are a soldier, then?" she demanded. "No farther as yet than as every gentleman of my country is a soldier." "Ay, that is your point of honour, to cut the throats of the poor. a proper gentlemanlike occupation for those who should protect them. I do not deal in cutting throats, mistress, replied Nigel, but I carry arms to defend myself and my country if it needs be. Ay, replied Martha, it is fairly worded, but men say you are as prompt as others in petty brawls, where neither your safety nor your country is in hazard, and that had it not been so, you would not have been in the sanctuary today. Mistress, returned Nigel, I should labour in vain to make you understand that a man's honour, which is or should be dearer to him than his life, may often call on and compel us to hazard our own lives or those of others on what would otherwise seem trifling contingencies. God's laws says naught of that, said the female. I've only read there that thou shalt not kill. But I've neither time nor inclination to preach to you. You will find enough of fighting here, if you like it, and well if it come not to seek you when you are least prepared. Farewell for the present. The charwoman will execute your commands for your meals. She left the room just as Nigel, provoked at her assuming a superior tone of judgment and of censure, was about to be so superfluous as to enter into a dispute with an old pawnbroker's daughter on the subject of the point of honour. He smiled at himself for the folly into which the spirit of self-vindication had so nearly hurried him. Lord Glenvarloch then applied to old Deborah, the charwoman, by whose intermediation he was provided with a tolerably decent dinner, and the only embarrassment which he experienced was from the almost forcible entry of the old dotard, his landlord, who insisted upon giving his assistance at laying the cloth. Nigel had some difficulty to prevent him from displacing his arms and some papers which were lying on a small table at which he had been sitting, and nothing short of a stern and positive injunction to the contrary could compel him to use another board, though there were two in the room, for the purpose of laying the cloth. Having at length obliged him to relinquish his purpose, he could not help observing that the eyes of the old dotard seemed still anxiously fixed upon the small table on which lay his sword and pistols, and that, amidst all the little duties which he seemed officiously anxious to render to his guest, he took every opportunity of looking towards and approaching these objects of his attention. At length, when Trapboys thought he had completely avoided the notice of his guest, Nigel, through the observation of one of the cracked mirrors, on which channel of communication the old man had not calculated, beheld him actually extend his hand towards the table in question. He thought it unnecessary to use further ceremony, but telling his landlord in a stern voice that he permitted no one to touch his arms, he commanded him to leave the apartment. The old usurer commenced a maundering sort of apology, in which all that Nigel distinctly apprehended was a frequent repetition of the word consideration, and which did not seem to him to require any other answer than a reiteration of his command to him to leave the apartment upon pain of worse consequences. The ancient Hebe, who acted as Lord Glenvarloch's cupbearer, took his part against the intrusion of the still more antiquated Ganymede, and insisted on old Trapboys leaving the room instantly, menacing him at the same time with her mistress's displeasure if he remained there any longer. The old man seemed more under petticoat government than any other, for the threat of the charwoman produced greater effect upon him than the more formidable displeasure of Nigel. He withdrew, grumbling and muttering, and Lord Glenvarloch heard him bar a large door at the nearer end of the gallery, which served as a division betwixt the other parts of the extensive mansion and the apartment occupied by his guest, which, as the reader is aware, had its access from the landing-place at the head of the grand staircase. Nigel accepted the careful sound of the bolts and bars as they were severally drawn by the trembling hand of old Trapboys as an omen that the senior did not mean again to revisit him in the course of the evening, and heartily rejoiced that he was at length to be left to uninterrupted solitude. The old woman asked if there was aught else to be done for his accommodation, and indeed it had hitherto seemed as if the pleasure of serving him, or more properly, the reward which she expected, had renewed her youth and activity. Nigel desired to have candles, to have a fire lighted in his apartment, and a few faggots placed beside it, that he might feed it from time to time, as he began to feel the chilly effects of the damp and low situation of the house, close as it was to the Thames. But while the old woman was absent upon his errand, he began to think in what way he should pass the long solitary evening with which he was threatened. His own reflections promised to Nigel little amusement and less applause. He had considered his own perilous situation in every light in which it could be viewed, and foresaw as little utility as comfort in resuming the survey. To divert the current of his ideas, books were of course the readiest resource, and although, like most of us, Nigel had in his time sauntered through large libraries, and even spent a long time there without greatly disturbing their learned contents, he was now in a situation where the possession of a volume, even of a very inferior merit, becomes a real treasure. The old housewife returned shortly afterwards with faggots and some pieces of half-burnt wax candles, the perquisites, probably real or usurped, of some experienced groom of the chambers, 2 of which she placed in large brass candlesticks of different shapes and patterns, and laid the others on the table, that Nigel might renew them from time to time as they burnt to the socket. She heard with interest Lord Glenvarloch's request to have a book, any sort of book, to pass away the night withal, and returned for answer that she knew of no other books in the house than her young mistress's, as she always denominated Mistress Martha Trapboy's, Bible, which the owner would not lend, and her master's Whetstone of Wit, being the second part of arithmetic by Robert Record, with the Cossack practice and rule of equation, which promising volume Nigel declined to borrow. She offered, however, to bring him some books from Duke Hildebrand, who sometimes, good gentleman, gave a glance at a book when the state affairs of Alsatia left him as much leisure. Nigel embraced the proposal, and his unwearied Iris scuttled away on this second embassy. She returned in a short time with a tattered quarto volume under her arm and a bottle of sack in her hand, for the Duke, judging that mere reading was dry work, had sent the wine by way of sauce to help it down, not forgetting to add the price to the morning's score, which he had already run up against the stranger in the sanctuary. Nigel seized on the book and did not refuse the wine, thinking that a glass or two, as it really proved to be of good quality, would be no bad interlude to his studies. He dismissed, with thanks and assurance of reward, the poor old drudge who had been so zealous in his service, trimmed his fire and candles, and placed the easiest of the old armchairs in a convenient posture betwixt the fire and the table at which he had dined, and which now supported the measure of sack and the lights, and thus accompanying his studies with such luxurious appliances as were in his power, he began to examine the only volume with which the ducal library of Alsatia had been able to supply him. The contents, though of a kind generally interesting, were not well calculated to dispel the gloom by which he was surrounded. The book was entitled God's Revenge against Murther, not, as the bibliomaniacal reader may easily conjecture, the work which Reynolds published under that imposing name, but one of a much earlier date, printed and sold by Old Wolf, and which, could a copy now be found, would sell for much more than its weight in gold. Nigel had soon enough of the doleful tales which the book contains, and attempted 1 or 2 other modes of killing the evening. He looked out at the window, but the night was rainy, with gusts of wind. He tried to coax the fire, but the faggots were green, and smoked without burning, and as he was naturally temperate, he felt his blood somewhat heated by the canary sack, which he had already drank, and had no farther inclination to that pastime. He next attempted to compose a memorial address to the king, in which he set forth his case and his grievances, but speedily stung with the idea that his supplication would be treated with scorn, he flung the scroll into the fire, and in a sort of desperation resumed the book which he had laid aside. Nigel became more interested in the volume at this second than at the first attempt which he made to peruse it. The narratives, strange and shocking as they were to human feeling, possessed yet the interest of sorcery or of fascination, which rivets the attention by its awakening horrors. Much was told of the strange and horrible acts of blood by which men, setting nature and humanity alike at defiance, had for the thirst of revenge, the lust of gold, or the cravings of irregular ambition, broken into the tabernacle of life. Yet more surprising and mysterious tales were recounted of the mode in which such deeds of blood had come to be discovered and revenged. Animals, irrational animals, had told the secret, and birds of the air had carried the matter. The elements had seemed to betray the deed which had polluted them. Earth had ceased to support the murderous steps, fire to warm his frozen limbs, water to refresh his parched lips, air to relieve his gasping lungs. All, in short, bore evidence to the homicide's guilt. In other circumstances, the criminal's own awakened conscience pursued and brought him to justice, and in some narratives the grave was said to have yawned, that the ghost of the sufferer might call for revenge. It was now wearing late in the night, and the book was still in Nigel's hands when the tapestry which hung behind him flapped against the wall, and the wind, produced by its motion, waved the flame of the candles by which he was reading. Nigel started and turned round in that excited and irritated state of mind which arose from the nature of his studies, especially at a period when a certain degree of superstition was inculcated as a point of religious faith. It was not without emotion that he saw the bloodless countenance, meagre form, and ghastly aspect of old Trapboys, once more in the very act of extending his withered hand towards the table which supported his arms. Convinced by this untimely apparition that something evil was meditated towards him, Nigel sprung up, seized his sword, drew it, and placing it at the old man's breast, demanded of him what he did in his apartment at so untimely an hour. Trapboys showed neither fear nor surprise, and only answered by some imperfect expressions, intimating he would part with his life rather than with his property, and Lord Glenvarloch, strangely embarrassed, knew not what to think of the intruder's motives, and still less how to get rid of him. As he again tried the means of intimidation, he was surprised by a second apparition from behind the tapestry, in the person of the daughter of Trapboys, bearing a lamp in her hand. She also seemed to possess her father's insensibility to danger, for coming close to Nigel, she pushed aside impetuously his naked sword, and even attempted to take it out of his hand. "For shame," she said, "your sword on a man of 80 years and more, this the honour of a Scottish gentleman. Give it to me to make a spindle of." "Stand back," said Nigel. "I mean your father no injury, but I will know what has caused him to prowl this whole day, and even at this late hour of night, around my arms." "Your arms?" repeated she. "Alas, young man, the whole arms in the Tower of London are of little value to him, in comparison of this miserable piece of gold which I left this morning on the table of a young spendthrift, too careless to put what belonged to him into his own purse." So saying, she showed the piece of gold which, still remaining on the table where she left it, had been the bait that attracted old Trapboys so frequently to the spot, and which even in the silence of the night had so dwelt on his imagination that he had made use of a private passage long disused to enter his guest's apartment in order to possess himself of the treasure during his slumbers. He now exclaimed at the highest tones of his cracked and feeble voice, "It is mine! It is mine! He gave it to me for a consideration. I will die ere I part with my property." "It is indeed his own, mistress," said Nigel, "and I do entreat you to restore it to the person on whom I have bestowed it, and let me have my apartment in quiet." "I will account with you for it, then," said the maiden, reluctantly giving to her father the morsel of mammon, on which he darted as if his bony fingers had been the talons of a hawk, seizing its prey, and then making a contented muttering and mumbling, like an old dog after he has been fed, and just when he is wheeling himself thrice round for the purpose of lying down, he followed his daughter behind the tapestry through a little sliding door, which was perceived when the hangings were drawn apart. "This shall be properly fastened tomorrow," said the daughter to Nigel, speaking in such a tone that her father, deaf and engrossed by his acquisition, could not hear her. "Tonight I will continue to watch him closely. I wish you good repose." These few words, pronounced in a tone of more civility than she had yet made use of towards her lodger, contained a wish which was not to be accomplished, although her guest, presently after her departure, retired to bed. There was a slight fever in Nigel's blood, occasioned by the various events of the evening, which put him, as the phrase is, beside his rest. Perplexing and painful thoughts rolled on his mind like a troubled stream, and the more he labored to lull himself to slumber, the farther he seemed from attaining his object. He tried all the resources common in such cases, kept counting from 1 to 1,000, until his head was giddy. He watched the embers of the wood fire till his eyes were dazzled. He listened to the dull moaning of the wind, the swinging and creaking of signs which projected from the houses, and the baying of here and there a homeless dog, till his very ear was weary. Suddenly, however, amid this monotony came a sound which startled him at once. It was a female shriek. He sat up in his bed to listen, then remembered he was in Alsatia, where brawls of every sort were current among the unruly inhabitants. But another scream, and another, succeeded so close that he was certain, though the noise was remote and sounded stifled, it must be in the same house with himself. Nigel jumped up hastily, put on a part of his clothes, seized his sword and pistols, and ran to the door of his chamber. Here he plainly heard the screams redouble, and as he thought, the sounds came from the usurer's apartment. All access to the gallery was effectually excluded by the intermediate door, which the brave young lord shook with eager but vain impatience, but the secret passage occurred suddenly to his recollection. He hastened back to his room, and succeeded with some difficulty in lighting a candle, powerfully agitated by hearing the cries repeated, yet still more afraid lest they should sink into silence. He rushed along the narrow and winding entrance, guided by the noise, which now burst more wildly on his ear, and while he descended a narrow staircase which terminated the passage, he heard the stifled voices of men encouraging, as it seemed, each other. "Damn her, strike her down, silence her, beat her brains out," while the voice of his hostess, though now almost exhausted, was repeating the cry of murder and help. At the bottom of the staircase was a small door which gave way before Nigel as he precipitated himself upon the scene of action, a cocked pistol in one hand, a candle in the other, and his naked sword under his arm. Two ruffians had with great difficulty overpowered, or rather were on the point of overpowering, the daughter of trap boys, whose resistance appeared to have been most desperate, for the floor was covered with fragments of her clothes and handfuls of her hair. It appeared that her life was about to be the price of her defence, for one villain had drawn a long clasped knife when they were surprised by the entrance of Nigel, who, as they turned towards him, shot the fellow with the knife dead on the spot, and when the other advanced to him, hurled the candlestick at his head, and then attacked him with his sword. It was dark, save some pale moonlight from the window, and the ruffian, after firing a pistol without effect, and fighting a traverse or two with his sword, lost heart, made for the window, leaped over it, and escaped. Nigel fired his remaining pistol after him at a venture, and then called for light. "There is light in the kitchen," answered Martha Trapboyce, with more presence of mind than could have been expected. "Stay, you know not the way. I will fetch it myself. Oh, my father, my poor father! I knew it would come to this, and all along of the accursed gold. They have murdered him." End of chapter 24. Section 27 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Death finds us mid our playthings, snatches us, as a cross nurse might do, a wayward child, from all our toys and baubles. His rough call unlooses all our favourite ties on earth, and well if they are such as may be answered in yonder world, where all is judged of truly. Old play. It was a ghastly scene which opened upon Martha Trapboyce's return with a light. Her own haggard and austere features were exaggerated by all the desperation of grief, fear, and passion, but the latter was predominant. On the floor lay the body of the robber, who had expired without a groan, while his blood, flowing plentifully, had crimsoned all around. Another body lay also there, on which the unfortunate woman precipitated herself in agony, for it was that of her unhappy father. In the next moment she started up, and exclaiming, "There may be life yet," strove to raise the body. Nigel went to her assistance, but not without a glance at the open window, which Martha, as acute as if undisturbed either by passion or terror, failed not to interpret justly. "Fear not," she cried, "fear not. They are base cowards, to whom courage is as much unknown as mercy. If I had had weapons, I could have defended myself against them without assistance or protection. Oh, my poor father, protection comes too late for this cold and stiff corpse. He is dead, dead." While she spoke, they were attempting to raise the dead body of the old miser, but it was evident, even from the feeling of the inactive weight and rigid joints, that life had forsaken her station. Nigel looked for a wound, but saw none. The daughter of the deceased, with more presence of mind than a daughter could at the time have been supposed capable of exerting, discovered the instrument of his murder, a sort of scarf, which had been drawn so tight round his throat as to stifle his cries for assistance in the first instance, and afterwards to extinguish life. She undid the fatal noose, and laying the old man's body in the arms of Lord Glenvar Locke, she ran for water, for spirits, for essences, in the vain hope that life might be only suspended. That hope proved indeed vain. She chafed his temples, raised his head, loosened his nightgown, for it seemed as if he had arisen from bed upon hearing the entrance of the villains, and finally opened with difficulty his fixed and closely clenched hands, from one of which dropped a key, from the other the very piece of gold about which the unhappy man had been a little before so anxious, and which, probably in the impaired state of his mental faculties, he was disposed to defend with as desperate energy as if its amount had been necessary to his actual existence. "It is in vain, said the daughter, desisting from her fruitless attempts to recall the spirit, which had been effectually dislodged, for the neck had been twisted by the violence of the murderers. "It is in vain. He is murdered. I always knew it would be thus, and now I witness it." She then snatched up the key and the piece of money, but it was only to dash them again on the floor, as she exclaimed, "Accursed be ye both, for you are the causes of this deed." Nigel would have spoken, would have reminded her that measures should be instantly taken for the pursuit of the murderer who had escaped, as well as for her own security against his return. But she interrupted him sharply. "Be silent," she said. "Be silent. Think you the thoughts of my own heart are not enough to distract me, and with such a sight as this before me? I say be silent," she said again, and in a yet sterner tone. "Can a daughter listen, and her father's murdered corpse lying on her knees?" Lord Glenvarloch, however, overpowered by the energy of her grief, felt not the less the embarrassment of his own situation. He had discharged both his pistols. The robber might return. He had probably other assistants besides the man who had fallen, and it seemed to him indeed as if he had heard a muttering beneath the windows. He explained hastily to his companion the necessity of procuring ammunition. "You are right," she said somewhat contemptuously, "and have ventured already more than ever I expected of man. Go and shift for yourself, since that is your purpose. Leave me to my fate." Without stopping for needless expostulation, Nigel hastened to his own room through the secret passage, furnished himself with the ammunition he sought for, and returned with the same celerity, wondering himself at the accuracy with which he achieved in the dark all the meanderings of the passage which he had traversed only once, and that in a moment of such violent agitation. He found, on his return, the unfortunate woman standing like a statue by the body of her father, which he had laid straight on the floor, having covered the face with the skirt of his gown. She testified neither surprise nor pleasure at Nigel's return, but said to him calmly, "My moan is made. My sorrow, all the sorrow, at least, that man shall ever have noting of, is gone past. But I will have justice, and the base villain who murdered this poor defenceless old man, when he had not, by the course of nature, a 12-month's life in him, shall not cumber the earth long after him. Stranger, whom heaven has sent to forward the revenge reserved for this action, go to Hildebrad's. There they are awake all night in their revels. Bid him come hither. He is bound by his duty, and dare not and shall not refuse his assistance, which he knows well I can reward. Why do ye tarry? Go instantly." "I would," said Nigel, "but I'm fearful of leaving you alone. The villains may return, and—" "True, most true," answered Martha, "he may return, and though I care little for his murdering me, he may possess himself of what has most tempted him. Keep this key and this piece of gold. They are both of importance. Defend your life if assailed, and if you kill the villain, I will make you rich. I go myself to call for aid." Nigel would have remonstrated with her, but she had departed, and in a moment he heard the house door clank behind her. For an instant he thought of following her, but upon recollection that the distance was but short betwixt the tavern of Hildebrand and the house of trap boys, he concluded that she knew it better than he, incurred little danger in passing it, and that he would do well in the meanwhile to remain on the watch as she recommended. It was no pleasant situation for one unused to such scenes to remain in the apartment with two dead bodies, recently those of living and breathing men, who had both, within the space of less than half an hour, suffered violent death, one of them by the hand of the assassin, the other whose blood still continued to flow from the wound in his throat and to flood all around him by the spectator's own deed of violence, though of justice. He turned his face from those wretched relics of mortality with a feeling of disgust, mingled with superstition, and he found, when he had done so, that the consciousness of the presence of these ghastly objects, though unseen by him, rendered him more uncomfortable than even when he had his eyes fixed upon and reflected by the cold, staring, lifeless eyeballs of the deceased. Fancy also played her usual sport with him. He now thought he heard the well-worn damask nightgown of the deceased usurer rustle. Anon, that he heard the slaughtered bravo draw up his leg, the boot scratching the floor as if he was about to rise, and again he deemed he heard the footsteps and the whisper of the returned ruffian under the window from which he had lately escaped. To face the last and most real danger, and to parry the terrors which the other class of feelings were like to impress upon him, Nigel went to the window and was much cheered to observe the light of several torches illuminating the street, and followed as the murmur of voices denoted by a number of persons, armed, it would seem, with firelocks and halberds, and attendant on Hildebrand, who, not in his fantastic office of duke, but in that which he really possessed of bailiff of the liberty and sanctuary of Whitefriars, was on his way to inquire into the crime and its circumstances. It was a strange and melancholy contrast to see these debauchees, disturbed in the very depth of their midnight revel, on their arrival at such a scene as this. They stared on each other and on the bloody work before them with lackluster eyes, staggered with uncertain steps overboard, slippery with blood, their noisy, brawling voices sunk into stammering whispers, and with spirits quelled by what they saw, while their brains were still stupefied by the liquor which they had drunk. They seemed like men walking in their sleep. Old Hildebrand was an exception to the general condition. That seasoned cask, however full, was at all times capable of motion when there occurred a motive sufficiently strong to set him a-rolling. He seemed much shocked at what he beheld, and his proceedings, in consequence, had more in them of regularity and propriety than he might have been supposed capable of exhibiting upon any occasion whatever. The daughter was first examined, and stated with wonderful accuracy and distinctness the manner in which she had been alarmed with a noise of struggling and violence in her father's apartment, and that the more readily because she was watching him on account of some alarm concerning his health. On her entrance she had seen her father sinking under the strength of two men, upon whom she rushed with all the fury she was capable of. As their faces were blackened, and their figures disguised, she could not pretend, in the hurry of a moment so dreadfully agitating, to distinguish either of them as persons whom she had seen before. She remembered little more, except the firing of shots, until she found herself alone with her guest, and saw that the ruffians had escaped. Lord Glenvarloch told his story as we have given it to the reader. The direct evidence thus received, Hildebrand examined the premises. He found that the villains had made their entrance by the window, out of which the survivor had made his escape. Yet it seemed singular that they should have done so, as it was secured with strong iron bars, which old Trapboys was in the habit of shutting with his own hand at nightfall. He minuted down with great accuracy the state of everything in the apartment, and examined carefully the features of the slain robber. He was dressed like a seaman of the lowest order, but his face was known to none present. Hildebrand next sent for an Alsatian surgeon, whose vices, undoing what his skill might have done for him, had consigned him to the wretched practice of this place. He made him examine the dead bodies, and make a proper declaration of the manner in which the sufferers seemed to have come by their end. The circumstances of the sash did not escape the learned judge, and having listened to all that could be heard or conjectured on the subject, and collected all particulars of evidence which appeared to bear on the bloody transaction, he commanded the door of the apartment to be locked until next morning, and carrying the unfortunate daughter of the murdered man into the kitchen, where there was no one in presence but Lord Glenvarloch, he asked her gravely whether she suspected no one in particular of having committed the deed. "Do you suspect no one?" answered Martha, looking fixedly on him. "Perhaps I may, mistress, but it is my part to ask questions, yours to answer them. That's the rule of the game." "Then I suspect him who wore yonder sash. Do not you know whom I mean?" "Why, if you call on me for honours, I must needs say I have seen Captain Peppercall have one of such a fashion, and he was not a man to change his suits often." "Send out then," said Martha, "and have him apprehended. If it is he will be far by this time, but I will communicate with the higher powers," answered the judge. "You would have him escape?" resumed she, fixing her eyes on him sternly. "By cock and pie," replied Hildebrand, "did it depend on me, the murdering cutthroat should hang as high as ever Haman did. But let me take my time. He has friends among us, that you wot well, and all that should assist me are as drunk as fiddlers. I will have revenge, I will have it, repeated she, and take heed you trifle not with me. Trifle? I would sooner trifle with a she-bear. The minute after they had baited her, I tell you, mistress, be but patient, and we will have him. I know all his haunts, and he cannot forbear them long, and I will have trap-doors open for him. You cannot want justice, mistress, for you have the means to get it. They who help me in my revenge, said Martha, shall share those means. Enough said, replied Hildebrand, and now I would have you go to my house and get something hot. You will be but dreary here by yourself. I will send for the old charwoman, replied Martha, and we have the stranger gentleman besides. Humph, humph, the stranger gentleman, said Hildebrand to Nigel, whom he drew a little apart. I fancy the captain has made the stranger gentleman's fortune when he was making a bold dash for his own. I can tell your honour, I must not say lordship, that I think my having chanced to give the greasy, buff and iron scoundrel some hint of what I recommended to you today has put him on this rough game. The better for you. You will get the cash. Without the father-in-law, you will keep conditions, I trust. I wish you had said nothing to anyone of a scheme so absurd, said Nigel. Absurd? Why, think you she will not have thee? Take her with a tear in her eye, man. Take her with a tear in her eye. Let me hear from you tomorrow. Good night, good night. A nod is as good as a wink. I must go to my business of sealing and locking up. By the way, this horrid work has put all out of my head. Here is a fellow from Mr. Lowestoft has been asking to see you. As he said his business was express, the Senate only made him drink a couple of flagons, and he was just coming to beat up your quarters when this breeze blew up. Hey, friend, there is Master Nigel Graham. A young man dressed in a green plush jerkin with a badge on the sleeve, and having the appearance of a waterman, approached and took Nigel aside, while Duke Hildebrand went from place to place to exercise his authority and to see the windows fastened and the doors of the apartment locked up. The news communicated by Lowestoft's messenger were not the most pleasant. They were intimated in a courteous whisper to Nigel to the following effect, that Master Lowestoft prayed him to consult his safety by instantly leaving Whitefriars, for that a warrant from the Lord Chief Justice had been issued out for apprehending him, and would be put in force tomorrow by the assistance of a party of musketeers, a force which the Alsatians neither would nor dared to resist. And so, squire, said the aquatic emissary, my weary is to wait you at the temple stairs yonder at 5 this morning, and if you would give the bloodhounds the slip, why, you may. Why did not Master Lowestoft write to me? Said Nigel. Alas, the good gentleman lies up in lavender for it himself, and has a little to do with pen and ink as if he were a parson. Did he send any token to me? Said Nigel. Token? Ay, marry, did he? Token enough, and I have not forgot it, said the fellow. Then giving a hoist to the waistband of his breeches, he said, Ay, I have it. You were to believe me because your name was written with an O for Graham. Ay, that was it, I think. Well, shall we meet in 2 hours, when tide turns, and go down the river like a 12-oared barge? Where is the king just now, knowest thou? Answered Lord Glenvarloch. The king, why, he went down to Greenwich yesterday by water, like a noble sovereign as he is, who will always float where he can. He was to have hunted this week, but that purpose is broken, they say, and the prince and the duke and all of them at Greenwich are as merry as minnows. Well, replied Nigel, I will be ready to go at 5. Do thou come hither to carry my baggage. Ay, ay, master, replied the fellow, and left the house, mixing himself with the disorderly attendants of Duke Hildebrand, who were now retiring. That potentate entreated Nigel to make fast the doors behind him, and pointing to the female who sat by the expiring fire, with her limbs outstretched like one whom the hand of death had already arrested, he whispered, Mind your hits, and mind your bargain, or I will cut your bowstring for you before you can draw it. Feeling deeply the ineffable brutality which could recommend the prosecuting such views over a wretch in such a condition, Lord Glenvarloch yet commanded his temper so far as to receive the advice in silence and attend to the former part of it, by barring the door carefully behind Duke Hildebrand and his suite, with the tacit hope that he should never again see or hear of them. He then returned to the kitchen, in which the unhappy woman remained, her hands still clenched, her eyes fixed and her limbs extended, like those of a person in a trance. Much moved by her situation, and with the prospect which lay before her, he endeavoured to awaken her to existence by every means in his power, and at length apparently succeeded in dispelling her stupor and attracting her attention. He then explained to her that he was in the act of leaving Whitefriars in a few hours, that his future destination was uncertain, but that he desired anxiously to know whether he could contribute to her protection by apprising any friend of her situation or otherwise. With some difficulty she seemed to comprehend his meaning, and thanked him with her usual short and gracious manner. He might mean well, she said, but he ought to know that the miserable had no friends. Nigel said he would not willingly be importunate, but as he was about to leave the friars, she interrupted him. You are about to leave the friars? I will go with you. You go with me? Exclaimed Lord Glenvarloch. Yes, she said, I will persuade my father to leave this murdering den. But as she spoke, the more perfect recollection of what passed crowded on her mind. She hid her face in her hands and burst out into a dreadful fit of sobs, moans, and lamentations, which terminated in hysterics, violent in proportion to the uncommon strength of her body and mind. Lord Glenvarloch, shocked, confused, and inexperienced, was about to leave the house in quest of medical or at least female assistance, but the patient, when the paroxysm had somewhat spent its force, held him fast by the sleeve with one hand, covering her face with the other, while a copious flood of tears came to relieve the emotions of grief by which she had been so violently agitated. Do not leave me, she said. Do not leave me, and call no one. I have never been in this way before, and would not now, she said, sitting upright and wiping her eyes with her apron, would not now but that he loved me, if he loved nothing else that was human, to die so, and by such hands. And again the unhappy woman gave way to a paroxysm of sorrow, mingling her tears with sobbing, wailing, and all the abandonment of female grief when at its utmost height. At length she gradually recovered the austerity of her natural composure, and maintained it as if by a forcible exertion of resolution, repelling as she spoke the repeated returns of the hysterical affection by such an effort as that by which epileptic patients are known to suspend the recurrence of their fits. Yet her mind, however resolved, could not so absolutely overcome the affection of her nerves, but that she was agitated by strong fits of trembling, which for a minute or two at a time shook her whole frame in a manner frightful to witness. Nigel forgot his own situation, and indeed everything else, in the interest inspired by the unhappy woman before him, an interest which affected a proud spirit the more deeply that she herself, with correspondent highness of mind, seemed determined to owe as little as possible either to the humanity or the pity of others. I'm not wont to be in this way, she said, but nature will have power over the frail beings it has made. Over you, sir, I have some right, for without you I had not survived this awful night. I wish your aid had been either earlier or later, but you have saved my life, and you are bound to assist in making it endurable to me. If you will show me how it is possible, answered Nigel. You are going hence, you say instantly. Carry me with you, said the unhappy woman. By my own efforts I shall never escape from this wilderness of guilt and misery. Alas, what can I do for you? Replied Nigel. My own way, and I must not deviate from it, leads me in all probability to a dungeon. I might indeed transport you from hence with me, if you could afterwards bestow yourself with any friend. Friend, she exclaimed, I have no friend. They have long since discarded us. A spectre arising from the dead were more welcome than I should be at the doors of those who have disclaimed us. And if they were willing to restore their friendship to me now, I would despise it, because they withdrew it from him. Here she underwent strong but suppressed agitation, and then added firmly, from him who lies yonder. I have no friend. Here she paused, and then suddenly, as if recollecting herself, added, I have no friend, but I have that will purchase many. I have that which will purchase both friends and avengers. It is well thought of. I must not leave it for a prey to cheats and ruffians. Stranger, you must return to yonder room, pass through it boldly to his, that is, to the sleeping apartment, push the bedstead aside. Beneath each of the posts is a brass plate, as if to support the weight, but it is that upon the left, nearest to the wall, which must serve your turn. Press the corner of the plate, and it will spring up and show a keyhole, which this key will open. You will then lift a concealed trapdoor, and in a cavity of the floor you will discover a small chest. Bring it hither. It shall accompany our journey, and it will be hard if the contents cannot purchase me a place of refuge. But the door communicating with the kitchen has been locked by these people, said Nigel. True, I had forgot. They had their reasons for that, doubtless, answered she, but the secret passage from your apartment is open, and you may go that way. Lord Glenvarloch took the key, and as he lighted a lamp to show him the way, She read in his countenance some unwillingness to the task imposed. "You fear?" said she. "There is no cause. The murderer and his victim are both at rest. Take courage. I will go with you myself. You cannot know the trick of the spring, and the chest will be too heavy for you." "No fear, no fear," answered Lord Glenvarloch, ashamed of the construction she put upon a momentary hesitation, arising from a dislike to look upon what is horrible, often connected with those high-wrought minds which are the last to fear what is merely dangerous. "I will do your errand as you desire, but for you must not, cannot go yonder." "I can, I will," she said. "I am composed. You shall see that I am so." She took from the table a piece of unfinished sewing work, and with steadiness and composure passed a silken thread into the eye of a fine needle. "Could I have done that?" she said, with a smile, yet more ghastly than her previous look of fixed despair, "had not my heart and hand been both steady?" She then led the way rapidly upstairs to Nigel's chamber, and proceeded through the secret passage with the same haste, as if she had feared her resolution might have failed her ere her purpose was executed. At the bottom of the stairs she paused a moment before entering the fatal apartment, then hurried through with a rapid step to the sleeping chamber beyond, followed closely by Lord Glenvarloch, whose reluctance to approach the scene of butchery was altogether lost in the anxiety which he felt on account of the survivor of the tragedy. Her first action was to pull aside the curtains of her father's bed. The bedclothes were thrown aside in confusion, doubtless in the action of his starting from sleep to oppose the entrance of the villains into the next apartment. The hard mattress scarcely showed the slight pressure where the emaciated body of the old miser had been deposited. His daughter sank beside the bed, clasped her hands, and prayed to heaven in a short and affectionate manner for support in her affliction and for vengeance on the villains who had made her fatherless. A low, muttered, and still more brief petition recommended to heaven the soul of the sufferer and invoked pardon for his sins in virtue of the great Christian atonement. This duty of piety performed, she signed to Nigel to aid her, and having pushed aside the heavy bedstead, they saw the brass plate which Martha had described. She pressed the spring, and at once the plate, starting up, showed the keyhole and a large iron ring used in lifting the trapdoor, which, when raised, displayed the strong box or small chest she had mentioned, and which proved indeed so very weighty that it might perhaps have been scarcely possible for Nigel, though a very strong man, to have raised it without assistance. Having replaced everything as they had found it, Nigel, with such help as his companion was able to afford, assumed his load, and made a shift to carry it into the next apartment, where lay the miserable owner, insensible to sounds and circumstances which, if anything could have broken his long-last slumber, would certainly have done so. His unfortunate daughter went up to his body, and had even the courage to remove the sheet which had been decently disposed over it. She put her hand on the heart, but there was no throb, held a feather to the lips, but there was no motion, then kissed with deep reverence the starting veins of the pale forehead, and then the emaciated hand. "I would you could hear me," she said. "Father, I would you could hear me swear that if I now save what you most valued on earth, it is only to assist me in obtaining vengeance for your death." She replaced the covering, and without a tear, a sigh, or an additional word of any kind, renewed her efforts until they conveyed the strong box betwixt them into Lord Glenvarloch's sleeping apartment. "It must pass," she said, "as part of your baggage. I will be in readiness so soon as the waterman calls." She retired, and Lord Glenvarloch, who saw the hour of their departure approach, tore down a part of the old hanging to make a covering which he corded upon the trunk, lest the peculiarity of its shape and the care with which it was banded and counterbanded with bars of steel might afford suspicions respecting the treasure which it contained. Having taken this measure of precaution, he changed the rascally disguise which he had assumed on entering Whitefriars into a suit becoming his quality, and then, unable to sleep, though exhausted with the events of the night, he threw himself on his bed to await the summons of the watermen. End of chapter 25.
Section 28 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Give us good voyage, gentle stream. We stun not thy sober ear with sounds of revelry. Wake not the slumbering echoes of thy banks with voice of flute and horn.
we do but seek on the broad pathway of thy swelling bosom to glide in silent safety. The double bridle. Grey, or rather yellow, light was beginning to twinkle through the fogs of Whitefriars when a low tap at the door of the unhappy miser announced to Lord Glenvarloch the summons of the boatman. He found at the door the man whom he had seen the night before, with a companion. "Come, come, master, let us get afloat," said one of them, in a rough, impressive whisper. "Time and tide wait for no man." "They shall not wait for me," said Lord Glenvarloch, "but I have some things to carry with me." "Ay, ay, no man will take a pair of oars now, Jack, unless he means to load the wherry like a 6-horse wagon. When they don't want to shift the whole kit, they take a sculler, and be damned to them. Come, come, where be your rattle-traps?" One of the men was soon sufficiently loaded, in his own estimation at least, with Lord Glenvarloch's mail and its accompaniments, with which burden he began to trudge towards the temple stairs. His comrade, who seemed the principal, began to handle the trunk which contained the miser's treasure, but pitched it down again in an instant, declaring, with a great oath, that it was as reasonable to expect a man to carry palls on his back. The daughter of trap-boys, who had by this time joined them, muffled up in a long dark hood and mantle, exclaimed to Lord Glenvarloch, "Let them leave it, if they will, let them leave it all. Let us but escape from this horrible place." We have mentioned elsewhere that Nigel was a very athletic young man, and, impelled by a strong feeling of compassion and indignation, he showed his bodily strength singularly on this occasion by seizing on the ponderous strong box, and by means of the rope he had cast around it, throwing it on his shoulders, and marching resolutely forward under a weight which would have sunk to the earth 3 young gallants at the least of our degenerate day. The waterman followed him in amazement, calling out, "Why, master, master, you might as well gie me t'other end on't," and anon offered his assistance to support it in some degree behind, which after the first minute or two Nigel was fain to accept. His strength was almost exhausted when he reached the wherry, which was lying at the temple stairs according to appointment, and when he pitched the trunk into it, the weight sank the bow of the boat so low in the water as well nigh to overset it. "We shall have as hard a fare of it," said the waterman to his companion, "as if we were ferrying over an honest bankrupt with all his secreted goods. Ho, ho, good woman, what are you stepping in for? Our gunwale lies deep enough in the water without live lumber to boot." "This person comes with me," said Lord Glenvarloch. "She is for the present under my protection." "Come, come, master," rejoined the fellow, "that is out of my commission. You must not double my freight on me. She may go by land, and as for protection, her face will protect her from Berwick to the Land's End." "You will not accept at my doubling the loading, if I double the fare," said Nigel, determined on no account to relinquish the protection of this unhappy woman, for which he had already devised some sort of plan, likely now to be baffled by the characteristic rudeness of the Thames watermen. "Ay, by God, but I will accept though," said the fellow with the green plush jacket. "I will overload my wherry, neither for love nor money. I love my boat as well as my wife, and a thought better." "Nay, nay, comrade," said his mate, "that is speaking no true water language. For double fare we are bound to row a witch in her eggshell if she bid us, and so pull away, Jack, and let us have no more prating." They got into the streamway accordingly, and although heavily laden, began to move down the river with reasonable speed. The lighter vessels which passed, overtook, or crossed them in their course, failed not to assail them with their boisterous raillery, which was then called water-wit, for which the extreme plainness of Mistress Martha's features contrasted with the youth, handsome figure, and good looks of Nigel, furnished the principal topics, while the circumstance of the boat being somewhat overloaded did not escape their notice. They were hailed successively as a grocer's wife upon a party of pleasure with her eldest apprentice, as an old woman carrying her grandson to school, and as a young strapping Irishman conveying an ancient maiden to Dr. Rigmarole's at Redriff, who buckles beggars for a tester in a dram of Geneva. All this abuse was retorted in a similar strain of humour by Green Jacket and his companion, who maintained the war of wit with the same alacrity with which they were assailed. Meanwhile, Lord Glenvarloch asked his desolate companion if she had thought on any place where she could remain in safety with her property. She confessed in more detail than formerly that her father's character had left her no friends, and that from the time he had betaken himself to Whitefriars to escape certain legal consequences of his eager pursuit of gain, she had lived a life of total seclusion, not associating with the society which the place afforded, and by her residence there, as well as her father's parsimony, effectually cut off from all other company. What she now wished was, in the first place, to obtain the shelter of a decent lodging, and the countenance of honest people, however low in life, until she should obtain legal advice as to the mode of obtaining justice on her father's murderer. She had no hesitation to charge the guilt upon Culpeper, commonly called Peppercall, whom she knew to be as capable of any act of treacherous cruelty as he was cowardly, where actual manhood was required. He had been strongly suspected of 2 robberies before, one of which was coupled with an atrocious murder. He had, she intimated, made pretensions to her hand as the easiest and safest way of obtaining possession of her father's wealth, and on her refusing his addresses, if they could be termed so in the most positive terms, he had thrown out such obscure hints of vengeance as, joined with some imperfect assaults upon the house, had kept her in frequent alarm, both on her father's account and her own. Nigel, but that his feeling of respectful delicacy to the unfortunate woman forbade him to do so, could here have communicated a circumstance corroborative of her suspicions which had already occurred to his own mind. He recollected the hint that old Hildebrand threw forth on the preceding night, that some communication betwixt himself and Culpeper had hastened the catastrophe, as this communication related to the plan which Hildebrand had been pleased to form of promoting a marriage betwixt Nigel himself and the rich heiress of Trapboys. The fear of losing an opportunity not to be regained, together with the mean malignity of a low-bred ruffian, disappointed in a favourite scheme, was most likely to instigate the bravo to the deed of violence which had been committed. The reflection that his own name was in some degree implicated with the causes of this horrid tragedy doubled Lord Glenvarloch's anxiety in behalf of the victim whom he had rescued, while at the same time he formed the tacit resolution that so soon as his own affairs were put upon some footing, he would contribute all in his power towards the investigation of this bloody affair. After ascertaining from his companion that she could form no better plan of her own, he recommended to her to take up her lodging for the time at the house of his old landlord, Christie, the ship-chandler, at Paul's Wharf, describing the decency and honesty of that worthy couple, and expressing his hopes that they would receive her into their own house, or recommend her at least to that of some person for whom they would be responsible until she should have time to enter upon other arrangements for herself. Poor woman received advice so grateful to her in her desolate condition with an expression of thanks, brief indeed, but deeper than anything had yet extracted from the austerity of her natural disposition. Lord Glenvarloch then proceeded to inform Martha that certain reasons connected with his personal safety called him immediately to Greenwich, and therefore it would not be in his power to accompany her to Christie's house, which he would otherwise have done with pleasure, but tearing a leaf from his tablet, he wrote on it a few lines, addressed to his landlord as a man of honesty and humanity, in which he described the bearer as a person who stood in singular necessity of temporary protection and good advice, for which her circumstances enabled her to make ample acknowledgment. He therefore requested John Christie, as his old and good friend, to afford her the shelter of his roof for a short time, or if that might not be consistent with his convenience, at least to direct her to proper lodging, and finally he imposed on him the additional and somewhat more difficult commission to recommend her to the counsel and services of an honest, at least a reputable and skilful attorney, for the transacting some law business of importance. The note he subscribed with his real name, and delivering it to his protege, who received it with another deeply uttered "I thank you," which spoke the sterling feelings of her gratitude better than 1,000 combined phrases, he commanded the waterman to pull in for Paul's Wharf, which they were now approaching. "We have not time," said Greenjacket. "We cannot be stopping every instant." But upon Nigel insisting upon his commands being obeyed, and adding that it was for the purpose of putting the lady ashore, the waterman declared that he would rather have her room than her company, and put the wherry alongside the wharf accordingly. Here 2 of the porters who ply in such places were easily induced to undertake the charge of the ponderous strong box, and at the same time to guide the owner to the well-known mansion of John Christie, with whom all who lived in that neighborhood were perfectly acquainted. The boat, much lightened of its load, went down the Thames at a rate increased in proportion, but we must forbear to pursue her in her voyage for a few minutes, since we have previously to mention the issue of Lord Glenvarloch's recommendation. Mistress Martha Trapboys reached the shop in perfect safety, and was about to enter it, when a sickening sense of the uncertainty of her situation, and of the singularly painful task of telling her story, came over her so strongly that she paused a moment at the very threshold of her proposed place of refuge, to think in what manner she could best second the recommendation of the friend whom Providence had raised up to her. Had she possessed that knowledge of the world from which her habits of life had completely excluded her, she might have known that the large sum of money which she brought along with her might, judiciously managed, have been a passport to her into the mansions of nobles and the palaces of princes. But however conscious of its general power, which assumes so many forms and complexions, she was so inexperienced as to be most unnecessarily afraid that the means by which the wealth had been acquired might exclude its inheritrix from shelter even in the house of a humble tradesman. While she thus delayed, a more reasonable cause for hesitation arose in a considerable noise and altercation within the house, which grew louder and louder as the disputants issued forth upon the street or lane before the door. The first who entered upon the scene was a tall, raw-boned, hard-favoured man, who stalked out of the shop hastily with a gait like that of a Spaniard in a passion, who, disdaining to add speed to his locomotion by running, only condescends, in the utmost extremity of his angry haste, to add length to his stride. He faced about so soon as he was out of the house upon his pursuer, a decent-looking, elderly, plain tradesman, no other than John Christie himself, the owner of the shop and tenement, by whom he seemed to be followed, and who was in a state of agitation more than is usually expressed by such a person. "I'll hear no more on't," said the personage who first appeared on the scene. "Sir, I will hear no more on it. Besides being a most false and impudent figment, as I can testify, it is scandalum magnatum, sir, scandalum magnatum," he reiterated with a broad accentuation of the first vowel, well known in the colleges of Edinburgh and Glasgow, which we can only express in print by doubling the said first of letters and of vowels, and which would have cheered the cockles of the reigning monarch had he been within hearing, as he was a severer stickler for what he deemed the genuine pronunciation of the Roman tongue than for any of the royal prerogatives, for which he was at times disposed to insist so strenuously in his speeches to Parliament. "I care not an ounce of rotten cheese," said John Christie in reply, "what you call it, but it is true, and I am a free Englishman, and have right to speak the truth in my own concerns, and your master is little better than a villain, and you no more than a swaggering coxcomb, whose head I will presently break as I have known it well broken before on lighter occasion." And so saying, he flourished the paring shovel which usually made clean the steps of his little shop, and which he had caught up as the readiest weapon of working his foeman damage, and advanced therewith upon him. The cautious Scot, for such our readers must have already pronounced him from his language and pedantry, drew back as the enraged ship-chandler approached, but in a surly manner, and bearing his hand on his sword-hilt, rather in the act of one who was losing habitual forbearance and caution of deportment, than as alarmed by the attack of an antagonist inferior to himself in youth, strength, and weapons. "Bide back," he said, "Maister Christie, I say bide back, and consult your safety, man. I have evited striking you in your ain house under muckle provocation, because I'm ignorant how the laws here may pronounce respecting burglary and hame-sucking and such matters. And besides, I would not willingly hurt ye, man, e'en on the causeway that is free to us baith, because I mind your kindness of lang syne, and partly consider ye as a poor deceived creature. But deil den me, sir, and I'm not wont to swear, but if you touch my Scotch shouther with that shool of yours, I will make 6 inches of my Andrew Ferrara devilish intimate with your guts, neighbour." And therewithal, though still retreating from the brandished shovel, he made 1/3 of the basket-hilled broadsword which he wore visible from the sheath. The wrath of John Christie was abated, either by his natural temperance of disposition, or perhaps in part by the glimmer of cold steel which flashed on him from his adversary's last action. "I would do well to cry clubs on thee, and have thee ducked at the wharf, he said, grounding his shovel, however, at the same time, for a paltry swaggerer that would draw thy bit of iron there on an honest citizen before his own door. But get thee gone, and reckon on a salt eel for thy supper if thou shouldst ever come near my house again. I wish it had been at the bottom of the Thames when it first gave the use of its roof to smooth-faced, oily-tongued, double-minded Scots thieves. It's an ill bird that fouls its own nest, replied his adversary, not perhaps the less bold that he saw matters were taking the turn of a pacific debate, and a pity it is that a kindly Scot should ever have married in foreign parts and given life to a purse-proud, pudding-headed, fat-gutted, lean-brained Southron, e'en such as you, Maister Christie. But fare ye weel for ever and a day, and if you quarrel wi' a Scot again, man, say as mickle ill o' hissel as ye like, but say nane of his patron or of his countrymen, or it will scarce be your flat cap that will keep your lang lugs from the sharp abridgment of a Highland winger, man. And if you continue your insolence to me before my own door, were it but 2 minutes longer, retorted John Christie, I will call the constable and make your Scottish ankles acquainted with an English pair of stocks. So saying, he turned to retire into his shop with some show of victory, for his enemy, whatever might be his innate valor, manifested no desire to drive matters to extremity, conscious, perhaps, that whatever advantage he might gain in single combat with John Christie would be more than overbalanced by incurring an affair with the constituted authorities of Old England, not at that time apt to be particularly favourable to their new fellow subjects in the various successive broils which were then constantly taking place between the individuals of two proud nations, who still retained a stronger sense of their national animosity during centuries than of their late union for a few years under the government of the same prince. Mrs. Martha Trapboys had dwelt too long in Alsatia to be either surprised or terrified at the altercation she had witnessed. Indeed, she only wondered that the debate did not end in some of those acts of violence by which they were usually terminated in the sanctuary. As the disputants separated from each other, she, who had no idea that the cause of the quarrel was more deeply rooted than in the daily scenes of the same nature which she had heard of or witnessed, did not hesitate to stop Mr. Christie in his return to his shop and present to him the letter which Lord Glenvarloch had given to her. Had she been better acquainted with life and its business, she would certainly have waited for a more temperate moment, and she had reason to repent of her precipitation when, without saying a single word, or taking the trouble to gather more of the information contained in the letter than was expressed in the subscription, the incensed ship chandler threw it down on the ground, trampled it in high disdain, and without addressing a single word to the bearer, except indeed something much more like a hearty curse than was perfectly consistent with his own grave appearance, he retired into his shop and shut the hatch door. It was with the most inexpressible anguish that the desolate, friendless, and unhappy female thus beheld her sole hope of succour, countenance, and protection vanish at once, without being able to conceive a reason. For, to do her justice, the idea that her friend, whom she knew by the name of Nigel Graham, had imposed on her a solution which might readily have occurred to many in her situation, never once entered her mind. Although it was not her temper easily to bend her mind to entreaty, she could not help exclaiming, after the ireful and retreating ship chandler, "Good master, hear me but a moment, for mercy's sake, for honesty's sake." "Mercy and honesty from him, mistress," said the Scot, who, though he essayed not to interrupt the retreat of his antagonist, still kept stout possession of the field of action. "Ye might as weel expect brandy from beanstalks, or milk from a crag of blue what stain. The man is mad, bomb mad to boot." "I must have mistaken the person to whom the letter was addressed, then," and as she spoke, Mistress Martha Trapboys was in the act of stooping to lift the paper which had been so uncourteously received. Her companion, with natural civility, anticipated her purpose, but what was not quite so much etiquette, he took a sly glance at it as he was about to hand it to her, and his eye having caught the subscription, he said with surprise, "Glenvarloch, Nigel Oliphant of Glenvarloch. Do you know the Lord Glenvarloch, mistress?" "I know not of whom you speak," said Mrs. Martha peevishly. "I have the paper from one Master Nigel Graham." "Nigel Graham? Humph! Oh, aye, very true. I had forgot," said the Scotsman. "A tall, well-set young man, about my height, bright blue eyes like a hawk's, a pleasant speech, something leaning to the kindly north country accentuation, but not much in respect of his having been resident abroad." "All this is true. And what of it all?" said the daughter of the miser. "Hair of my complexion. Yours is red, replied she. I pray you peace, said the Scotsman. I was going to say, of my complexion, but with a deeper shade of the chestnut. Weel, mistress, if I have guessed the man aright, he is one with whom I am, and have been intimate and familiar. Nay, I may truly say I have done him much service in my time, and may live to do him more. I had indeed a sincere goodwill for him, and I doubt he has been much at a loss since we parted, but the fault is not mine. Wherefore, as this letter will not avail you with him to whom it is directed, you may believe that heaven has sent it to me, who have a special regard for the writer. I have besides as much mercy and honesty within me as man can weel make his bread with, and am willing to aid any distressed creature that is my friend's friend, with my counsel and otherwise, so that I am not put to much charges, being in a strange country like a poor lamb that has wandered from its ain native hersel, and leaves a tate of its woo in every damned southron bramble that comes across it. While he spoke thus, he read the contents of the letter without waiting for permission, and then continued, And so this is all that you are wanting, my dove? Nothing more than safe and honourable lodging, and sustenance upon your own charges? Nothing more, said she. If you are a man and a Christian, you will help me to what I need so much. A man I am, replied the formal Caledonian, e'en sick as ye see me, and a Christian I may call myself, though unworthy, and though I have heard little pure doctrine since I came hither, polluted with men's devices, a hem, weel, and if ye be an honest woman, here he peeped under her muffler, as an honest woman ye seem likely to be, though, let me tell you, they are a kind of cattle, not so rife in the streets of this city as I would desire them. I was almost strangled with my own band by twa Rampallions, who I wanted yestreen nae farther gain to harl me into a change house. However, if ye be a decent honest woman, here he took another peep at features certainly bearing no beauty which could infer suspicion. As decent and honest ye seem to be, why I will advise you to a decent house, where you will get douce, quiet entertainment, on reasonable terms, and the occasional benefit of my own counsel and direction, that is, from time to time, as my other avocations may permit. May I venture to accept of such an offer from a stranger, said Martha with natural hesitation. Troth, I see nothing to hinder you, mistress, replied the bonny Scot. Ye can but see the place, and do after as ye think best. Besides, we are nae such strangers neither, for I know your friend, and you, it's like no mine. Whilk knowledge on either hand is a medium of communication between us, even as the middle of the string connecteth its twa ends or extremities. But I will enlarge on this farther as we pass along. Gin ye list to bid your twa lazy loons of porters there lift up your little kist between them, whilk a true Scotsman might carry under his arm. Let me tell you, mistress, ye will soon make a tune pocket of it in Lunnon, if you hire twa knaves to do the work of ane. So saying, he led the way, followed by Mistress Martha Trapboys, whose singular destiny, though it had heaped her with wealth, had left her for the moment no wiser counsellor or more distinguished protector than honest Richie Maniplies, a discarded serving man. End of chapter 26.
Section 29 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. This way lie safety and a sure retreat. Yonder lie danger, shame, and punishment. Most welcome danger then. Nay, let me say, though spoke with swelling heart, welcome e'en shame, and welcome punishment. For, call me guilty, I do but pay the tax that's due to justice, and call me guiltless, then that punishment is shame to those alone who do inflict it. The Tribunal. We left Lord Glenvarloch, to whose fortunes our story chiefly attaches itself, gliding swiftly down the Thames. He was not, as the reader may have observed, very affable in his disposition, or apt to enter into conversation with those into whose company he was casually thrown. This was indeed an error in his conduct, arising less from pride, though of that feeling we do not pretend to exculpate him,
than from a sort of bashful reluctance to mix in the conversation of those with whom he was not familiar. It is a fault only to be cured by experience and knowledge of the world, which soon teaches every sensible and acute person the important lesson that amusement, and what is of more consequence, that information and increase of knowledge are to be derived from the conversation of every individual whatever, with whom he is thrown into a natural train of communication. For ourselves, we can assure the reader, and perhaps if we have ever been able to afford him amusement, it is owing in a great degree to this cause, that we never found ourselves in company with the stupidest of all possible companions in a post-chaise, or with the most errant cumber-corner that ever occupied a place in the mail-coach, without finding that in the course of our conversation with him we had some ideas suggested to us, either grave or gay, or some information communicated in the course of our journey which we should have regretted not to have learned, and which we should be sorry to have immediately forgotten. But Nigel was somewhat immured within the Bastille of his rank, as some philosopher, Tom Paine, we think, has happily enough expressed that sort of shyness which men of dignified situations are apt to be beset with, rather from not exactly knowing how far, or with whom, they ought to be familiar, than from any real touch of aristocratic pride. Besides, the immediate pressure of our adventurer's own affairs was such as exclusively to engross his attention. He sat therefore wrapped in his cloak in the stern of the boat, with his mind entirely bent upon the probable issue of the interview with his sovereign, which it was his purpose to seek, for which abstraction of mind he may be fully justified, although perhaps by questioning the watermen who were transporting him down the river, he might have discovered matters of high concernment to him. At any rate, Nigel remained silent till the wherry approached the town of Greenwich, when he commanded the men to put in for the nearest landing place, as it was his purpose to go ashore there, and dismiss them from further attendance. "That is not possible," said the fellow with the green jacket, who, as we have already said, seemed to take on himself the charge of pilotage. "We must go," he continued, "to Gravesend, where a Scottish vessel, which dropped down the river last tide for the very purpose, lies with her anchor apeak, waiting to carry you to your own dear northern country. Your hammock is slung, and all is ready for you, and you talk of going ashore at Greenwich, as seriously as if such a thing were possible." "I see no impossibility," said Nigel, "in your landing me where I desire to be landed, but very little possibility of your carrying me anywhere I'm not desirous of going." "Why, whether do you manage the wherry, or we, master?" asked Green Jacket, in a tone betwixt jest and earnest. "I take it she will go the way we row her." "Ay," retorted Nigel, "but I take it you will row her on the course I direct you, otherwise your chance of payment is but a poor one." "Suppose we are content to risk that," said the undaunted waterman. "I wish to know how you, who talk so big, I mean no offence, master, but you do talk big, would help yourself in such a case?" "Simply thus," answered Lord Glenvarloch. "You saw me an hour since bring down to the boat a trunk that neither of you could lift. If we are to contest the destination of our voyage, the same strength which tossed that chest into the wherry will suffice to fling you out of it. Wherefore, before we begin the scuffle, I pray you to remember that whither I would go, there I will oblige you to carry me." "Gramercy for your kindness," said Green Jacket, "and now mark me in return. My comrade and I are two men, and you, were you as stout as Georgia Green, can pass but for one, and two, you will allow, are more than a match for one. You mistake in your reckoning, my friend." "It is you who mistake," answered Nigel, who began to grow warm. "It is I who am 3 to 2, sir. I carry 2 men's lives at my girdle." So saying, he opened his cloak and showed the 2 pistols which he had disposed at his girdle. Green Jacket was unmoved at the display. "I've got," said he, "a pair of barkers that will match yours," and he showed that he also was armed with pistols. "So you may begin as soon as you list." "Then," said Lord Glenvarloch, drawing forth and cocking a pistol, "the sooner the better. Take notice, I hold you as a ruffian, who have declared you will put force on my person, and that I will shoot you through the head if you do not instantly put me ashore at Greenwich." The other waterman, alarmed at Nigel's gesture, lay upon his oar, but Green Jacket replied coolly, "Look you, master, I should not care a tester to venture a life with you on this matter, but the truth is I am employed to do you good and not to do you harm." "By whom are you employed?" said the Lord Glenvarloch, "or who dare concern themselves in me or my affairs without my authority?" "As to that," answered the waterman, in the same tone of indifference, "I shall not show my commission. For myself, I care not, as I said, whether you land at Greenwich to get yourself hanged, or go down to get aboard the Royal Thistle to make your escape to your own country. You will be equally out of my reach either way, but it is fair to put the choice before you." "My choice is made," said Nigel. "I've told you thrice already it is my pleasure to be landed at Greenwich." "Write it on a piece of paper," said the waterman, "that such is your positive will. I must have something to show to my employers that the transgression of their orders lies with yourself, not with me." "I choose to hold this trinket in my hand for the present," said Nigel, showing his pistol, "and will write you the acquittance when I go ashore." "I would not go ashore with you for 100 pieces," said the waterman. "Ill luck has ever attended you, except in small gaming. Do me fair justice, and give me the testimony I desire. If you are afraid of foul play while you write it, you may hold my pistols if you will." He offered the weapons to Nigel. Accordingly, who, while they were under his control and all possibility of his being taken at disadvantage was excluded, no longer hesitated to give the waterman an acknowledgment in the following terms: "Jack in the Green, with his mate belonging to the wherry called the Jolly Raven, have done their duty faithfully by me, landing me at Greenwich by my express command, and being themselves willing and desirous to carry me on board the Royal Thistle, presently lying at Gravesend." Having finished this acknowledgment, which he signed with the letters N.O.G., as indicating his name and title, he again requested to know of the waterman to whom he delivered it the name of his employers. "Sir," replied Jack in the Green, "I have respected your secret. Do not you seek to pry into mine. It would do you no good to know for whom I am taking this present trouble, and to be brief, you shall not know it. And if you will fight in the quarrel, as you said even now, the sooner we begin the better. Only this you may be cocksure of, that we designed you no harm, and that if you fall into any, it will be of your own wilful seeking." As he spoke, they approached the landing place, where Nigel instantly jumped ashore. The waterman placed his small mail trunk on the stairs, observing that there were plenty of spare hands about to carry it where he would. "We part friends, I hope, my lads," said the young nobleman, offering at the same time a piece of money more than double the usual fare to the boatmen. "We part as we met," answered Green Jacket, "and for your money I am paid sufficiently with this bit of paper. Only, if you owe me any love for the cast I have given you, I pray you not to dive so deep into the pockets of the next apprentice that you find fool enough to play the cavalier. And you greedy swine," said he to his companion, who still had a longing eye fixed on the money which Nigel continued to offer, "push off, or if I take a stretcher in hand, I'll break the knave's pate of thee." The fellow pushed off as he was commanded, but still could not help muttering this was entirely out of waterman's rules. Glenvarloch, though without the devotion of the injured Thales of the moralist to the memory of that great princess, had now attained the hallowed soil which gave Eliza birth, whose halls were now less respectably occupied by her successor. It was not, as has been well shown by a late author, that James was void either of parts or of good intentions, and his predecessor was at least as arbitrary in effect as he was in theory. But while Elizabeth possessed a sternness of masculine sense and determination which rendered even her weaknesses, some of which were in themselves sufficiently ridiculous, in a certain degree respectable, James, on the other hand, was so utterly devoid of firm resolve, so well called by the Scottish bard the stalk of Carl Hemp in man, that even his virtues and his good meaning became laughable from the whimsical uncertainty of his conduct, so that the wisest things he ever said and the best actions he ever did were often touched with a strain of the ludicrous and fidgety character of the man. Accordingly, though at different periods of his reign he contrived to acquire with his people a certain degree of temporary popularity, it never long outlived the occasion which produced it. So true it is that the mass of mankind will respect a monarch stained with actual guilt more than one whose foibles render him only ridiculous. To return from this digression, Lord Glenvarloch soon received, as Green Jacket had assured him, the offer of an idle bargeman to transport his baggage where he listed, but that where was a question of momentary doubt. At length, recollecting the necessity that his hair and beard should be properly arranged before he attempted to enter the royal presence, and desirous at the same time of obtaining some information of the motions of the sovereign and of the court, he desired to be guided to the next barber's shop, which we have already mentioned as the place where news of every kind circled and centered. He was speedily shown the way to such an emporium of intelligence, and soon found he was likely to hear all he desired to know, and much more, while his head was subjected to the art of a nimble tonsor, the glibness of whose tongue kept pace with the nimbleness of his fingers, while he ran on, without stint or stop, in the following excursive manner. The court here, master, yes, master, much to the advantage of trade, good custom stirring. His Majesty loves Greenwich, hunts every morning in the park, all decent persons admitted that have the entries of the palace, no rabble, frighten the king's horse with their hallooing, the uncombed slaves. Yes, sir, the beard more peaked. Yes, master, so it is worn. I know the last cut, dressed several of the courtiers, one valet of the chamber, 2 pages of the body, the clerk of the kitchen, 3 running footmen, 2 dog boys, and an honourable Scottish knight, Sir Munco Malgrowler. Malagrowther, I suppose, said Nigel, thrusting in his conjectural emendation with infinite difficulty betwixt 2 clauses of the barber's text. Yes, sir, Malcrowder, sir, as you say, sir. Hard names the Scots have, sir, for an English mouth. Sir Munco is a handsome person, sir. Perhaps you know him, bating the loss of his fingers and the lameness of his leg and the length of his chin. Sir, it takes me 1 minute, 12 seconds more time to trim that chin of his than any chin that I know in the town of Greenwich, sir. But he is a very comely gentleman for all that, and a very pleasant gentleman, sir, and a good-humoured, saving that he is so deaf he can never hear good of any one, and so wise that he can never believe it. But he is a very good-natured gentleman for all that, except when one speaks too low, or when a hair turns awry. Did I graze you, sir? We shall put it to rights in a moment with 1 drop of styptic. My styptic, or rather my wife's, sir. She makes the water herself. 1 drop of the styptic, sir, and a bit of black taffeta patch, just big enough to be the saddle to a flea, sir. Yes, sir, rather improves than otherwise. The prince had a patch the other day, and so had the duke, and if you will believe me, there are 17 yards 3/4 of black taffeta already cut into patches for the courtiers. But Sir Mungo Malagrowther, again interjected Nigel with difficulty. Ay, sir, Sir Munco, as you say, a pleasant, good-humoured gentleman as ever. To be spoken with, did you say? Oh, ay, easily to be spoken withal, that is, as easily as his infirmity will permit. He will presently, unless some one hath asked him forth to breakfast, be taking his bone of broiled beef at my neighbour Ned Kilderkin's yonder, removed from over the way. Ned keeps an eating-house, sir, famous for pork griskins, but Sir Munco cannot abide pork, no more than the king's most sacred majesty, nor my Lord Duke of Lennox, nor Lord Delgarno. Nay, I am sure, sir, if I touched you this time it was your fault, not mine. But a single drop of the styptic, another little patch that would make a doublet for a flea, just under the left moustache, it will become you when you smile, sir, as well as a dimple, and if you would salute your fair mistress. But I beg pardon, you are a grave gentleman, very grave to be so young. Hope I have given no offence. It is my duty to entertain customers, my duty, sir, and my pleasure. Sir Munco Malcrowther, yes, sir, I dare say he is at this moment in Ned's eating-house, for few folks ask him out, now Lord Huntingdon is gone to London. You will get touched again, yes, sir, there you shall find him, with his can of single ale, stirred with a sprig of rosemary, for he never drinks strong potations, sir, unless to oblige Lord Huntingdon. Take heed, sir, or any other person who asks him forth to breakfast, but single beer he always drinks at Ned's, with his broiled bone of beef or mutton, or it may be lamb at the season, but not pork, though Ned is famous for his griskins. But the Scots never eat pork. Strange that. Some folk think they are a sort of Jews. There is a resemblance, sir. Do you not think so? Then they call our most gracious sovereign the second Solomon, and Solomon, you know, was king of the Jews, so the thing bears a face, you see. I believe, sir, you will find yourself trimmed now to your content. I will be judged by the fair mistress of your affections. Crave pardon, no offence, I trust. Pray consult the glass, one touch of the crisping tongs to reduce this straggler. Thank your munificence, sir. Hope your custom, while you stay in Greenwich. Would you have a tune on that gittern to put your temper in a concord for the day? Twang, 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 dillo. Something out of tune, sir. Too many hands to touch it. We cannot keep these things like artists. Let me help you with your cloak, sir. Yes, sir. You would not play yourself, sir, would you? Way to Sir Munco's eating-house? Yes, sir. But it is Ned's eating-house, not Sir Munco's. The knight, to be sure, eats there, and makes it his eating-house in some sense, sir. Ha, ha! Yonder it is, removed from over the way, new whitewashed posts and red lattice, a fat man in his doublet at the door, Ned himself, sir, worth £1,000. They say better singeing pigs' faces than trimming courtiers, but ours is the less mechanical vocation. Farewell, sir. Hope your custom. So saying, he at length permitted Nigel to depart, whose ears, so long tormented with continued babble, tingled when it had ceased, as if a bell had been rung close to them for the same space of time. Upon his arrival at the eating-house, where he proposed to meet with Sir Mungo Malgrowther, from whom, in despair of better advice, he trusted to receive some information as to the best mode of introducing himself into the royal presence, Lord Glenvarloch found, in the host with whom he communed, the consequential taciturnity of an Englishman well to pass in the world. Ned Kilderkin spoke as a banker writes, only touching the needful. Being asked if Sir Mungo Malgrowther was there, he replied no. Being interrogated whether he was expected, he said yes, and being again required to say when he was expected, he answered presently. As Lord Glenvarloch next inquired whether he himself could have any breakfast, the landlord wasted not even a syllable in reply, but ushering him into a neat room, where there were several tables, he placed one of them before an armchair, and beckoning Lord Glenvarloch to take possession, he set before him in a very few minutes a substantial repast of roast beef, together with a foaming tankard, to which refreshment the keen air of the river disposed him, notwithstanding his mental embarrassments, to do much honour. While Nigel was thus engaged in discussing his comments, but raising his head at the same time, whenever he heard the door of the apartment open, eagerly desiring the arrival of Sir Mungo Malgrowther, an event which had seldom been expected by any one with so much anxious interest, a personage, as it seemed, of at least equal importance with the knight, entered into the apartment and began to hold earnest colloquy with the publican, who thought proper to carry on the conference on his side unbonneted. This important gentleman's occupation might be guessed from his dress, a milk-white jerkin and hose of white kersey, a white apron twisted around his body in the manner of a sash, in which instead of a warlike dagger was stuck a long-bladed knife, hilted with buck's horn, a white nightcap on his head under which his hair was neatly tucked, sufficiently portrayed him as one of those priests of Comus whom the vulgar call cooks. In the air with which he rated the publican for having neglected to send some provisions to the palace showed that he ministered to royalty himself. "This will never answer," he said, "Master Kilderkin. The king twice asked for sweetbreads and fricasseed coxcombs, which are a favourite dish of his most sacred majesty, and they were not to be had because Master Kilderkin had not supplied them to the clerk of the kitchen as by bargain bound." Here Kilderkin made some apology, brief according to his own nature, and muttered in a lowly tone, after the fashion of all who find themselves in a scrape. His superior replied, in a lofty strain of voice, "Do not tell me of the carrier and his wain, and of the hen coops coming from Norfolk with the poultry. A loyal man would have sent an express. He would have gone upon his stumps like Witherington. What if the king had lost his appetite, Master Kilderkin? What if his most sacred majesty had lost his dinner? Oh, Master Kilderkin, if you had but the just sense of the dignity of our profession, which is told of by the witty African slave, for so the king's most excellent majesty designates him, Publius Terentius, tanguam in specula impatinis in spectra ubio." "You are learned, Master Linklater," replied the English publican, compelling, as it were with difficulty, his mouth to utter 3 or 4 words consecutively. "A poor smatterer," said Mr. Linklater, "but it would be a shame to us, who are his most excellent majesty's countrymen, not in some sort to have cherished those arts wherewith he is so deeply imbued. Regis ad exemplar, Master Kilderkin, totus componitor orbis," which is as much as to say, as the king quotes, the cook learns. In brief, Master Kilderkin, having had the luck to be bred where humanities may be had at the matter of an English 5 groats by the quarter, I, like others, have acquired a hem. Here the speaker's eye having fallen upon Lord Glenvarloch, he suddenly stopped in his learned harangue, with such symptoms of embarrassment as induced Ned Kilderkin to stretch his taciturnity so far as not only to ask him what he ailed, but whether he would take anything. "Ail nothing," replied the learned rival of the philosophical Cyrus, "nothing, and yet I do feel a little giddy. I could taste a glass of your dame's aqua mirabilis." "I will fetch it," said Ned, giving a nod, and his back was no sooner turned than the cook walked near the table where Lord Glenvarloch was seated, and regarding him with a look of significance, where more was meant than met the ear, said, "You are a stranger in Greenwich, sir. I advise you to take the opportunity to step into the park. The western wicket was ajar when I came hither. I think it would be locked presently, so you'd better make the best of your way, that is, if you have any curiosity. The venison are coming into season just now, sir, and there is a pleasure in looking at a heart of grease. I always think, when they are bounding so blithely past, what a pleasure would be to broach their plump haunches on a spit and to embattle their breasts in a noble fortification of puff paste, with plenty of black pepper." He said no more as Kilderkin re-entered with the cordial, but edged off from Nigel without waiting any reply, only repeating the same look of intelligence with which he had accosted him. Nothing makes men's wits so alert as personal danger. Nigel took the first opportunity which his host's attention to the yeoman of the royal kitchen permitted to discharge his reckoning, and readily obtained a direction to the wicket in question. He found it upon the latch as he had been taught to expect, and perceived that it admitted him to a narrow footpath which traversed a close and tangled thicket, designed for the cover of the does and the young fawns. Here he conjectured it would be proper to wait, nor had he been stationary above 5 minutes when the cook, scalded as much with heat of motion as ever he had been by his huge fireplace, arrived almost breathless, and with his pass key hastily locked the wicket behind him. Ere Lord Glenvarloch had time to speculate upon this action, the man approached with anxiety and said, Good Lord, my Lord Glenvarloch, why will you endanger yourself thus? You know me then, my friend, said Nigel. Not much of that, my lord, but I know your honour's noble house well. My name is Laurie Linklater, my lord. Linklater, repeated Nigel. I should recollect. Under your lordship's favour, he continued, I was prentice, my lord, to old Mungo Manipoles, the flesher at the wanton west port of Edinburgh, which I wish I saw again before I died, and your honour's noble father having taken Richie Manipoles into his house to wait on your lordship, there was a sort of connection, your lordship sees. Ah, said Lord Glenvarloch, I had almost forgot your name, but not your kind purpose. You tried to put Richie in the way of presenting a supplication to his majesty. Most true, my lord, replied the king's cook. I had like to have come by mischief in the job, for Richie, who was always wilful, wadna be guided by me, as the saying says, but nobody amongst these brave English cooks can kittle up his majesty's most sacred palate with our own gusty Scottish dishes, so I e'en betook myself to my craft, and concocted a mess of friar's chicken for the soup and a savoury hatchis that made the whole cabal coop the crans, and instead of disgrace I came by preferment. I'm one of the clerks of the kitchen now, make me thankful, with a finger in the purveyor's office, and may get my whole hand in by and by. I'm truly glad, said Nigel, to hear that you have not suffered on my account, still more so at your good fortune. You bear a kind heart, my lord, said Linklater, and do not forget poor people, and troth I see not why they should be forgotten, since the king's errand may sometimes fall in the cadger's gate. I followed your lordship in the street just to look at such a stately shoot of the old oak tree, and my heart jumped into my throat when I saw you sitting openly in the eating-house yonder, and knew there was such danger to your person. What? There are warrants against me, then? Said Nigel. It is even true, my lord, and there are those who are willing to blacken you as much as they can. God forgive them that would sacrifice an honourable house for their own base ends. Amen, said Nigel. For, say your lordship may have been a little wild, like other young gentlemen. We have little time to talk of it, my friend, said Nigel. The point in question is, how am I to get speech of the king? The king, my lord, said Linklater, in astonishment. Why will not that be rushing wilfully into danger, scalding yourself, as I may say, with your own ladle? My good friend, answered Nigel, my experience of the court and my knowledge of the circumstances in which I stand tell me that the manliest and most direct road is, in my case, the surest and the safest. The king is both a head to apprehend what is just, and a heart to do what is kind. It is e'en true, my lord, and so we, his old servants, know, added Linklater. But woe is me, if you knew how many folks make it their daily and nightly purpose to set his head against his heart, and his heart against his head, to make him do hard things because they are called just, and unjust things because they are represented as kind. Woe is me, it is with his sacred majesty and the favourites who work upon him, even according to the homely proverb that men taunt my calling with, God sends good meat, but the devil sends cooks. It signifies not talking of it, my good friend, said Nigel. I must take my risk. My honour peremptorily demands it. They may maim me or beggar me, but they shall not say I fled from my accusers. My peers shall hear my vindication. Your peers? Exclaimed the cook. Alack a day, my lord. We're not in Scotland, where the nobles can bang it out bravely, were it even with the king himself now and then. This mess must be cooked in the Star Chamber, and that is an oven 7 times heated, my lord. And yet if you are determined to see the king, I will not say but you may find some favour, for he likes well anything that is appealed directly to his own wisdom, and sometimes in the like cases I've known him stick by his own opinion, which is always a fair one. Only mind, if you will forgive me, my lord, mind to spice high with Latin. A kern or two of Greek would not be amiss, and if you can bring in anything about the judgment of Solomon in the original Hebrew, and season with a merry jest, or so the dish will be the more palatable. Truly, I think that besides my skill in art, I owe much to the stripes of the rector of the high school, who imprinted on my mind that cooking scene in the Ho Ton to Moruminous. Leaving that aside, my friend, said Lord Glenvarloch, can you inform me which way I shall most readily get to the sight and speech of the king? To the sight of him, readily enough, said Linklater. He is galloping about these alleys. To see them strike the heart, to get him an appetite for a nooning. And that reminds me I should be in the kitchen. To the speech of the king you will not come so easily, unless you could either meet him alone, which rarely chances, or wait for him among the crowd that go to see him alight. And now farewell, my lord, and Godspeed. If I could do more for you, I would offer it. You have done enough, perhaps, to endanger yourself, said Lord Glenvarloch, but I pray you to be gone and leave me to my fate. The honest cook lingered, but a nearer burst of the horns apprised him that there was no time to lose, and acquainting Nigel that he would leave the postern door on the latch to secure his retreat in that direction, he bade God bless him and farewell. In the kindness of this humble countryman, flowing partly from national partiality, partly from a sense of long-remembered benefits which had been scarce thought on by those who had bestowed them, Lord Glenvarloch thought he saw the last touch of sympathy which he was to receive in this cold and courtly region, and felt that he must now be sufficient to himself or be utterly lost. He traversed more than one alley, guided by the sounds of the chase, and met several of the inferior attendants upon the king's sport, who regarded him only as one of the spectators who were sometimes permitted to enter the park by the concurrence of the officers about the court. Still there was no appearance of James, or any of his principal courtiers, and Nigel began to think whether, at the risk of incurring disgrace similar to that which had attended the rash exploit of Richie Meniples, he should not repair to the palace gate in order to address the king on his return, when fortune presented him the opportunity of doing so in her own way. He was in one of those long walks by which the park was traversed when he heard first a distant rustling, then the rapid approach of hoofs shaking the firm earth on which he stood, then a distant halloo, warned by which he stood up by the side of the avenue, leaving free room for the passage of the chase. The stag, reeling, covered with foam and blackened with sweat, his nostrils extended as he gasped for breath, made a shift to come up as far as where Nigel stood, and without turning to bay, was there pulled down by two tall greyhounds of the breed still used by the hardy deer stalkers of the Scottish Highlands, but which has been long unknown in England. One dog struck at the buck's throat, another dashed his sharp nose and fangs, I might almost say, into the animal's bowels. It would have been natural for Lord Glenvarloch, himself persecuted as if by hunters, to have thought upon the occasion like the melancholy Jaques, but habit is a strange matter, and I fear that his feelings on the occasion were rather those of the practised huntsman than of the moralist. He had no time, however, to indulge them, for mark what befell. A single horseman followed the chase upon a steed so thoroughly subjected to the rein that it obeyed the touch of the bridle as if it had been a mechanical impulse operating on the nicest piece of machinery, so that seated deep in his demi-pipe saddle, and so trussed up there as to make falling almost impossible, the rider without either fear or hesitation might increase or diminish the speed at which he rode, which even on the most animating occasions of the chase seldom exceeded 3/4 of a gallop, the horse keeping his haunches under him, and never stretching forward beyond the managed pace of the academy. The security with which he chose to prosecute even his favourite, and in the ordinary case, somewhat dangerous amusement, as well as the rest of his equipage, marked King James. No attendant was within sight. Indeed, it was often a nice strain of flattery to permit the sovereign to suppose he had outridden and distanced all the rest of the chase. "Weel doon, Batty," he exclaimed as he came up. "By the honour of a king, ye are a credit to the braes of Balwither. Haud my horse, man," he called out to Nigel, without stopping to see to whom he had addressed himself. "Haud my nag, and help me doon out of the saddle. Deal ding your saul, sirrah, canna ye make haste before these lazy smakes come up? Haud the rein easy, dinna let him swerve. Now haud the stirrup, that will do, man, and now we are on terra firma." So saying, without casting an eye on his assistant, gentle King Jamie, unsheathing the short, sharp hanger, couteau de chasse, which was the only thing approaching to a sword that he could willingly endure the sight of, drew the blade with great satisfaction across the throat of the buck, and put an end at once to its struggles and its agonies. Lord Glenvarloch, who knew well the sylvan duty which the occasion demanded, hung the bridle of the king's palfrey on the branch of a tree, and kneeling duteously down, turned the slaughtered deer upon its back, and kept the quarry in that position, while the king, too intent upon his sport to observe anything else, drew his couteau down the breast of the animal, secundum artem, and having made a cross cut so as to ascertain the depth of the fat upon the chest, exclaimed in a sort of rapture, 3 inches of white fat on the brisket, prime, prime, as I am a crowned sinner, and deal ane o' the lazy loons in but mysell. 7 tines on the antlers, by God, a heart of 8 tines, and the first of the season. Bash and batty blessings on the heart's root of ye. Bust me, my bairns, bust me. The dogs accordingly fawned upon him, licked him with bloody jaws, and soon put him in such a state that it might have seemed treason had been doing its full work upon his anointed body. By Doon with a mischief to ye, by Doon with a wanyon, cried the king, almost overturned by the obstreperous caresses of the large staghounds. But ye are just like ither folks. Gie ye an inch and ye take an ell. And what may ye be, friend? He said, now finding leisure to take a nearer view of Nigel, and observing what in his first emotion of sylvan delight had escaped him. Ye are nane of our train, man. In the name of God, what the devil are ye? An unfortunate man, sire, replied Nigel. I dare say that, answered the king snappishly, or I would have seen nathing of you. My lieges keep their happiness to themselves, but let bowls row wang with 'em, and I am sure to hear of it. And to whom else can we carry our complaints but to your majesty, who is heaven's vice-regent over us, answered Nigel. Right, man, right. Very weel spoken, said the king, but you should leave heaven's vice-regent some quiet on earth too, if your majesty will look on me, for hitherto the king had been so busy, first with the dogs and then with the mystic operation of breaking, in vulgar phrase, cutting up the deer, that he had scarce given his assistant above a transient glance. You will see whom necessity makes bold to avail himself of an opportunity which may never again occur. King James looked. His blood left his cheek, though it continued stained with that of the animal which lay at his feet. He dropped the knife from his hand, cast behind him a faltering eye, as if he either meditated flight or looked out for assistance, and then exclaimed, Glenvarlochades, as sure as I was christened James Stewart, here is a bonny spot of work, and me alone, and on foot too, he added, bustling to get upon his horse. Forgive me that I interrupt you, my liege, said Nigel, placing himself between the king and his steed. Hear me but a moment. I'll hear ye best on horseback, said the king. I cannot hear a word on foot, man, not a word, and it is not seemly to stand cheek for jowl, confronting us that gate. Bide out of our gates, sir, we charge you on your allegiance. The deal's in them, what can they be doing? By the crown that you wear, my liege, said Nigel, and for which my ancestors have worthily fought, I conjure you to be composed and to hear me but a moment. That which he asked was entirely out of the monarch's power to grant. The timidity which he showed was not the plain, downright cowardice, which, like a natural impulse, compels a man to flight, and which can excite little but pity or contempt, but a much more ludicrous as well as more mingled sensation. The poor king was frightened at once, and angry, desirous of securing his safety, and at the same time ashamed to compromise his dignity, so that without attending to what Lord Glenvarloch endeavoured to explain, he kept making at his horse and repeating, We are a free king, man, we are a free king, we will not be controlled by a subject, in the name of God. What keeps Steenie? And praise be his name, they are coming. Hillo, ho, here, here, Steenie, Steenie. The Duke of Buckingham galloped up, followed by several courtiers and attendants of the royal chase, and commenced with his usual familiarity. I see fortune has graced our dear dad, as usual. But what's this? What is it? It is treason, for what I ken, said the king. And your white Steenie, your dear dad and gossip might have been murdered, for what you care. Murdered? Secure the villain, exclaimed the Duke. By heaven, it is Oliphant himself. A dozen of the hunters dismounted at once, letting their horses run wild through the park. Some seized roughly on Lord Glenvarloch, who thought it folly to offer resistance while others busy themselves with the king? Are you wounded, my liege? Are you wounded? Not that I ken of, said the king, in the paroxysm of his apprehension, which, by the way, might be pardoned in one of so timorous a temper, and who, in his time, had been exposed to so many strange attempts. Not that I ken of, but search him, I'm sure I saw firearms under his cloak, I'm sure I smelled powder, I am dooms sure of that. Lord Glenville Locke's cloak being stripped off, his pistols discovered. A shout of wonder and of execration on the supposed criminal purpose arose from the crowd, now thickening every moment. Not that celebrated pistol which, though resting on a bosom as gallant and as loyal as Nigel's, spread such cause less alarm among knights and dames at a late high solemnity. Not that very pistol caused more temporary consternation than was so groundlessly excited by the arms which were taken from Lord Glenville Locke's person, and not Mahic Alistair Moore himself could repel with greater scorn and indignation the insinuations that they were worn for any sinister purposes. Away with the wretch, the parasite, the bloody-minded villain, was echoed on all hands, and the king, who naturally enough set the same value on his own life at which it was or seemed to be rated by others, cried out louder than all the rest, Aye, away with him, I've had enough of him, and so has the country, but do him no bodily harm. And for God's sake, sirs, if you are sure ye have thoroughly disarmed him, put up your swords, dirks, and skeins, for you will certainly do each other a mischief. There was a speedy sheathing of weapons at the king's command, for those who had hitherto been brandishing them in loyal bravado began thereby to call to mind the extreme dislike which his majesty nourished against naked steel, a foible which seemed to be as constitutional as his timidity, and was usually ascribed to the brutal murder of Rizzio having been perpetrated in his unfortunate mother's presence before he yet saw the light. At this moment the prince, who had been hunting in a different part of the then extensive park, and had received some hasty and confused information of what was going forward, came rapidly up with one or two noblemen in his train, and amongst others Lord Dalgarno. He sprung from his horse and asked eagerly if his father were wounded. Not that I am sensible of baby Charles, but a wee matter exhausted with struggling single-handed with the assassin. Steenie, fill up a cup of wine. The leathern bottle is hanging at our pommel. Bust me then, baby Charles, continued the monarch, after he had taken this cup of comfort. O man, the Commonwealth and you have had a fair escape from the heavy and bloody loss of a dear father, for we are pater patriae, as real as pater familias. Quis desiderio sit puder aut, modus tarn cari capitis. Woe is me, black cloth would have been dear in England, and dry e'en scarce. And at the very idea of the general grief which must have attended his death, the good-natured monarch cried heartily himself. Is this possible? Said Charles sternly, for his pride was hurt at his father's demeanour on the one hand, while on the other he felt the resentment of a son and a subject at the supposed attempt on the king's life. Let some one speak who has seen what happened. My lord of Buckingham. I cannot say, my lord, replied the duke, that I saw any actual violence offered to his majesty, else I should have avenged him on the spot. You would have done wrong, then, in your zeal, George, answered the prince. Such offenders were better left to be dealt with by the laws. But was the villain not struggling with his majesty? I cannot term it so, my lord, said the duke, who, with many faults, would have disdained an untruth. He seemed to desire to detain his majesty, who on the contrary appeared to wish to mount his horse, but they have found pistols on his person, contrary to the proclamation, and as it proves to be by Nigel Oliphant, of whose ungoverned disposition your royal highness has seen some samples, we seem to be justified in apprehending the worst. Nigel Oliphant, said the prince, can that unhappy man so soon have engaged in a new trespass? Let me see those pistols. You are not so unwise as to meddle with such snap-haunces. Baby Charles, said James, do not give him them. Steenie, I command you on your allegiance. They may go off on their own accord. Wilk often befalls. You will do it then? Saw ever man sick wilful bairns as we are cumbered with? Havenna we guardsmen and soldiers enow, but you must unload the weapons yourself, you the heir of our body and dignities, and say mony men around that are paid for venturing life in our cause. But without regarding his father's exclamations, Prince Charles, with the obstinacy which characterized him in trifles as well as matters of consequence, persisted in unloading the pistols with his own hand. Of the double bullets with which each was charged, the hands of all around were held up in astonishment at the horror of the crime supposed to have been intended, and the escape which was presumed so narrow. Nigel had not yet spoken a word. He now calmly desired to be heard. "To what purpose?" answered the prince coldly. "You knew yourself accused of a heavy offence, and instead of rendering yourself up to justice in terms of the proclamation, you are here found intruding yourself on his Majesty's presence, and armed with unlawful weapons." "May it please you, sir," answered Nigel, "I bore these unhappy weapons for my own defence, and not very many hours since they were necessary to protect the lives of others." "Doubtless, my lord," answered the prince, still calm and unmoved, "your late mode of life and the associates with whom you have lived have made you familiar with scenes and weapons of violence, but it is not to me you are to plead your cause." Hear me, noble prince," said Nigel eagerly. "Hear me, even you yourself may one day ask to be heard, and in vain." "How, sir?" said the prince haughtily. "How am I to construe that, my lord?" "If not on earth, sir," replied the prisoner, "yet to heaven we must all pray for patient and favorable audience." "True, my lord," said the prince, bending his head with haughty acquiescence, "nor would I now refuse such audience to you could it avail you. But you shall suffer no wrong. We will ourselves look into your case." "Aye," answered the king, "he hath made appellatio ad carcerum. We will interrogate Glenvarlochades ourselves, time and place fitting, and in the meanwhile have him and his weapons away, for I am weary of the sight of them." In consequence of directions hastily given, Nigel was accordingly removed from the presence, where, however, his words had not altogether fallen to the ground. "This is a most strange matter, George," said the prince to the favourite. "This gentleman hath a good countenance, a happy presence, and much calm firmness in his look and speech. I cannot think he would attempt a crime so desperate and useless." "I profess neither love nor favour to the young man," answered Buckingham, whose high-spirited ambition bore always an open character, "but I cannot but agree with you, Highness, but that our dear gossip hath been something hasty in apprehending personal danger from him." "By my soul, Steenie, you are not blate to say so," said the king. "Do I not ken the smell of powther, think ye? Who else nosed out the 5th of November save our royal selves? Cecil and Suffolk and all of them were at fault, like say mony mongrel tykes, when I puzzled it out. And trow ye that I cannot smell powther? Why, sblood man, Johannes Barclayus thought my Injun was in some measure inspiration, and terms his history of the plot, Series pata facti divinitas paricitii, and Spondanus in like manner saith of us, Divinitas evasit. "The land was happy in your Majesty's escape," said the Duke of Buckingham, "and not less in the quick wit which tracked that labyrinth of treason by so fine and almost invisible a clue. Saul, man, Steenie, ye are right. There are few youths have sit true judgment as you, respecting the wisdom of their elders, and for this false traitor's smake, I doubt he is a hawk of the same nest. Saw ye not something papistical about him? Let him look that he bears not a crucifix or some sick Roman trinket about him." "It would ill become me to attempt the exculpation of this unhappy man," said Lord Dalgarno, "considering the height of his present attempt, which has made all true men's blood curdle in their veins. Yet I cannot avoid intimating, with all due submission to his Majesty's infallible judgment, injustice to one who showed himself formerly only my enemy, though he now displays himself in much blacker colours, that this Oliphant always appeared to me more as a Puritan than as a Papist." "Ah, Dalgarno, out there, man," said the king, "and ye behoved to keep back too, and leave us to our own natural strength and the care of Providence, when we were in grips with the villain." "Providence, may it please your most gracious Majesty, would not fail to aid in such a strait the care of 3 weeping kingdoms," said Lord Dalgarno. "Surely, man, surely," replied the king, "but a sight of your father with his long whinyard would have been a blithe matter a short while syne, and in future we will aid the ends of Providence in our favour by keeping near us 2 stout beef-eaters of the guard. And so this Oliphant is a Puritan, not the less like to be a Papist for all that, for extremities meet, as the Scholias proveth. There are, as I have proved in my book, Puritans of papistical principles. It is just a new tout on an old horn." Here the king was reminded by the prince, who dreaded perhaps that he was going to recite the whole Basilicon Doron, that it would be best to move towards the palace and consider what was to be done for satisfying the public mind, in whom the morning's adventure was likely to excite much speculation. As they entered the gate of the palace, a female bowed and presented a paper which the king received, and with a sort of groan thrust it into his side pocket. The prince expressed some curiosity to know its contents. "The valet in waiting will tell you them," said the king, "when I strip off my cassock. Do you think, baby, that I can read all that is thrust into my hands? See to me, ma'am." He pointed to the pockets of his great trunk breeches, which were stuffed with papers. "We are like an ass, that we should so speak, stooping betwixt two burdens. Ay, asinus fortis accumbens inter turbinos, as the Vulgate hath it. Ay, witty terrain, quod esset optima, et suppos sui humorum ad portandum, et factus sum tibitus serviens." I saw this land of England became an overburdened king thereof. "You are indeed well loaded, my dear dad, in gossip," said the Duke of Buckingham, receiving the papers which King James emptied out of his pockets. "Ay," continued the monarch, "take them to you per aversinum, barons, the one pouch stuffed with petitions, t'other with pasquinados. A fine time we have on't. On my conscience, I believe the tale of Cadmus was hieroglyphical, and that the dragon's teeth Wilkie sewed were the letters he invented. Ye are laughing, baby Charles. Mind what I say. When I came here first frae our ain country, where the men are as rude as the weather, by my conscience, England was a bealdy bit. One would have thought the king had little to do but to walk by quiet waters, per aquam refectionis, but I kenna how or why the place is sair changed. Read that libel upon us and on our regimen. The dragon's teeth are sown, baby Charles. I pray God they bear not their armed harvest in your day, and I should not live to see it. God forbid I should, for there will be an awful day's kemping at the shearing of them. I shall know how to stifle the crop in the blade. Ha, George," said the prince, turning to the favourite with a look expressive of some contempt for his father's apprehensions, and full of confidence in the superior firmness and decision of his own counsels. While this discourse was passing, Nigel, in charge of a pursuivant at arms, was pushed and dragged through the small town, all the inhabitants of which, having been alarmed by the report of an attack on the king's life, now pressed forward to see the supposed traitor. Amid the confusion of the moment, he could descry the face of the victualler arrested into a stare of stolid wonder, and that of the barber grinning betwixt horror and eager curiosity. He thought that he also had a glimpse of his waterman in the green jacket. He had no time for remarks, being placed in a boat with the pursuivant and 2 yeomen of the guard, and rowed up the river as fast as the arms of 6 stout watermen could pull against the tide. They passed the groves of masts, which even then astonished the stranger with the extended commerce of London, and now approached those low and blackened walls of curtain and bastion, which exhibit here and there a piece of ordnance, and here and there a solitary sentinel under arms, but have otherwise so little of the military terrors of a citadel. A projecting, low-browed arch, which had lowered over many an innocent and many a guilty head in similar circumstances, now spread its dark frowns over that of Nigel. The boat was put close up to the broad steps against which the tide was lapping its lazy wave. The warder on duty looked from the wicket and spoke to the pursuivant in whispers. In a few minutes the lieutenant of the Tower appeared, received and granted an acknowledgment for the body of Nigel, Lord Glenvarloch. End of chapter 27. Section 30 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Ye towers of Julius, London's lasting shame, with many a foul and midnight murder fed. Gray. Such is the exclamation of Gray. Bandello, long before him, has said something like it, and the same sentiment must, in some shape or other, have frequently occurred to those who, remembering the fate of other captives in that memorable state prison, may have had but too much reason to anticipate their own. The dark and low arch, which seemed like the entrance to Dante's hell, to forbid hope of regress, the muttered sounds of the warders, and petty formalities observed in opening and shutting the grated wicket, the cold and constrained salutation of the lieutenant of the fortress, who showed his prisoner that distant and measured respect which authority pays as a tax to decorum, all struck upon Nigel's heart, impressing on him the cruel consciousness of captivity. "I am a prisoner," he said, the words escaping from him almost unawares. "I am a prisoner, and in the Tower." The lieutenant bowed. "And it is my duty," he said, "to show your lordship your chamber, where I'm compelled to say my orders are to place you under some restraint. I will make it as easy as my duty permits." Nigel only bowed in return to this compliment, and followed the lieutenant to the ancient buildings on the western side of the parade, and adjoining to the chapel, used in those days as a state prison, but in ours as the mess room of the officers of the guard upon duty at the fortress. The double doors were unlocked. The prisoner ascended a few steps, followed by the lieutenant and a warder of the higher class. They entered a large but irregular, low-roofed and dark apartment, exhibiting a very scanty proportion of furniture. The warder had orders to light a fire and attend to Lord Glenvarloch's commands in all things consistent with his duty, and the lieutenant, having made his reverence with the customary compliment that he trusted his lordship would not long remain under his guardianship, took his leave. Nigel would have asked some questions of the warder, who remained to put the apartment into order, but the man had caught the spirit of his office. He seemed not to hear some of the prisoner's questions, though of the most ordinary kind, did not reply to others, and when he did speak it was in a short and sullen tone, which, though not positively disrespectful, was such as at least to encourage no farther communication. Nigel left him therefore to do his work in silence, and proceeded to amuse himself with the melancholy task of deciphering the names, mottos, verses, and hieroglyphics with which his predecessors in captivity had covered the walls of their prison house. There he saw the names of many a forgotten sufferer, mingled with others which will continue in remembrance until English history shall perish. There were the pious effusions of the devout Catholic, poured forth on the eve of his sealing his profession at Tyburn, mingled with those of the firm Protestant about to feed the fires of Smithfield. There the slender hand of the unfortunate Jane Grey, whose fate was to draw tears from future generations, might be contrasted with the bolder touch which impressed deep on the walls the bare and ragged staff, the proud emblem of the proud Dudleys. It was like the roll of the prophet, a record of lamentation and mourning, and yet not unmixed with brief interjections of resignation and sentences expressive of the firmest resolution. In the sad task of examining the miseries of his predecessors in captivity, Lord Glenvarloch was interrupted by the sudden opening of the door of his prison room. It was the warder, who came to inform him that by order of the lieutenant of the Tower, his lordship was to have the society and attendance of a fellow prisoner in his place of confinement. Nigel replied hastily that he wished no attendance, and would rather be left alone, but the warder gave him to understand with a kind of grumbling civility that the lieutenant was the best judge how his prisoners should be accommodated, and that he would have no trouble with the boy, who was such a slip of a thing as was scarce worth turning a key upon. "There, Giles," he said, "bring the child in." Another warder put the lad before him into the room, and both withdrawing, bolt crashed and chain clanged as they replaced these ponderous obstacles to freedom. The boy was clad in a grey suit of the finest cloth, laid down with silver lace, with a buff-coloured cloak of the same pattern. His cap, which was a montero of black velvet, was pulled over his brows, and with the profusion of his long ringlets almost concealed his face. He stood on the very spot where the warder had quitted his collar, about 2 steps from the door of the apartment, his eyes fixed on the ground, and every joint trembling with confusion and terror. Nigel could well have dispensed with his society, but it was not in his nature to behold distress, whether of body or mind, without endeavouring to relieve it. "Cheer up," he said, "my pretty lad. We are to be companions, it seems, for a little time. At least I trust your confinement will be short, since you are too young to have done aught to deserve long restraint. Come, come, do not be discouraged. Your hand is cold and trembles. The air is warm too, but it may be the damp of this darksome room. Place you by the fire. What, weeping ripe, my little man? I pray you do not be a child. You have no beard yet to be dishonoured by your tears, but yet you should not cry like a girl. Think you are only shut up for playing truant, and you can pass a day without weeping, surely." The boy suffered himself to be led and seated by the fire, but after retaining for a long time the very posture which he assumed in sitting down, he suddenly changed it, in order to wring his hands with an air of the bitterest distress, and then, spreading them before his face, wept so plentifully that the tears found their way in floods through his slender fingers. Nigel was in some degree rendered insensible to his own situation by his feelings for the intense agony by which so young and beautiful a creature seemed to be utterly overwhelmed, and sitting down close beside the boy, he applied the most soothing terms which occurred to endeavour to alleviate his distress, and with an action which the difference of their age rendered natural, drew his hand kindly along the long hair of the disconsolate child. The lad appeared so shy as even to shrink from this slight approach to familiarity, and yet when Lord Glenvarloch, perceiving and allowing for his timidity, sat down on the farther side of the fire, he appeared to be more at his ease, and to hearken with some apparent interest to the arguments which from time to time Nigel used, to induce him to moderate at least the violence of his grief. As the boy listened, his tears, though they continued to flow freely, seemed to escape from their source more easily. His sobs were less convulsive, and became gradually changed into low sighs, which succeeded each other, indicating as much sorrow, perhaps, but less alarm, than his first transports had shown. "Tell me who and what you are, my pretty boy," said Nigel. "Consider me, child, as a companion who wishes to be kind to you. Would you but teach him how he can be so?" "Sir, my lord, I mean," answered the boy very timidly, and in a voice which could scarce be heard even across the brief distance which divided them. "You are very good, and I am very unhappy." A second fit of tears interrupted what else he had intended to say, and it required a renewal of Lord Glenvarloch's good-natured expostulations and encouragements to bring him once more to such composure as rendered the lad capable of expressing himself intelligibly. At length, however, he was able to say, "I am sensible of your goodness, my lord, and grateful for it, but I am a poor unhappy creature, and what is worse, have myself only to thank for my misfortunes." "We are seldom absolutely miserable, my young acquaintance," said Nigel, "without being ourselves more or less responsible for it. I may well say so, otherwise I had not been here to-day. But you are very young, and can have but little to answer for." "Oh, sir, I wish I could say so. I've been self-willed and obstinate and rash and ungovernable, and now, how dearly do I pay the price of it." "Pshaw, my boy," replied Nigel, "this must be some childish frolic, some breaking out of bounds, some truant trick. And yet how should any of these have brought you to the Tower? There is something mysterious about you, young man, which I must inquire into." Indeed, my lord, there is no harm about me," said the boy, more moved, it would seem, to confession by the last words, by which he seemed considerably alarmed, than by all the kind expostulations and arguments which Nigel had previously used. "I am innocent. That is, I have done wrong, but nothing to deserve being in this frightful place." "Tell me the truth, then," said Nigel, in a tone in which command mingled with encouragement. "You have nothing to fear from me, and as little to hope, perhaps. Yet, placed as I am, I would know with whom I speak." "With an unhappy boy, sir, and idle and truantly disposed, as your lordship said," answered the lad, looking up, and showing a countenance in which paleness and blushes succeeded each other, as fear and shamefacedness alternately had influence. "I left my father's house without leave, to see the king hunt in the park at Greenwich. There came a cry of treason, and all the gates were shut. I was frightened, and hid myself in a thicket, and I was found by some of the rangers, and examined, and they said I gave no good account of myself, and so I was sent hither." "I am an a most unhappy being," said Lord Glenvarloch, rising and walking through the apartment. "Nothing approaches me, but shares my own bad fate. Death and imprisonment dog my steps, and involve all who are found near me. Yet this boy's story sounds strangely. You say you were examined, my young friend. Let me pray you to say whether you told your name, and your means of gaining admission into the park. If so, they surely would not have detained you." "Oh, my lord," said the boy, "I took care not to tell them the name of the friend that let me in. And as to my father, I would not he knew where I now am for all the wealth in London." "But do you not expect," said Nigel, "that they will dismiss you till you let them know who and what you are?" "What good will it do them to keep so useless a creature as myself?" said the boy. "They must let me go, were it but out of shame." "Do not trust to that. Tell me your name and station. I will communicate them to the lieutenant. He is a man of quality and honour, and will not only be willing to procure your liberation, but also, I have no doubt, will intercede with your father. I am partly answerable for such poor aid as I can afford to get you out of this embarrassment, since I occasioned the alarm owing to which you were arrested. So tell me your name and your father's name." "My name to you? Oh, never, never," answered the boy, in a tone of deep emotion, the cause of which Nigel could not comprehend. "Are you so much afraid of me, young man?" he replied. "Because I am here accused and a prisoner? Consider, a man may be both, and deserve neither suspicion nor restraint. Why should you distrust me? You seem friendless, and I am myself so much in the same circumstances that I cannot but pity your situation when I reflect on my own. Be wise. I have spoken kindly to you. I mean as kindly as I speak." "Oh, I doubt it not, I doubt it not, my lord," said the boy, "and I could tell you all, that is, almost all." "Tell me nothing, my young friend, excepting what may assist me in being useful to you," said Nigel. "You are generous, my lord," said the boy, "and I am sure, oh sure, I might safely trust to your honour. But yet, I'm so sore beset. I've been so rash, so unguarded. I can never tell you of my folly. Besides, I've already told too much to one whose heart I thought I had moved. Yet I find myself here." "To whom did you make this disclosure?" said Nigel. "I dare not tell," replied the youth. "There is something singular about you, my young friend," said Lord Glenvarloch, withdrawing with a gentle degree of compulsion the hand with which the boy had again covered his eyes. "Do not pain yourself with thinking on your situation just at present. Your pulse is high, and your hand feverish. Lay yourself on yonder pallet, and try to compose yourself to sleep. It is the readiest and best remedy for the fancies with which you are worrying yourself." "I thank you for your considerate kindness, my lord," said the boy. "With your leave, I will remain for a little space quiet in this chair. I am better thus than on the couch. I can think undisturbedly on what I have done, and have still to do, and if God sends slumber to a creature so exhausted, it shall be most welcome." So saying, the boy drew his hand from Lord Nigel's, and drawing around him and partly over his face the folds of his ample cloak, he resigned himself to sleep or meditation, while his companion, notwithstanding the exhausting scenes of this and the preceding day, continued his pensive walk up and down the apartment. Every reader has experienced that times occur when, far from being lord of external circumstances, man is unable to rule even the wayward realm of his own thoughts. It was Nigel's natural wish to consider his own situation coolly, and fix on the course which it became him, as a man of sense and courage, to adopt. And yet, in spite of himself, and notwithstanding the deep interest of the critical state in which he was placed, it did so happen that his fellow prisoner's situation occupied more of his thoughts than did his own. There was no accounting for this wandering of the imagination, but also there was no striving with it. The pleading tones of one of the sweetest voices he had ever heard still rung in his ear, though it seemed that sleep had now fettered the tongue of the speaker. He drew near on tiptoe to satisfy himself whether it were so. The folds of the cloak hid the lower part of his face entirely, but the bonnet, which had fallen a little aside, permitted him to see the forehead streaked with blue veins, the closed eyes, and the long silken eyelashes. "Poor child," said Nigel to himself as he looked on him, nestled up as it were in the folds of his mantle, "the dew is yet on thy eyelashes, and thou hast fairly wept thyself asleep. Sorrow is a rough nurse to one so young and delicate as thou art. Peace be to thy slumbers, I will not disturb them. My own misfortunes require my attention, and it is to their contemplation that I must resign myself." He attempted to do so, but was crossed at every turn by conjectures which intruded themselves as before, and which all regarded the sleeper rather than himself. He was very angry and vexed, and expostulated with himself concerning the overweening interest which he took in the concerns of one of whom he knew nothing, saving that the boy was forced into his company, perhaps as a spy, by those to whose custody he was committed. But the spell could not be broken, and the thoughts which he struggled to dismiss continued to haunt him. Thus passed half an hour or more, at the conclusion of which the harsh sound of the revolting bolts was again heard, and the voice of the warder announced that a man desired to speak with Lord Glenvarloch. "A man to speak with me? Under my present circumstances, who can it be?" And John Christie, his landlord of Paul's Wharf, resolved his doubts by entering the apartment. "Welcome, most welcome, mine honest landlord," said Lord Glenvarloch. "How could I have dreamt of seeing you in my present close lodgings?" And at the same time, with the frankness of old kindness, he walked up to Christie and offered his hand, but John started back as from the look of a basilisk. "Keep your courtesies to yourself, my lord," said he gruffly. "I've had as many of them already as may serve me for my life." "Why, Master Christie," said Nigel, "what means this? I trust I have not offended you." "Ask me no questions, my lord," said Christie bluntly. "I am a man of peace. I came not hither to wrangle with you at this place and season. Just suppose that I am well informed of all the obligements from your honour's nobleness, and then acquaint me in as few words as may be. Where is the unhappy woman? What have you done with her?" "What have I done with her?" said Lord Glenvarloch. "Done with whom? I know not what you are speaking of." "Oh yes, my lord," said Christie, "play surprise as well as you will. You must have some guess that I am speaking of the poor fool that was my wife, till she became your lordship's light o' love." "Your wife? Has your wife left you? And if she has, do you come to ask her of me?" "Yes, my lord, singular as it may seem," returned Christie in a tone of bitter irony, and with a sort of grin widely discording from the discomposure of his features, the gleam of his eye, and the froth which stood on his lip. "I do come to make that demand of your lordship. Doubtless you are surprised I should take the trouble, but I cannot tell. Great men and little men think differently. She has lain in my bosom and drunk of my cup, and such as she is, I cannot forget that, though I will never see her again, she must not starve, my lord, or do worse to gain bread, though I reckon your lordship may think I am robbing the public in trying to change her courses." "By my faith as a Christian, by my honour as a gentleman," said Lord Glenvarloch, "if aught amiss has chanced with your wife, I know nothing of it. I trust in heaven you are as much mistaken in imputing guilt to her as in supposing me her partner in it." "Fie, fie, my lord," said Christie. "Why will you make it so tough? She is but the wife of a clod-pated old chandler, who was idiot enough to marry a wench 20 years younger than himself. Your lordship cannot have more glory by it than you have had already. And as for advantage and solace, I take it Dame Nelly is now unnecessary to your gratification. I should be sorry to interrupt the course of your pleasure. An old wittol should have more consideration of his condition. But your precious lordship being mewed up here among other choice jewels of the kingdom, Dame Nelly cannot, I take it, be admitted to share the hours of dalliance which—" Here the incensed husband stammered, broke off his tone of irony, and proceeded, striking his staff against the ground, "Oh, that these false limbs of yours, which I wish had been hamstrung when they first crossed my honest threshold, were free from the fetters they have well deserved. I would give you the odds of your youth and your weapon, and would bequeath my soul to the foul fiend if I, with this piece of oak, did not make you such an example to all ungrateful pick-thank courtiers, that it should be a proverb to the end of time, how John Christie swaddled his wife's fine leman." "I understand not your insolence," said Nigel, "but I forgive it, because you labour under some strange delusion. In so far as I can comprehend your vehement charge, it is entirely undeserved on my part. You seem to impute to me the seduction of your wife. I trust she is innocent. For me at least she is as innocent as an angel in bliss. I never thought of her, never touched her hand or cheek, save in honourable courtesy. Oh, ay, courtesy, that is the very word. She always praised your lordship's honourable courtesy. Ye have cozened me between ye with your courtesy. My lord, you came to us no very wealthy man, you know it. It was for no lucre of gain. I took you and your swashbuckler, your Don Diego yonder, under my poor roof. I never cared if the little room were let or no. I could live without it. If you could not have paid for it, you should never have been asked. All the wharf knows John Christie has the means and spirit to do a kindness. When you first darkened my honest doorway, I was as happy as a man need to be, who is no youngster and has the rheumatism. Nelly was the kindest and best humoured wench. She might have a word now and then about a gown or a ribbon, but a kinder soul on the whole, and a more careful considering her years till you come. And what is she now? But I will not be a fool to cry if I can help it. What she is not the question, but where she is, and that I must learn, sir, of you." "How can you, when I tell you," replied Nigel, "that I am as ignorant as yourself, or rather much more so? Till this moment I never heard of any disagreement betwixt your dame and you." "That is a lie," said John Christie bluntly. "How, you base villain," said Lord Glenvarloch, "do you presume on my situation? If it were not that I hold you mad, and perhaps made so by some wrong sustained, you should find my being weaponless were no protection. I would beat your brains out against the wall." "Ay, ay," answered Christie, bully as ye list. "Ye have been at the ordinaries and in Alsatia, and learned the ruffian's rant, I doubt not, but I repeat, you have spoken an untruth, when you said you knew not of my wife's falsehood. For when you were twitted with it among your gay mates, it was a common jest among you, and your lordship took all the credit they would give you for your gallantry and gratitude." There was a mixture of truth in this part of the charge which disconcerted Lord Glenvarloch exceedingly, for he could not, as a man of honour, deny that Lord Dalgarno and others had occasionally jested with him on the subject of Dame Nelly, and that though he had not played exactly le fanfaron des vices qu'il n'avoit pas, he had not at least been sufficiently anxious to clear himself of the suspicion of such a crime to men who considered it as a merit. It was therefore with some hesitation, and in a sort of qualifying tone, that he admitted that some idle jests had passed upon such a supposition, although without the least foundation in truth. John Christie would not listen to his vindication any longer. "By your own account," he said, "you permitted lies to be told of you in jest. How do I know you are speaking truth, now you are serious? You thought it, I suppose, a fine thing to wear the reputation of having dishonoured an honest family. Who will not think that you had real grounds for your base bravado to rest upon? I will not believe otherwise for one, and therefore, my lord, mark what I have to say. You are now yourself in trouble. As you hope to come through it safely and without loss of life and property, tell me where this unhappy woman is. Tell me if you hope for heaven. Tell me if you fear hell. Tell me, as you would not have the curse of an utterly ruined woman and a broken-hearted man attend you through life and bear witness against you at the great day, which shall come after death. You are moved, my lord, I see it. I cannot forget the wrong you have done me. I cannot even promise to forgive it. But tell me, and you shall never see me again, or hear more of my reproaches." "Unfortunate man," said Lord Glenvarloch, "you have said more, far more than enough, to move me deeply. Were I at liberty, I would lend you my best aid to search out him who has wronged you. The rather that I do suspect my having been your lodger has been in some degree the remote cause of bringing the spoiler into the sheepfold." "I am glad your lordship grants me so much," said John Christie, resuming the tone of embittered irony with which he had opened the singular conversation. "I will spare you farther reproach and remonstrance. Your mind is made up, and so is mine. So ho, warder." The warder entered, and John went on. "I want to get out, brother. Look well to your charge. It were better that half the wild beasts in their dens yonder were turned loose upon Tower Hill, than that this same smooth-faced, civil-spoken gentleman were again returned to honest men's company." So saying, he hastily left the apartment, and Nigel had full leisure to lament the waywardness of his fate, which seemed never to tire of persecuting him for crimes of which he was innocent, and investing him with the appearances of guilt which his mind abhorred. He could not, however, help acknowledging to himself that all the pain which he might sustain from the present accusation of John Christie was so far deserved, from his having suffered himself out of vanity, or rather an unwillingness to encounter ridicule, to be supposed capable of a base, inhospitable crime, merely because fools called it an affair of gallantry. And it was no balsam to the wound when he recollected what Ritchie had told him of his having been ridiculed behind his back by the gallants of the ordinary for affecting the reputation of an intrigue which he had not in reality spirit enough to have carried on. His simulation had in a word placed him in the unlucky predicament of being rallied as a braggart amongst the dissipated youths, with whom the reality of the armour would have given him credit, whilst on the other hand he was branded as an inhospitable seducer by the injured husband, who was obstinately persuaded of his guilt. End of chapter 28.